Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Robert Antwin, host of the Black CEO's premier event known as Black and Iconic. And this is day two where we're talking about iconic revenue. And it builds on the mastery and the excellence that we heard from day one. And that was our Digital Marketers Bootcamp. How many of you were impacted? How many of you were amazed by our brilliant speakers like Dr. Willie Jolly, JJ Conway, Vanessa Collins, my boy Justin Morgans, and my main man, Mr. Notification of Payment Received, Brother Bedford. And we're going to continue the hashtag Black Excellence on this day as we talk about iconic revenue. One thing that happened yesterday was somebody slid into my DMs and they asked me, Robert, how can I be a part of this amazing network of Black entrepreneurs? Well, the answer is simple. Go over to joinblackceo.com. That's www.joinblackceo.com so that you can connect, build, and support a body of Black entrepreneurs just like you. In addition to that, I'd like for you to go over to BlackCEOT-shirts.com so that you're able to get your merchandise and your swag, get t-shirts and mugs and anything else that's available on the website. Continue to support Black and buy Black by going over to www.BlackCEOT-shirts.com. I can't wait to hear about all of the amazing, iconic revenue insight that you're going to hear on today. I feel like just quoting my man Jay-Z when he talks about what's better than one billionaire? Two. Stay tuned in. Make sure that you're connected all day. Share this broadcast out and let a friend know that Black CEO is having a Black and iconic experience today.
Hey, what's going on? I am excited about Black and Iconic for 2021. Why? Because I believe this is a plandemic and not a pandemic. So I'm your girl, Lucinda Cross, Chief Activator, known as the Comeback Coach. Shout out to Verizon, right, for this. And this has a lot to do with my message today. I'm going to go over at least 10 different principles about not only, we already know about being Black, that's magical, that's sweet, that's lovely, the essence, right? But let's talk about iconic, because I believe each and every one of us is an icon in our own right. We are the first, many of us are the first to do several of the things that we're doing in our families. I know for myself, I am the first to do several things that I have done. We are also, when we look at our brand name, I want you to take your last name, whether it's your married name, your maiden name, look at that name. Making your name great is key for 2021. It is key for your stamp and your stake this year and moving forward for being Black and iconic. So there's amazing things that I'm going to do with my last name for my namesake. When we look at every brand that has created a legacy behind it, we buy into the legacy name, yes? And so I want you to create and think about how iconic you are and how iconic your name is. If we look at the word in the Bible, everybody's name, it was the family of Abraham, so there was the names meant everything towards legacy building, the legacy foundation. And so one of the sidebars that I'm going to give you real quick, everyone for this year, and we're standing here being Black and iconic, have a family meeting, a state family meeting. Everyone needs to be on one accord. You have that tribe mentality and you have your herd mentality. And as being Black and iconic, the two things that make these two separate and why it's so important in being Black and iconic in 2021 in this plandemic and not the pandemic, right? Is that when we create and look at our family structure as a tribe, looking at it as a tribe, looking at it as, listen, we are coming together on one accord to help build not only my son, my daughter, right? And so looking at each family member, we each play a part. And it is important that I don't care if it's your 5-year-old, they have to attend the estate meeting because it is important for them to know the importance of being in the tribe and what they bring in terms of even their legacy at 5 years old to the table, because everyone plays a part. Now, when you look at the herd mentality, right, which some of us, we all had this wake up call for 2020. I know I did for myself. And I'm looking as a herd, it's every man for themselves, not only in my business, right, and how I'm operating with my friends, my connections, my family, but my inner circle family. Are we all looking for our own agendas? Is my daughter trying to outdo my son? Is my son trying to get the little one in trouble, right? Is everyone out for their own success? Does everyone have their own idea and own visions of success? And none of it is in alignment, key word for 2021, in alignment with the estate that we are building and creating for our families. Herd mentality. Because what happens is when one falls, when something goes down, only one in that herd is they're going to worry about themselves. In the tribe mentality, we're all looking out for each other. Our backs are towards each other and we are looking around. We're surveying the land. We're seeing what we need to invest in. We're seeing, okay, mom is working on the business. Let's support her in her business. If that means that I have to take runs and go to the post office or I have to go to the bank, right? And so looking at how are we grooming our children? How are we grooming the tribe even within our own household before we even think about creating a tribe outside? And so one of the key things that I had to create even in my own family was creating the tribe within my inside, my circle, my legacy. What does my estate look like? What does the Cross legacy look like? What does what does that look like for them? And coming to the table, what are your ideas? What are your aspirations? What are your dreams, desires, goals, right? And then seeing how we can all support each other in cultivating those dreams, goals, and desires. That's just a bonus. So I want you to operate and have this family meeting. Listen, guys, we're shooting for the 2 million mark, the 2.5 million mark this year. This is how we all play a part in this. This is why it's all important. Here's the skill sets that I see in you, right? It's a different conversation at the table than saying, okay, why didn't you do your homework today? Or, hey, you didn't pick up those things are still important, but I want us to level up the type of conversation we're having in our estate. We're talking Black and iconic, and we want them to know not only do they matter, but their name and their namesake and what we're creating under this roof is going to make an impact for the rest of our family and generations to come. Amen, somebody. All right, so let's go through some of these principles. You ready? You got your pen and paper out? All right, good. Because I love to get into it, dive deep and share. And so, yes, I can go into, I have accolades with this and that. I've been seen here and there. What's more important? See, a true Black and iconic mindset type of person is saying, how can I show you how much value you bring to the table? That part. Yep. I'm here for the how much value do you bring to the table and showing you that. Because if you're able to show another person how Black and iconic they are, and they're able to come to their table and create that estate conversation and that legacy conversation, how powerful is it that we're planting seeds for the futures to come, right? No, listen, it's no shade, it's no competition, not when we have our own empires to work on. We have our own empires. So listen, let's go. So the first mindset principle when it comes to Black and iconic that I want to share, that I've learned, right? That I fell and came back up again, right? What wisdom doesn't teach you, rock bottom will, is taking responsibility. In what areas, starting now, do you need to take responsibility so that you can either stop, start, or continue to do the things that work best for your family, for your faith, for your friends, for your finances, for your fitness? Are you having some fun? That's the self-care, right? People used to laugh at the self-care. Self-care, what's that? That's just a mani and petty. No, self-care runs deep. It runs deep into saying, yes, I'm ready to start my business. Yes, I'm ready to write my book. That's self-care, because now you're stretching and using two sides of the brain. You're stretching and using new energy. You're stretching and using new resources, and you're tapping into a whole different vibration. It's the vibration for me, y'all. Do y'all feel it? So taking responsibility in what areas out of the Fab Five that I just shared is key for you to start today. And be honest with yourself to say, you know what, Lucinda, I haven't been doing my best when it came to looking at my not financial freedom, but as my girl Tiffany the Budgetnista would say, financial wholeness. So yes, we're chasing financial freedom, but are we financial whole? Meaning the areas are covered. Your business insurance, your life insurance, your living will, your health insurance, right? Are those things covered? Financially whole? Are your investments in order? Is your credit up to par? Are you effectively using your resources? Yes, such as an accountant, a bookkeeper, your tax guy. Are you in the IRS? Like, there was a time when me in the IRS, I was like, man, you are not my Uncle Sam. I don't know who you are. I don't, and I just want to put the covers. It was a point where I didn't know what to do, because when those boys call and they keep calling, it stresses you out. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I was like, what is going on? They are a full bully, but I needed to take responsibility. So yes, I'm at this point, I was striving to get to the $1 million mark, but my mindset wasn't taking responsibility, financial wellness, wholeness, responsibility on the things that I needed to do, which meant having a deep dive conversation with a financial advisor, having a deep dive conversation with the person who was working with me to help me remove some of the things on my the inquiries on my credit report, removing some of the old debts, and also boosting my business credit. So I needed to understand the language of wealth. There's another level and there's another language of wealth. And if we're not in the know and taking responsibility on what's working, what's not working, what do we need to stop, start, and continue, we'll miss the mark. So what areas do you need to take responsibility on? Come on, you're Black and iconic. Don't let anything stop your shine. Because as much as we try to cover it up and push it under the rug and keep it, buttoned up, oh, it's going to come out, baby. And we just don't want it to come out when we're on the red carpet grabbing our Oscar. All right. So the second mindset principle is the power of belief. Ooh. What is that about? Lucinda, what are you talking about? I love God. You love God. Yeah. So, but are we truly believing in not only what God can do, but what we're capable of doing, because God is in us, with us, and for us? So there's a lot of people who, I'll speak for myself, because I like to redirect things to myself, right? And can't say a lot of people. What I know about Lucinda, there was a time where I knew how to do church, but did I truly believe in God more than what I was worshiping? The fear of what might happen, the worry, the doubt, the uncertainty. Those were idols that I didn't even know were in my life, that were blocking my blessings. So the power of belief is stepping over and saying, God, help me even in my unbelief. I don't know how this thing is going to happen. I know I'm Black, iconic, dope, magical, full of melanin, powerful, put in the right place, called, chosen. May it come from the north, south, east to the west. Yes, I can recite all the scriptures, but God, do I truly believe that you have given me this vision? And although I don't see it come in the way that I thought it should come, I know that I need to trust that I can't trace you and I can't see you, but I know I need to trust you. And in trusting you is also giving myself the confidence to believe that there's more dreams, desires, aspirations, goals, and visions inside of me that need to come to fruition, because I'm what? Black and iconic. Yes, and you set me here for a purpose and a reason. So no, I'm not looking for my purpose. I'm already on purpose and in purpose every day. It's not something you need to find. The power of belief comes in saying that I'm going to keep pushing forward. I'm going to keep sending those emails. I'm going to keep making those phone calls. I'm going to keep showing up. I'm going to keep sending them something in the mail, because my yes is coming. It's in alignment. This is something that I've prayed for. This is something that I fasted for. And I believe, God, that if it's not you, it's somebody else. And so sometimes God will put people in a position and remove people out of a position just so you can get what you need to get to. Someone say there's a check with my name on it. 1, 2, 3. There's a check with my name on it. 1, 2, 3. There's a check with my name on it. Last time, 1, 2, 3. There's a check with my name on it. The next belief that the next mindset principle that I'm going to share is develop productive habits. Have a routine in terms of, especially for my procrastinators and my perfectionists. Develop productive habits. What do you need to think differently about? What do you need to talk differently about? What do you need to see things differently about? Changing your perception is everything. Yes. So develop productive habits. Don't prefer to take a nap when you know you need to submit that contract, right? Don't sit there and say, I'm going to put this off. And when you know you need to get it done, force yourself to get up an hour early. Force yourself to take a nap to reset. Get and put some of your D&D together. Do not disturb, right? I got a whole list of do not disturb times going on in my phone because that's the time I need to be productive, not on Instagram, not on Clubhouse. I need to be making a connection. And here's the last principle I'm going to share with you. I'm going to double two of them together because this is a mindset that we have to have when it comes to being Black and iconic in 2021 during this what? Pandemic, during this what? Pandemic. All right now. So attitude is everything. Hold on to that. Put that right there. And manage your emotions. Let's not take everything personal. Don't take it personal. Don't take everything personal. Have a positive attitude. Don't get bent out of shape. Be flexible. Right? It's okay. And here's another thing. When you are looking to get in position, stay humble, right? I stay humble with every contract. When I tell you the contract that I signed just yesterday, and I'm still working on a project with Verizon, but I stay in a place of humility. I stay humble. My attitude, I try my best to stay positive as much as I possibly can. And I needed to learn to shift to say, no, not everybody's trying to hustle me to try to get a contact or get access. Right? Some people are genuinely there to support, and it's up to me. Yeah. How I'm showing up, how I perceive things. Change your vision a little bit. Is that okay? Give yourself permission to change the vision. Tighten up your lenses a little bit. And the productive habits is key. Some of our habits is not working for us. Remember what I said. What do you need to stop, start, and continue? What do you need to stop, start, and continue so that you can win? This is all about your big ask. And everyone should have a big ask. By the time you finish with this Black and iconic experience, charge forward with your big ask on your chest. ASK. Who do you need to ask? Who do you need to seek out? What doors do you need to knock on? Get your ask together. Someone has a yes, and the beauty of it is someone even has a no. So I am excited because I'm your girl, Lucinda Cross, and it's all about, for Black and iconic, for me in 2021, is change or be changed. We've seen that. We've experienced it. Some of us had our best year last year, and some of us have experienced our worst. Some of us have allowed the grief of what's going on to settle in and put us in a place of depression and anxiety. And some of us has used it to fuel our life. I'm gonna leave you with this. You can either add years to your life or life to your years. So when you think about your next ask, make sure it is connected to something that is going to add a comma to who you are, who you're becoming, and what you need to do. Someone has an answer for you, and that answer is going to springboard you forward, whether you like it or not, whether it's a yes or a no. Change or be changed. You can either add years to your life or life to your years. But the most important piece that I want you to take away from this message is I need to ask for what I want. Not only do I deserve it, not only is it my time and my turn, but I am in position to move forward, upward, and onward. No more setbacks. This is your girl, Lucinda Cross, Chief Activator. known as the comeback coach with Verizon as their spokesperson. But most importantly, I'm a woman who believes in what God has placed inside of her. And I believe in you. You got this. Go get your yes. There's a check with your name on it. Peace. Woo! All right. How'd y'all like that? This is halftime. Now we're about to, that was just diving in, right? That's for people who want it quick and dirty. Now let's really dig deep. We have 5 more to go. You still with me? All right, good. Good to see that you're here. Remember, you have change or be changed. We talked about creating productive habits. We talked about managing your emotions. Come on, let's keep it intact. Don't let them see you sweat, but also don't hide the fact that you need help. That's key to the ask, right? That's key to showing up for yourself. That's key to you shining. We also talked about taking responsibility, looking at your Fab 5, faith, family, friends, finances, fitness, and even some fun, which is included into your self-care, your Fab 5 plus the bonus. What do you need to take responsibility? And I mean real responsibility. I mean that deep dive, hard, difficult conversation type of responsibility. Yeah. We talked about the power of belief. That is not talking about it just to talk about it. You know those people, they want to talk about talking about it. They want to have the meeting about the meeting for the meeting so that the meeting can happen. Yeah. We're talking about less talk, more action. Less talk, more action. Let them see the smoke, not the sweat. The smoke is from you taking action, right? The sweat is from you not managing your emotions. Keep those intact. Easy flow. See, one thing that this last year taught me was that I was clearly doing too much. And to stay in this Black and iconic mindset, editing my life, editing my business was key, and it was important. It was important in how I would maintain in my wealth and creating and generating wealth, and how I was taking care of my health. Yes. So here's the thing. We can take as many courses, workshops, trainings, mentors, master classes, masterminds. But if we're not absorbing at least those top 5 mindset principles that I shared, clearly none of that will stick. We want this to stick like MAC lip gloss. Yeah, that old baby MAC lip gloss. We want it to stick like lipstick. Yeah. So let's get ready for the next 5. Y'all ready? Good. All right. The next one is preparing for success. Oh, why I love this principle is because it's not about faking it till you make it. It's not about falling deep into imposter syndrome. Do we have to dive into that imposter syndrome? And here's the beauty of it. Most authentic people deal with the imposter syndrome, believe it or not. Yep. A lot of people who are in their authentic space and self have encountered an imposter syndrome feeling or encounter at some point. But then you got those who just don't know who they are, whose they are, and they just rather be whoever. And so looking at preparing for success, what do you have at your table? What is on your plate? Most importantly, like the word says, what's in your hands? The most powerful thing. So preparing for success, what this looks like is having your documents in order, having your contracts ready, having your certifications in place, having your bank account in order, having your W-9s filled out, having your 1099s filled out, having a flow with the payroll process. Yes, making sure that your profit and loss statements are together, right? Preparing for success is having what is it that you're going to be proposing for this year and who needs to know about it. So that when it's time for you to make your big ask, yes, you know who to go to. Because the key to having that big ask is knowing who to ask, when to ask, and why. Who, when, and why. Sometimes how, right? Sometimes we need to know the courtesy of how, but that's all in the preparation for success. So if someone wanted to contract and work with you right now and give you $50,000, What offer can you offer them without stumbling? I'll wait. What services, products? And if you know it, great. But if you don't know it, work on it. What's your $50,000 offer? Now I'm gonna tell you a secret, and it's not to brag, it's not to showcase. So my one of my $50,000 offers came in 2 parts from one company. One part speaking, one part product, right? So I thought, oh, the 50,000 is going to come straight from this, right? Because I create something called the money mix. I'll share more about that before I close out with this prepare for success. And so I was prepared to split it. So they said, well, we don't have a budget. This is what our budget is for this, for talent. And this is what our budget is for education. I was smart. And the key word I used, get closer, closer. What budget do you have allocated for this particular project? Because I didn't want to undercut myself. And then I didn't want to oversell. Overselling is fine, but I didn't want to undercut myself. So she said, well, Lucinda, what is your rates? Although I had my packages ready and all I needed to do was hit send. By the time we get off the conversation, it's already sent. Review it, sign it, make a payment, that part. So do you even have that part put together? Is the flow in terms of your funnel and getting paid together, or do you got to scramble putting things together? Do you have your PDF fillable contracts ready to be sent out? And making sure that you're not including another client's name on that contract. Oh, I had that before. Somebody sent me that. I said, we won't be working together. Something as petty as that when we're dealing with big money and you got the nerve to have somebody else's name on it. All right, let me get back to preparing for success. So they said, Lucinda, something like this, what would the investment be? We seen your rate card, and my rate card, astronomical. I'm doing the most at the rate card. I looked, I said, oh, what Tony Robbins is doing. Eric Thomas, Iyanla Vanzant. Okay, yeah, we're going to fix our rates because why? I'm not doing imposter syndrome, but I do know that I bring value to the table. What's in my hands is great. What's on the table that I lay out, I know I over deliver. What's in my plate, I know I'm going to make sure that the people that I'm working with are going to be well fed with their branding, marketing, and creating a platform, or either I'm going to deliver above and beyond. Yes. And so that's you. You've been delivering, but are you prepared for success on the level that you're praying about based on the power of your belief? Have you managed your emotions enough to get out of fear, doubt, uncertainty, and just not being sure, just kind of winging it is what I was looking for, managing your emotions and that to where you can be in a place to prepare for success. Have you done the work to where understanding that your attitude for gratitude is everything? That principle and mindset has everything to do with you being Black and iconic, also heard, seen, and paid and compensated well. So my answer was, what budget do you have allocated for this project based on past events? I said, well, in the past, we've done this, but they were live. This is virtual. And this is the budget that we'll send you the budget in the email. So as I'm drafting up my quote, she emails me her quote and she says, well, we want to purchase 2,000 books. And then she quoted the fee for my workshops. They wanted me to do 3 activations. Baby, that's keynote times 3. Guess who had the budget? And glad that I didn't put my foot out there because I almost undercut myself by $10,000. Prepare for success. Be ready. But I had the contract ready. But I asked the question, what budget do you have allocated? Because I knew they had big bank. I did the due diligence. See, that's the thing with your ask. Do your due diligence and see who have they worked with before, who has sponsored them before, who has partnered with them before. Okay, they know what they're doing. And this is what, their 5th year, 8th year, 20th year. Yeah, y'all gonna pay. And how long have you been in business? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yeah, how long have you been doing what you do? Because the last time I checked, my mother said that I was public speaking when I was 1. Yeah, that's when I started saying my first words, a little bit before I was 1. So I think I've been speaking since then. What made me a professional speaker? When I went to the doctor and he said that my words made sense. It was a pediatrician who did it, not a, yeah, Some of us just make this way too complicated. You're already dope and amazing. Just stamp yourself, validate, certify yourself, and call it a day. Prepare for success. There's a contract and a check with your name on it. Yes? All right. My next mindset that we're talking about having, I believe we're up to 7, is balancing. And I hate to use the word balance, right? But I use it because there is a level of management that comes into this. Balancing your business lifestyle. I believe in creating a lifestyle business, meaning that I want my business and my lifestyle to blend together. So I create experiences that are about traveling, where I'm having retreats in Jamaica. Why? Because I love to travel, but I also love to make money. I also love to teach. I also love to train. I also love to be around powerful people. Loop them together, a sweet deal. Someone grab me a rum punch, right? So, look at how the business that you're creating, is it complementing the lifestyle that you want to live? There was a time when I was first starting my business. I started my business in 2006. 2000, I would say 2008, 2009, constantly had the phone to my ear, conference call after conference call after conference call, coaching call after coaching call, individually coaching, and I was drained. My kids didn't see me. My husband didn't, he wasn't getting no type of fun time, because my thing was, I'm building my business. And remember what I said in the beginning, sitting the family down so they understand what this legacy is that you're creating. I didn't at that time sit the family down. So it just looked like I was more invested and more passionate and more in love with my business idea and my new business than I was with spending time with my small children and my husband. Newly married, new small children. And so I had to shift things around, and I had to learn to balance this lifestyle business, this business lifestyle that I wanted. So that incorporated letting them know what I'm working on, infusing and seeing how I can infuse them in my business, even helping them tap into some of their entrepreneurial dreams and desires and aspirations, so that they understand the feeling that I'm going through. Make sense? So what do you need to balance with your business lifestyle or your lifestyle business? What do you need to remove? What do you need to stop, start, and continue? Maybe there's someone you need to ask for help with. Listen, I get someone to come in and do cleaning twice a week. I get someone to help out with meal prep. I get someone to help out with doing the laundry. There's certain things that I don't want to invest my time in, and there's things I do want to invest my time in. I prefer to take a nap than do laundry. I'll rather reset my mind. And that's just me, but it's part of my balance. So I'm not an angry mom when I wake up, right? So balancing your lifestyle, business or business lifestyle, make sure that they complement each other and you're not driving yourself crazy. You're not losing your love, the love of your life, because you're passionate about this new business only because you haven't had proper communication. Communication is everything. To your family, to your friends, to your network. And if they don't get it, some people don't get it. We can't force a non-believer to believe. We can't force someone who don't support themselves to support us. Amen, somebody. Yeah, it's the support for me. So number 8 is daring to dream. Daring to dream, and not only daring to dream, but daring to dream outside and inside the box. Yep. Some people say dare to dream big, but what does that mean, dare to dream big? If you've never dared to dream, there's no such thing as dreaming big or little. Dreams are dreams. They're amazing, and when you accomplish them, you go after another. And you go after another, and you go after another. And the way that I see it, all dreams are on the same level. It's the matter of how important it is for you to help manifest and bring that dream to fruition. Take it out of a dream state and into a living space. Yes? So take it out of the dream state and into a living space. So you have a dream, a desire, an aspiration. Take it off the board. Take the vision off the board and bring it into your life. Dare to dream about it, but take action on it. Yes. So there's some hidden dreams, desires, and aspirations that you love and you've had for years, and they're well overdue. It is time to cut that baby out. C-section, hello, induce this labor right here, because this one has been sitting on this dream for too long. Is that you? And so some of us have been overcomplicating things when it came to this dream. Dare to dream. Even if you don't have all the answers, ask. And even if you have to keep asking, it's okay. But I want you to work on this dream and figure it out along the way. If not, you'll stay stuck at the same rock in the same space, waiting for help. And it's just going to look the same year after year after year. And if you don't want 2021 to look like 2020 or 2019 or 2018, or some of us 2008, take action on that dream, that one that you just pushed to the side. And I'm not saying the little dream, the one you said, you know what, I'll work on that later. That's not important. What if that dream is a priority to line up everything in order with your purpose? I'm just saying. I dare you. I double dare you. Like back in the days when we was kids, I double dog dare you to do something about that dream that you had, but you put it to the side because you didn't have the support, or because it failed, or because you didn't know where to get the information from, or because you've tried it and you didn't like it at the time, because you lost passion in it, because you started working that dream on people who didn't value what you brought to the table. I dare you to try it again. Give it one more time. Get that dream from underneath the rug. Take it out your journal. Yeah, do something with it. Get it off your vision board. Work on that thing. Daring the dream. We talked about, and I believe we are at, is this 9? The courage to take action. I don't know if I addressed that, but there's something about having the fire inside to take action and push yourself forward. And that's why my company is called Activate. I share it all the time. I had stock in procrastination. I had stock in perfectionism, and it brought me down. Remember what I said in the beginning, what wisdom doesn't teach you, rock bottom will. And not having the courage to take action put me in a position of crabs in the barrel mentality, and not the mindset of Black and Iconic, not in the mindset of let me ask boldly, let me show up for myself, because I can't expect someone else to ask for me. These things I need to ask. This I need to show up for myself. This I need to do. Yeah. So do you have enough courage? Do you have enough umph in you? I just want to look back and say, there's something that you were able to overcome that someone didn't even make it through. And I want you to look at that strength that you had when it was time to overcome that. Whether it was the time when you realized, listen, I'm about to be a single mother. I got to figure this out, and I got to figure it out quick. Whether it was the time that you found out that you was pregnant and you wasn't ready. Whether it was the time that you realized, oh, shoot, we about to get a divorce. Whether it was the time that you got that report from the doctor, there was something that pushed you to keep going, that you're here today. And I want you to tap back into that energy. That's the courage. That's the lion. That's the roar. I want you to tap back into that. And I want you to use that energy and infuse it to fire you up inside, to say, you know what? I've been playing around with my power, my superpowers. That strength inside, no one else has it. This strength that I have inside that pushed me to where I'm at today. The strength that when they told you that you wouldn't make it. The strength that they told you that you had so many years left to live. The strength where you had to figure it out. And when you realized that your happy home was about to be broken and you've been living in a facade. The strength that when you realize, you know what? This test result is not what I expect. My finances is not what I expect. Someone is, I've been robbed, whatever it was, your tragic moment, and we can't measure whose tragic moment is what, because somebody's tragic moment could be, oh my gosh, This something, whether we think it's minor for someone could be major to them, right? But something has happened in each and every one of our lives that caused us, and it doesn't necessarily have to be tragic. Maybe it's something that forced you to find strength. When I lost my mother, I did not think that I possessed the strength inside of me to keep moving forward, onward and upward in facilitating and moving forward my conference, which was the first Activate conference ever in 2013. I didn't know where the strength would come from. I was confused. I felt like I was at the edge of a ledge. I felt like I was left alone and abandoned. I felt like God had cursed me. The pain was so great, it was undescribable. I did not want to be bothered, and I didn't just even want to be around people. I wanted to sulk, and I wanted my mother. But the strength that I found to say, you know what, this conference is still going to go on. She passed in May, Mother's Day weekend. The conference was September 20th. And this was in 2013. But the strength that I found to get up, to care for my children, to get up, and the strength, I'm telling y'all, it was hard to brush my own teeth, to shower, to wash my hair. It took I don't know where the strength came from, to get in the car, to eat food. You see what I'm saying? So there's nothing we can say is too minor or major for someone. There is something that we all go through that we are forced to find a strength. When your boss said that this is your last day, when you found out that you didn't get the job, when you found out that you didn't get that one-shot deal for your rent and you're going to have to leave and vacate, right? So tap into that strength, dive deep, and look for the courage to take action. We can choose to grow. And this is the last part. You have a choice of what the rest of this year is going to look like. You can choose to grow. You can choose to understand. You can choose to get better. You can choose to change. You can choose to take yourself from being ordinary to extraordinary. And that's what Black and Iconic is. I'm Lucinda Cross. I thank you and I appreciate you. And I look forward to seeing you shine.
Hello everyone, let me begin by saying thank you to BlackCEO for the opportunity to serve you from the stage. I don't want to be rude, so let me introduce myself and let me share with you why I am called to serve you today. And so in the words of Jay-Z, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is LaShawna N. Williams, the Success Navigator. I am an entrepreneur, I am a VP of Finance, I am a published author, an international speaker, and the founder of Busy Black Girls. I have 20 plus years of corporate America experience. I know, I look good for my age, right? No, I have 20 plus years of corporate America experience. I have an undergraduate degree in accounting and an MBA in computer information systems. Whew. I was born and raised in New York City. Yes, South Jamaica, Queens. Yes, go, 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 all of that. But I moved to Georgia 18 years ago, 18 long years ago. And over the past 5 years, I've created a thriving brand and a profitable business, all while climbing the corporate ladder. Again, I'm a VP of Finance who started out as a temporary employee in the company that I work for. So yeah, I climbed that corporate ladder. And I currently offer products and services to other high achieving women who want to go from punching a clock to calling the shots in their own business. And because of all of this, I am no stranger to the struggles that one faces building a business while working full time. So again, I have to figure out ways to unplug, unwind, decompress so I'm not stressing myself out and giving myself gray hairs. And so I love to travel. Previously, I've traveled to like Bali, South Africa, uh, Marrakesh, just lovely places so that I could just experience the culture and the food, right? And just have that. I always wanted to travel, and I was told that I would never see anything other than South Jamaica, Queens. And I've been to several continents, several countries, and all of that. So, to you haters. But in any event, I love to travel. I love spa days. I love spending time with family and friends. I love going to the movies. But all of this was pre-COVID. So I'm looking forward to getting back to that after all of this is said and done, because this too shall pass. But enough about me. I don't want to go on and on. Again, I'm here to serve you and to give you a couple of nuggets to help you grow, help you build businesses. And so I want to get right into the crust of the thing, right? I want to get right into the meat so that we can give you going so that you can move forward on your journey to success, right? And so I'm going to need your help. I'm going to need a little bit of help from you, right? So if you are ready to go from employee to entrepreneur, if you are ready to build your side hustle so you could turn it into your main hustle, and if you are ready to build multiple streams of income, and if you're like, yes, 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 then I'm in the right room, and then we need to talk. And then this talk is for you. This session is for you. And so let's get started. And like I said, I'm going to need your help. And what I'm going to need from you is that you clear your minds of everything that's going on right now. Clear your mind. Just be in a space where you can kind of like envision some things. And I want you to envision this situation for yourself. Just think about it. You wake up one day and you're like, oh, this is going to be my day. You know how you have those days and you're like, this is going to be my day. I am going to tackle the world, right? I'm going to take over the world. I'm going to be productive. I am going to do a thing. I am the boss, right? And you have a great breakfast, whatever that looks like for you, bacon and eggs, a smoothie, whatever that looks like for you, because you're going to take over the world. You are super excited, energetic, and ready, right? And you pick out your favorite outfit, whatever that looks like, because if you're going into the office, you may be dressed to the nines. But if you are working from home, like many of us are, that may be your best loungewear. But whatever the environment you're working in, whether that's a piece of your house right now or whether you're going into the office, you are ready. You are ready to take over the world. You are ready to do a darn thing. You are ready to show your boss at work what you got going on, right? What you can bring to the table with your value, right? You are ready. And so you log on and you see a meeting invite from HR. And you're like, okay, I'll join. This is nothing. Maybe this is my promotion. Maybe this is a little bit of some extra money in my check, right? Because I've been working and busting my butt for this company for so long. Maybe now they see the value and now they want to promote me. And you're thinking about all the ways in which you can spend it. Okay, my ladies, you're like, oh, I could buy that outfit, that new bag, or maybe I could upgrade my car. So you're thinking about all of these things, right? So you got it in your head that this is going to be your payday. They are finally recognizing you for what you bring to the table. And so you log on to this meeting and you're ready. All you can think about is spending these dollars, right? All you can think about is spending those dollars. And then you hear HR saying something that goes a little like, I'm sorry, the company is going through a restructure. And unfortunately, we will no longer need your services. Your position has been eliminated. Now, you go into shock, right? You can't believe your ears. You are numb to the fact of what did they just say? What did they just say? All you could think about was your financial situation, your family. how many hours you've been busting your butt for this company. And now you hear this, you're no longer needed. What? You can't even believe your ears. You go from sadness to anger to frustration to stress, then to, oh my God, what am I going to do? Because you have no plan B. No plan B. You are not ready for this. You are not equipped. You did not even think about what was next because you were so busy busting your butt, giving 110% for this company that you didn't think about what was next. Wow, right? Wow. This does not have to be your story. This does not have to be the situation that you are in. There are ways that in which you can come out with a plan B. There are ways in which that you can have oh, I know what my next is going to be. And that's where we're going to spend the bulk of our time. We're going to talk about how we get that plan B. We're going to talk about how we can have the power back in our career so that if we ever find ourselves in that situation, no, I'm not being sad. I'm not doing all of that. I'm skipping out of that office like, okay, give me my severance or have a nice day, whatever that looks like, but I'm not giving anybody else the power for my livelihood. That's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about how you build a side hustle, grow that side hustle so that you can then turn it into your main hustle. If you are ready to go from, like I said, employee to employer, if you are ready to live the life that you desire, and if you are ready to turn your side hustle into your main hustle so that you can now go cha-ching in your bank account, but also so that you can have that power back in your career, then this is for you. Then we are ready to explore how we do this. We are ready to explore my 3M strategy on how to turn your side hustle into your main hustle, right? I want you to get your pen and paper ready because I'm going to be going through some of these a little quickly, but I want you to take them down so that you can now marinate on them and take action. This is all about taking action because, again, we don't want that scenario to happen to us. We don't want to be in that predicament. We want to have the power back in our career, right? So are you ready for the 3 M's? Are you ready? And so the first M is mindset. Mindset. The second M is management. And the third M is money. So let's get started. Let's just get right into a darn thing, right? Because I know y'all are like, okay, yes, how can I turn my side hustle into a main hustle? How can I build a side hustle, grow a side hustle, even start a side hustle? I'm going to tell you, I'm going to start with my 3 M's now. And we're going into mindset. And this is super important. And this is where we all should start. I don't care where you are on your entrepreneurial journey. You should start with mindset because there is a shift that needs to take place when you are going from employee to employer. And so let's start talking about those mind shifts that need to happen. And the first shift that needs to happen is that when we go from employee to employer, many times we go into it like I'm wearing all of these hats and I need to be all things to all people. And I need to be the marketing person, the finance person, the HR person. And I need to do all of these things, right? And we go into it just thinking that we need to be this solopreneur. We wear that as a badge of honor and we move forward in it, never really stepping back and creating a business. If you cannot take 2 weeks away from your business, right? If you cannot go on a vacation for 2 weeks from your business and it run on its own, then what you have done is created a job. Okay, let me say that again. What you have done is created a job, and ain't nobody got time for that. We are not going from one job to another. What we are building is a business. And so we need to go into this entrepreneurial space with the mindset that we are building a business, not another job. And so start doing the things that you see in the company that you work for and start, kind of mirroring that, right? They have an HR department, they have a finance department, they have other people doing other things. The CEO is not the person that's in HR, or not the person over here in finance, or not the person over here in the marketing department. There are different departments for different things. The CEO oversees the business and makes sure that everything is running smoothly, but he's not doing all of these different pieces, right? And we have to go into our business the same way, right? Not making a job for ourselves. Nobody got time for that, right? The second mind shift that you need to have is that you need to take what served you well in your current job and transition that into your business. What do I mean by that? So if you are great at project management, if you are great at leadership, if you are great at creative thinking and strategic thinking, then bring that over into your business. As I mentioned before, many a times we go into a thing or we go into our business venture and we wear all of these hats and we think that we need to be all things to everybody. And what do they say? You are a jack of all trades and a master of none. And that is because we're not doing what serves us well. We're not leaning on our superpower. And that's what we need to do and bring into our business. And once we assess what our superpower is, then that's when we go, okay, well, I need somebody to manage the finances. I need to start delegating and outsourcing some of these things because my superpower, my area of expertise is this. And this is where I need to be. I need to stay in my lane over here. And then I need to outsource accordingly, right? But in the beginning, don't get me wrong, when we're starting out a business, yes, you're wearing all those hats, but eventually you're moving into a space to where you're not wearing all those hats. You're delegating, you're hiring, you're outsourcing, and you are, staying into your superpower. You're leaning into your superpower. And that's what you need to do, right? Do the thing that serves you well in corporate and bring it over. Too many times we become frustrated because we're wearing all of these hats and we're doing things that are not in our wheelhouse or that's not part of our superpower. And we get frustrated, get stressed out, and we get ready to quit. Let's not do that. And the third mind shift that you need to have is run your race at your own pace. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. Run your race at your own pace. We are working full time and building a business. I can't go out there on social media and see somebody say, oh, I built my business, my 6-figure business in 6 weeks. Great for you. Celebrating you. Yes, but that's not me. Why? Because 8 to 9 hours a day, I'm working on my job. And then I'm working on my business for another 20 hours for that week, right? So my race is a little bit different from everybody else's. And I got to remember that I'm running my race at my own pace. So I got to create the vision, the goals, and the action plan for my business, what is conducive to my lifestyle, and run that race accordingly, right? So many times we go into this comparison syndrome and we're comparing ourselves to everybody else. But I want you to remember this, that you already have 2 streams of income. One is your job and the other is your business. So already you are on a path and on a journey that's much different than that full-time entrepreneur or whomever that is. And we're not discounting or discrediting what they're doing or the success that they're having. What we're saying is their journey is theirs and your journey is yours. You are exactly where you need to be. Remember that. You are exactly where you need to be. So don't get into this comparison thing and be like, oh my gosh, I need to be further along in this. Again, you need to run your race at your own pace. I want you to remember that. So again, those are the mind shifts that you need to have as you are moving forward and turning your side hustle into your main hustle. So management, oh my gosh, management. You need to manage your business. And this is so key because this transcends to wherever you are on your entrepreneurial journey. Like I said, if you are just starting out or if you are already a 5-figure, 6-figure business, you need to make sure that you have incorporated the phases that I'm getting ready to talk to you about, because this is necessary for any business, Whether you're a billion-dollar company or whether you just started out, these are the phases that you need to have. And if you ever watched a company, you will see these phases throughout their life, their customer journey or their life cycle. So let's get to it, right? Manage your business. So the first one is awareness. And many of us that are, have been in corporate America for a long time, we get caught up in this one here. Because we're like, oh my gosh, I hate going on social media. Oh my gosh, I don't like to do videos. I mean, we go on and on as to why we can't do certain things. But I'm going to ask you this. So do you want money? Then you need to start doing the things that are going to build awareness in your business. Do you want to see your bank account grow? Then you need to start building that exposure and having people know who you are. But what we do most often is that we start a business based on our passion. Great. It's great to start a business on your passion. And we start selling and marketing to our friends and family. And then we get mad because they don't want to buy, or that it dries up, right? They bought their one thing to help support you. Okay, sis, I'm going to do this for you. And then that's it. But we don't realize that they're not our target market. They're not our target market. So all they did was kind of like support us and give us a pat on the back and say, oh, I'm proud of you. But they're not lifetime customers. So if you just stop there, then no, you're not going to make the sales that you need. What you need to do is start building awareness and start getting more people into your circle. And then you can start building your customer base, right? So once you start, you may be starting out with this small pond of people, right? Your family and friends. But we need to build an ocean of people. We need to start expanding that. And how do we do that? We run lead magnets, opt-ins, they're called freebies, whatever you want to call them, right? And then you start building a tribe. You start going out there and being on social media. Yes, you may have to do some videos and you may have to post some information out there, but you're showing people that you're the expert. You may have to go on stage and talk to people, talk to different audiences so that you can start building this ocean of a network, and then take them on the next two phases that I'm getting ready to talk about so that you can now build paying customers and then lifetime customers, right? But first, people got to know who you are. So you got to build that awareness. Secondly, consideration. Now that people are aware of what, who you are, now I got to be like, now you want your customer to be like, maybe I might, do work business with them. Maybe I might buy their product, or maybe I might, take into their services or, pay for their services. But I need to, I need to see a little something. So this is when you start getting those testimonials. This is when you start giving the samples, right? This is when you may start offering like mini courses or just like mini tastes. Like this is the appetizer piece of your business. And so I'm giving a little dab of do you so that you can start now considering buying my big ticket item, whatever that is for you. It's not a price point. It's just whatever that big ticket item is for you. And this is when you start building that consideration. So now they know you, like in the awareness, they know you. And then this is now where they start to like you, right? They start to like you because now you're exhibiting yourself as the expert. And now I know a little bit about your product and how it can best serve me and be the solution to my problem. So now I'm considering being that customer, being your fan, and being that lifetime consumer of your product or service, right? So again, you have awareness and then you have consideration. And then you go into purchase. And this is when they become the customer. This is when you want them to be the raving fans. This is when you want them to buy from you forever. Think about it, right? Think about those products that you consume and how you'll consistently buy, right? Nike and Amazon and all of these places that you buy from, right? You are lifetime. Now they done got you in and you can't get out. You're in the web and you can't get out. And that's what you want for your consumer as well. So you want to build that customer journey, that experience for them to where they are always looking to you for whatever that product and service is. They're looking to you for that solution to their problem. And so again, you want to take them on that journey. Now, there are many different steps within those phases that I talked to you about. And again, I don't have time to go through all of them. Hopefully, you'll catch me in my workshop, and then we can talk about this a little bit more. But for right now, just remember you need to manage your business. And so that is awareness, consideration, and purchase, right? And the next M, this is the third M of my 3M strategy, is money. Okay. I don't want to be singing, but money, 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 right? We all like, oh, I want money, want money, want money. But again, it takes money to make money, and you got to do the work to make the money. And so, this is a huge component, not only to receive it, but also that we have to start thinking about showing me the money, making the money, keeping the money, right? So that you can now invest and build your business, right? It's one thing to launch it, but you got to build it so that it can grow. And so when we talk about money, there are different things that I wanted to talk to you about, kind of like 3 areas in which are really important when you're talking about managing money, right? So pricing, oh my gosh, how many of us, right? We go into this entrepreneurial space and we're like, I'm just gonna, charge $2 for my products, so that people can buy, or, not so many people are buying, because again, we went to our family and friends. And so we think that we need to price it accordingly so that they can buy some more. Meanwhile, what we must do, as I talked to you about before, is that we got to build this wider net for the people, our target market, the people that we are supposed to serve, and then price our products and services accordingly, right? Accordingly. What does it take to make that product? What are the cost of goods sold? What are the pieces that go in there? What is the labor that goes into that? And cost it, price it out accordingly. What is the markup that we want? What is the industry standard for the type of service or product that we're offering? These things are factors that must go into our pricing strategy, not just, oh, well, my friend said they would buy it if it was $2. Yeah, that's great. Then they're not your target market. They're not your target market. And so we must price our stuff accordingly. And this gets us in trouble all the time because we undervalue our products and services. And then when we go out into the market, it just looks like, oh, well, that's a low ticket item, or that's not priced accordingly. Why am I going to go with this over here for $2 when the industry standard is $20? Something must be wrong with that thing, right? You know how the consumer thinks. And so do not devalue your products and services. Let's price this thing accordingly and make sure that it makes sense, right? And then the other thing is setting realistic revenue goals. You gotta know what you're trying to achieve. You gotta know where we're supposed to go, right? We have to have that destination. And so what we tend to do as career professionals moving into this entrepreneurial space is that our first year out, we're like, you know what? I'm going to make exactly what I'm making on my job. And that may be all the well fine and good. That may be all fine and good. But usually let's start off with a realistic goal somewhere along the lines of, okay, this is my product. This is my product offering. I know I can get these many customers, or this is the strategy that I'm doing to get these many customers in my mix. And so this is roughly about where I think I'm going to be for this year. Now, again, don't lowball the revenue goal, but do make it so it's realistic so that you can achieve that goal. Now, if you go over and if you overachieve, then yes, great for you, right? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. But the object of it is to have a goal. And once you have that annual goal, then what you do is you divide that by 12. And then this is your monthly goal. So now this is where the rubber meets the road, because now you have, okay, this is what I'm going to make per month. And I now have to create a strategy in order to get there. So what I need to do is think about, okay, 1, what's the price of my product? 2, how many people am I going to get to buy this product? And how am I going to get them to buy that product, right? And so that's what you must do in order to achieve that goal. But you need to know what that looks like, right? So if I have a goal of $10,000 for that month, then I know I need to have these products, whatever it might be, 4 or 5 of my products, right? Because if they're low ticket items, then I know I need to get more people in the mix to buy so that I can reach that goal. If it's high ticket items or a mixture of those, then I need to know how many of those people need to buy in order for me to reach that revenue goal. But you need to have a goal so that you can create a strategy, right? So yeah, let's create and set that realistic revenue goal. And then let's assess each month where we're at and what we need to adjust. Again, go into the entrepreneurial space as if this is a test, right? And that you're able to pivot and adjust and make adjustments along the way. Don't think of this as one and done, like, oh my gosh, I priced this incorrectly, or oh my gosh, I didn't hit my revenue goal, and then quit. No. You say, oh, you know what? People are buying and it's buying out, it's selling out. So I need to price a little bit higher than that. I need to tweak that price a little bit. As far as your revenue goal, oh my gosh, I'm missing my revenue goal. What do I need to do to make me hit that goal or exceed that goal? So I'm adjusting accordingly and not just giving up because something didn't work. No, this is that trial and error. This is you enjoying the journey. Because again, we're working full time and building a business. So we have that flexibility to maneuver certain things, to adjust certain things, and to pivot if necessary. So again, as you are talking about your money, I want you to first price your product accordingly, and then 2, set your revenue goals, right? And then once you do that, then the next thing that you need to do is pay attention to your numbers. Oh my gosh, so many times we're like, all right, I sold this. How many units did you sell? I don't know. How many people, did you sell to? I don't know. How many people do you have on your social media platform? I don't know. Pay attention to your numbers. This is very important because the more you pay attention, then you're able to know where you need to, make adjustments, right? How do you know that you need to change your expenses if you're not looking at them? How do you know that you need to sell more of this product if you're not looking at that, right? So it's very important for you to not only create a P&L, and that's your profit and loss statement, but it's also good for you to start looking and creating your cash flow. This is another thing that people are like, oh, cash flow, why do I need to look at that? Because you need to know how the cash is coming in so that you can pay out. Let's think about it, right? If I have a membership service, right, and people are paying me $10 a month, but I have expenses that are due at the beginning of the month that are like $100, right? So let's make this a simple example. I got one person in my membership club or my membership program that's paying me $10 a month. But my bills for January, just for January, is $100. Now it's going to take me 10 months of that person paying for me to even pay that 1 month of expenses. My cash, I'm cash poor. Come February, I'm cash poor. I'm in the red, right? So you need to know how the cash is coming in and how it's going out so that you won't be cash poor. Because what's going to happen there, what do they say? You got to rob Peter to pay Paul. You're going to have to rob Peter to pay Paul because your cash is not coming in quick enough and you got bills that you need to pay. So you must make sure that you take heed and assess your money, your P&L, and your cash flow. Cash flow is super important, and we tend not to look at it. We tend to discount it. And it's no fault of our own. Who wants to think about all of this, right? Because again, you're in corporate America, and if you're not in finances, somebody else does this job, right? But now you're in business, and so there's no one else. It's you. And even when you become that business owner, as we talked about, it's still you because you still want to know where your money is going. You still want to be in the know about how and where your money is going. Don't leave that up to somebody else. You need to know your numbers, right? So again, let's go through those 3M, that 3M strategy. It is mindset, right? And we talked about some 3 things that are in the mindset. And the manage your business. And then we talked about money. So those are the 3 M's of building your business, growing your business, and turning your side hustle into your main hustle. Again, I know I had just a little bit of time with you and I'm running through some of this. So hopefully, like I said, you'll come on over and work with me in the workshop, and then we can spend a lot more time on these things. But I wanted to give you a few nuggets so that you can move forward and take action, because this is all about you taking action. So hopefully you got your notes, you jot down everything, and now you're ready to move forward. Because again, I'm going to ask you, are you ready to create multiple streams of income? Are you ready to start thinking about what's next for you, right? Building that life that you desire, building that dream, manifesting that vision that you have for your life. Are you ready to watch your bank account grow, right? While you're still working full time, right? And are you ready to put into play the strategies, the tools, the things that you need so that that scenario that we went through in the beginning, that's not going to be your story. So if any of those questions, you're like, yes, 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 which I'm hoping that all of you are like, yes, 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 then I want you to take heed and move forward into those 3 M's, the 3 M strategy. I want you to take heed and take action, right? And so I'm going to leave you with all of that. Hopefully you're taking notes, but I also want you to know that you are more than welcome to reach out to me. I'm on social media, Lashana N. Williams. That's on Facebook, or Lashana Coaches on Facebook and Instagram. But also I want you to go to www.blackgirls.com. And this is where you'll see everything that is, products and services, but also take that quiz, take the boss quiz and see where you're at on that spectrum. If you're ready to leave your 9 to 5, if you're ready to go on and be that boss of your company, I want you to take the quiz and see where that garners you, like where you're at on that spectrum. And then let's see if you're ready. Let's see if you're ready to turn your side hustle into your main hustle. So once again, I want to thank BlackCEO for this opportunity to serve you from the stage. I am Lashana N. Williams, the Success Navigator and your career transition coach. And I want to thank you for allowing me to serve you today. Let's make that money, turn that side hustle into the main hustle, and let's start building that legacy, that wealth, that business, that all of that. I want you to do all of that and have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, I am Chris Roebuck, and I am so excited to be with you today. Today, we're going to be talking about why money is the answer to everything. Being broke is not the answer to anything. So get out of debt right now. That's what we're going to be talking about today. And I just hope before you leave today that you will come to the realization that being broke is not the answer to anything. So let's just get right into it. We're going to, talk about the money. That money is the answer to everything, and being broke is the answer to not the answer to anything. So let's just continue on. The Washington Post said before the pandemic that nearly 80% of people live paycheck to paycheck. So let's just kind of let that sink in for a moment. 80% of people live paycheck to paycheck. So that was before the pandemic, and we can only imagine what it is now. CNBC said that 4 in 5 workers live paycheck to paycheck. So if you're in the room with 5 people, just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of you live paycheck to paycheck. And, but the question that I want to ask you today is, do you have a path to debt freedom? So in order to, circumvent and make those numbers go down, I want to talk to my brothers and sisters today to, to make sure that, we are not a part of the percentage, not that we want anybody else to be, but I'm, talking to you today, and you're going to know why. I'm going to give you some stats here shortly on the African American community. But do you have a path to debt freedom? If you don't have a path to debt freedom, why don't you have a path to debt freedom? Who is preventing you from knowing where you're going? Who is preventing you from getting a path to debt freedom in motion? You have to know where you're going. You have to know where you're headed. Otherwise, you just may not make it to your destination. So, question that I need you to ask yourself is, why do you want to be debt free? Just think about it. Everybody wants to be debt free, but they don't even really know why or the purpose, of being debt free. Why do they want to be debt free? What could money actually answer for you? Is your thought that maybe you want to buy more material things, or you want a bigger house or a more expensive car? What could money answer for you? Remember, though, money is the answer to everything. Being broke is not the answer to anything. So in order for you to actually get the things that you desire, you have to get out of debt right now. Maybe you just want to put more food on the table, or place a roof over your head and that of your family, or maybe you just want a better life for your family. What could money answer for you? You think about it. You fill in the blank. Do you want to create generational wealth? Would you like to invest more, or would you like to give more? So just think about that. You really need to give this some thought. Step one, you really need to decide to be debt free. Remember, I asked you about the question of, do you have a path to debt freedom? Well, if you have not decided to become debt free, you don't have a path to debt freedom. So step one is you need to make a decision. Making a decision to become debt free is the most important thing that you can do to get on the path to debt freedom. Because why? Money is the answer to everything. Being broke is not the answer to anything. That's why you need to get out of debt right now. So step two is watch how you speak about your life. I have counseled so many individuals, and I've heard so many different things, and these are just a few of them. And some of them used to be my own words. So there's a poverty mindset that some of us have. I'm saying I'm always broke, or I'm always going to be broke, or I can never seem to make ends meet. And I want to just say to you, my friends, that ends don't meet. That's why you cannot make ends meet. They don't meet. And then another is that if it isn't another one thing, it's another. Absolutely. If you say that, that's exactly the way that it's going to be. I don't have any money. I'll never get ahead. Nothing ever seems to go my way. This kind of talk is a poverty mindset. And it is reversible. It's something that can actually be remedied, but you have to do something. And it starts with watching the way you speak over your life. And some people say, I'm always last, or I'll always be broke. As I said, absolutely. If you say it, that's exactly the way it's going to be. So watch how you speak about your life. And also how you allow other people to speak about your life. So step three is you have to know your numbers. What numbers, Chris? Well, you have to know what your credit scores are. It's very, very important that you mind your own business. If you don't mind your own financial portfolio, then you're in pretty big trouble. So know your credit scores. What's your middle score? What does TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian say? The kind of risk that you may be, or lenders might think, because they use your credit score they look at that number and make a decision as to whether you are a high risk or a low risk. That determines whether they will lend money to you. So know your numbers. Also know the amount of debt that you owe. How much do you owe? Who do you owe? Do you have an idea of who you owe? Remember, if you don't know who you owe or how much you owe, how will you be able to get out of debt? I was thinking about this, and I'm looking at, think about, the number of people that I deal with sometimes, and if I were to even ask many of you, have you even looked at your credit report? Did you run it last year? Do you know what's on it? Because if you don't know what's on your credit report, you really don't know who you owe and how much you owe. It could be that your identity could be stolen and you have a boat, you have a house, you have a second mortgage, you have a vehicle that you don't even get to enjoy, but perhaps somebody else is enjoying it on your behalf. So know your numbers, know who you owe, know how much you owe. Also, you want to know your bottom line. So what is your bottom line? Are you in the black or are you in the red? Your bottom line is your net. It will determine what your net monthly spendable income. That is your assets minus your liabilities. So you want to make sure that you know what that is. What are your liabilities? As I just talked about, who do you owe? What's your income? And you subtract your liabilities from that. That's going to tell you how much money you have left to spend at the end of each month. So know what your net spendable income is. At the same time, know what your assets are. You have to know what your worth is financially, so to speak. And the only way is that you have to make sure that you're on top of your game. So let's just keep going. Do you have a clear vision? Do you have a vision at all, for your finances? And if you have a vision, how clear is it? If there is no vision, then it's only a thought. If you don't have a financial vision, think about it. Most people plan for their weddings and retirements more than they do their own financial well-being, for their own financial well-being. There's no vision for your finances, their finances. So don't let that be you, as far as, not having a clear vision. Make sure that you hone in on, whatever you envision for your finances. Before I even get to that, I wanted to share with you that, Black Enterprise said that 37% of African Americans own wealth building products. 37% is a very low number, so envision, what your future is going to look like, what your retirement is going to look like. And I'm going to, get to that. But how can you really reach or meet your goals without having a vision and making sure that it's clear? What are your long-term and short-term goals? What does your retirement lifestyle look like? It was really startling to me to find out that only 35% of African Americans really believe that they're doing a good job at preparing for retirement. So let that sink in for a minute. 65% of African Americans will retire unprepared. They'll retire without the lifestyle that they lived before retirement. That number is very high. Remember, money is the answer to everything. Being broke is not the answer to anything. So that's why you have to get out of debt right now. If you plan to live the same lifestyle or comparable to what you're living now, especially if you have a great paying job and benefits and all of that, you have to prepare for it. So do you have an investment strategy in place? Are you planning for college tuition for your children, or maybe you want to go back to college? How are you preparing for these things? What is your vision? As I said before, you fill in the blank. What do you envision? Maybe you want to travel outside of the country 2 or 3 times a year. Or maybe you just want to travel across the country 2 or 3 times a year. What is your vision for your finances? Do you have plans for maybe that business that you have dreamed about starting? And remember, if you have not planned properly, you will not be able to accomplish your dreams and goals. It's only a thought in your mind if you don't plan and if it's not written. And we're going to talk about getting that written. Do you have plans to build your custom home? You have to plan for that. There's a lot that's entailed in building a custom home. You can't just wake up and say, I want to do it. There's a lot, and money is needed to do it. So, all right. So we've talked about a few very important things, and this is especially important, is that your financial plan encompasses what you envision about it. It's not enough to just think about it, as I said, but you must write it down. So ask yourself, do you have a written plan? You got a sharp vision. Now you have to write it down, or a sharper vision. And this should be, you should at least revisit your goals and your dreams, at least once a week, twice a month, until you really get them, in your heart and know exactly where it is you're going. But at least, you want to, even after that, make sure that you visit, and revise, because your life is going to change. So you want to make sure that you update, your vision, update your written plan. So put your plan into action. A robust plan will enable you to solidify your strategy. If there's no written plan right now, you are not able to even put a strategy together. If you haven't taken a look at who you owe, what you owe, there's no way that you will be able to put a strategy. You don't have what you need to implement a strategy. So a robust plan will enable you to solidify your strategy. So implement your robust financial plan, your financial strategy today. You want to think about how you will accomplish these goals. You need to put a timeline to it, because it's not enough to say, okay, well, I want to get out of debt and I want to get out of debt today. Unless a miracle is going to happen, if you're in debt over your head, it's not going to take place. So you need to say within the next 5 years, depending on how much effort you put into it and also how much debt you have, within the next, 3 to 5 years, I have plans to be out of debt, and this is how I'm going to do it. So then make sure that you prioritize your plans. There are sacrifices that you're going to have to make. You will certainly have to make some adjustments, to your spending. You're going to have to probably do more than or do more than your peers. Just do some different things. Probably not eat out as much, or probably not even buy that new car this year because you're on your way somewhere. So make sure that you prioritize your plans and don't let anybody sway you. Stick to it. So economic leverage, I just want to say, is in reach. It is within reach. The only thing that you have to do is to take one step at a time towards the light that leads you to the path to financial freedom. So knowing where you're going and why you're going there is important. I'm just recapping. And you just want to make sure that that you have a clear understanding, a clear vision. Watch how you speak about, your life. Watch how others speak about your life, and just make sure above everything else that you execute the plan. Make sure it's robust. Make sure you have a strategy and stick to it. And I guarantee you, within those 3 to 5 years, or whatever your timeline is, you will certainly meet your goals if you stick to it. If you don't allow anyone to sway you from your plans, because let me tell you, money is the answer to everything, but being broke is not the answer to anything. So get out of debt right now. And my challenge to you, as I close, my challenge to you is to decide to be debt free and decide to do it today. I really appreciate you joining me. And I look forward to hearing some of the great testimonies through the Black CEO organization Facebook page.
Greetings. I am Dr. Daphne Clark Hudson, and I'm so excited to be here with you today. However, before I get into the task at hand today, I would like to share a story with you. The story is of a 13-and-a-half-year-old girl that it so happens that I know her personally. The girl I'm about to tell you her story, she lost her mother at the tender age of 13 and a half. Her mother was an asthmatic, and she usually stayed home with her mother to take care of her whenever she had an asthmatic attack. For that reason, that young girl missed several days in school. That girl was born into a farming community in the country of her birth. And because of that, she did not have the privilege to attend high school. So she got all of her education at the elementary school in her country. Although she got her education at her elementary school, you see, when she attended to her mother, one of the things her mother usually tell her is that, sweetie, that's what her mother called her, you are going to be a wonderful nurse. The only difference is that you are going to be getting paid while you do nursing. Well, although her mother died early, that girl continued going to nursing school. Fast forward today, I am that little girl. I pursued nursing, and even when I was doing nursing, I was doing it differently. I talked to everyone because I not only saw my patients as patients, I saw them as a human soul. And my journey over these 20 plus years is a commitment to what I felt deep inside me. I knew that each and every one of us was born for a specific purpose. Yes, we came into this world with a why and our sole purpose. And that's why I can boldly stand before you today and I can tell you that I am a billionaire and so are you. Now, let us go into withdrawing from your universal bank account. Many of you are listening to me and you are saying, Dr. Daphne, oh, I am not a billionaire because I couldn't even pay my light bill today. That will end today. You are going to learn the tips and trades and techniques to help you to withdraw from your universal bank account. I want to encourage you, take a breath, clear your mind. There are some cobwebs, there are some things that you will need to unlearn in order to access your billionaire status. Yes, if you are over the age of 15, you have a lot of things that you have learned that you will need to unlearn. However, all things are possible. So there is no failure here, regardless of the journey that you've been on. Today is the day when you are going to understand the importance of your billionaire status. I have a couple of questions for you. Are you working in your calling? Are you focusing on the true purpose that you were born for? Are you sometimes asking yourself the question, is there more to life? I am sure this is not the reason I was brought in this world. You have such a void in your life. Some of you are extremely successful. You're in the corporate arena. You are what they call hitting the glass ceiling. Some of you shatter the glass ceiling when it comes to the material things. However, you wake up every day and there is such a big emptiness inside of you. I'm here to tell you the reason that is happening is because you are not operating in your why and soul purpose. And boy, oh boy, am I glad to be here, because I'm here to help dismantle that. You see, when I work with individuals, I have the freedom and the ability to deeply connect with their inner blueprint for success, so I can guide them towards unrealized potential. So you don't need to worry. You will not be alone on this journey, because I am here for you. One step at a time. Your why and soul purpose is not far away. As some people say, it is just right below your nose. And you know why we can confidently say that? It's because there are certain things that really eggs you. It antagonizes you. It bothers you. You lose sleep over it. And other people around you, they don't see anything wrong with it. Let me tell you, there's a reason why that is happening. The reason that is happening is because you were born to fix that thing. You see, when your mom became impregnated with you, the reason that that egg was fertilized with that particular sperm is because the universe had a specific reason for you to come into this world. So, when you were fertilized, your universal bank account was opened. And when you were given birth, you came into this world, this bank account was stamped with your name and it was handed to you. Shamefully enough, many of us sit around and we do not touch that. And it stays there. It grows dividends. It has interest. Even our ancestors begin to put some dividends and some interest the work that we continue to do, it escalates and it grows, it grows, it grows, and it is there. And guess what, guys? Many people die and they leave this world and they never draw once out of their universal bank account. However, aren't you glad that you are listening today? You have the opportunity to connect with me so that I can guide you along so you can begin to draw from your universal bank account. Why would you want to leave your billions untouched? You have greatness. There are others out there who are waiting and listening to hear what your story is. Don't be ashamed. There is a saying that you can use your mess as your message. You're listening to me. I was homeless. I had 5 miscarriages, and I could go on and on with all of the other obstacles that I encounter in life. However, it was not very long ago, maybe 15 years or so, that I realized I needed to capitalize on my universal bank account and to begin to draw from the billions that were set aside for me. You may be sitting around and some people like to say, well, how much does it cost to do that? Look at it as an investment. You need to invest in yourself. You need to get a mentor. You need to get a coach. Why? Because you deserve it. It's not by accident that you are participating in this event today. You were divinely directed here because you know what? The universe has a way of lovingly nudging us and say, come on, this interest is getting high. The dividends here is getting high. When are you going to start to withdraw for it? Be courageous. Begin to believe in yourself. Understand that there are so many possibilities that are available to you. The truth about it is you cannot do it alone. Yes, let me be vulnerable. For years, I tried to do it by myself. And even when I would hire the best coaches, I would not get the additional help that I need. I wanted to be paying for the right coaches, investing in the right coaches and mentor. However, I wanted to be a lone ranger when it came to managing the business. Don't do it to yourself. Get all the needed help that you need because your success is here waiting on you. You are a billionaire and so am I. So I am looking forward to hearing when you will be telling someone that it was a certain date in 2021 that I realized the importance of taking full advantage of my universal bank account. Listen, there is no one like you out there. There is no one like me. We are all unique. And this is the reason why we can boldly and confidently say we are all billionaires because we have no reason to compete with each other. There is enough. Our bank account is uniquely designed and created for us. I am looking forward to you giving yourself the best gift that you could ever give to yourself so that before you exit out of here, you will be able to stand boldly and to say, I am so happy when I began drawing from my universal bank account. I want you, the minute you finish with this event, I want you to go out and begin to document the way you're going to do this. The first thing I want you to do, I want you to buy a journal, and I want you to begin to write in there all of the things that you are looking to manifest. Don't worry about how they will be done. Just jot them down. The how is not your responsibility. What I wanted to do is, one, make the decision to get the journal. Two, I want you to begin to jot down your intentions in there. And look around. See all of the successes you have done. And as you identify those things that you have written down in your journal, you will probably notice that some of those things are in alignment with what you have done. What is going to be happening differently? You will now notice that that void inside of you is narrowing, because you are drawing from your universal bank account. And because of that reason, you're filling the void. You're finding out you have more pep in your step. You're getting better sleep. You're feeling good about yourself. And you're looking for like-minded people to begin to associate yourself with. You now understand that you are not on this earth for the material things. However, you're a human being having a spiritual experience, and because of that, you can now confidently go out there and you can begin to draw from your universal bank account. It doesn't matter if the things that you put in your journal slightly resembles what someone else is doing. It's not yours. Trust me, when you get down to the blueprint, you will realize that the resemblance has nothing to do with you. So just go out there, be confident, forgive yourself for all the blame that you have encountered and harbor. Give yourself a lot of love. Begin to believe in yourself. Understand you are on a journey and that you will need somebody to go on that journey with. You might be like me, you might need a companion. Some of you probably just need a network, whatever it is. Open yourselves to the possibility, because abundance is awaiting you. Again, I am Dr. Daphne Clark Hudson. I am your why and soul purpose consultant and coach. And honestly, I do look forward that I can be in a one-on-one conversation with you, because I would love to be the person that guides you to your promised land of withdrawing from your universal bank account. Brothers and sisters, you deserve the best. I love you. I am your sister on the journey. And regardless of where you have been, that is water under the bridge. Now it is your time to do for you, and don't allow all the naysayers around you to talk you out of withdrawing from your universal bank account. Please begin to believe in yourself. You know you were born for greatness. And because you were born for greatness, I'm going to encourage you to stop settling for mediocrity, because you and I, we were created for excellence. So we would like to honor the universe by acknowledging all of the wealth, all of the health, all of the love that it has to bestow on us. Again, it was my joy and honor and privilege to be part of this exquisite event. And I know that this is just the beginning for us all. We will be rising up on the wings of eagles, because the minute we begin to draw from our universal bank account, we will be soaring like eagles. Go out there and honor your possibilities. Thank you very much.
I am back on the scene, crispy and clean, iconic revenue, and we're talking about green. I am having way too much fun hosting BlackCEO's premier event for 2021, Black and Iconic. As I've said to you earlier, this is day 2 where we're talking about iconic revenue. But this is the second day of a 7-day event, a 7-day experience for Black entrepreneurs just like you. After today, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that we're going to have day 3 where it's going to be Black tie, Black power, and Black money. On day 4, we're going to have our authors and speakers showcase, because you've got a book inside of you. You've got a stage to crush in 2021, and we want to give you the tools to help you do exactly that. So make sure that you're tuned in to day 4 for our author and speaker showcase. And on day 5, there's going to be Black Girl Magic all day from beginning to end, from the morning to the afternoon, for our unstoppable Black woman. That's day 5. So make sure you tell your good girlfriend to be a part of the day 5 Unstoppable Black Women's event. And then after that, on day 6, it's going to be our BlackCEO Mastermind. I encourage you to go over and get your virtual ticket, get your virtual seat, so that you can sit at the foot of the brightest and the best minds who have had impact around the world. Go over to BlackCEOVIP.com to get your virtual ticket, and it will tell you all about how to pour into your business and to pour into yourself by educating, communicating, and connecting to our BlackCEO Mastermind. And then finally, on our 7th day, we're going to have our faith, focus, and flow. Y'all already know what that's all about, because you are talented, gifted, and you are anointed and appointed for such a time as this. Once again, my friends, my name is Robert Antoinette, and I hope that you continue to stay here with us on day 2, where we're talking about iconic revenue. Tell a friend, get on in, and make sure that you buy Black.
My name is Jeffrey Taylor. As a financial strategist, I earn a living by utilizing non-traditional life insurance, annuities, and other powerful solution-based tools to teach people in our community how to protect their money from losses, avoid running out of money, and avoiding financial ruin. Is learning how to protect your money from losses important to you? Is learning how to avoid running out of money important to you? Is learning how to avoid financial ruin important to you? If so, I'm glad that you are allowing me to share my I Have a Dream, Yes We Can presentation. Yes, I would tell you that I have the greatest career in the world. I have deep passion as I assist money savvy persons like yourself how to be smarter with their money. I've learned that the financial problem that people believe that they have is not the problem at all. The only problem that we have is a lack of knowledge. And when we learn how to be smarter, we can overcome any and every financial challenge. Let me give you an example of what I mean. I get the phone call when someone is about to retire and they're now taking retirement a lot more seriously. They've run the numbers, they've evaluated their budget and their post unemployment income. And now they're beginning to see that they didn't save enough. Now they're beginning to see the impact that taxes are going to have on that income that they saved up. And they're deeply concerned about running out of money because they can clearly see that it's only going to take 4 to 7 years before that happens. Or get a phone call from the person, maybe the single mom who's earning a 6-figure income, working her job in the height of her career. And she's thinking to herself, how am I going to send my children to private secondary school and save for college without going broke? Right? And she says to me, Jeff, I run the numbers. I can afford a portion of it, but not all of it. And I know there's a smarter way to look at this situation. And I love when they say that to me. Or I get a call from the dad, right? The dad's earning a great living. And he was deeply concerned when his children went off to college, and he did not want them to be loaded up with debt after they graduated. And he realized that if he could help them do that, that would give them a head start in their professional earning lives as adults. So he was committed to that. But he really hadn't paid attention to the numbers. He was just signing for Parent Plus loans, right? Hey, I'm going to support my kids. I'm down for the cause. I'm going to be there for them. I'm going to make sure that burden is not on their neck when they graduate. But he didn't run the numbers completely as he should have. And now that all of his kids have graduated, the bill is due. And he's running the numbers and he's thinking to himself, oh, goodness, I didn't realize that college would be this expensive. And how am I going to be able to help pay for this or carry this debt and be able to retire comfortably? Or I'll get a phone call from the person who's a avid saver, right? They've done all the right things. They've accumulated some assets, but they are unexpectedly being offered a severance, some form of early buyout. And here we go again. They're thinking to themselves when they call me, the question that they're asking me is, how am I going to make sure that I don't run out of money? And what happens if there's a correction and I lose money? How is that going to impact me, especially when I don't know when I'm going to be able to acquire another position where I'm earning at least close or more than what I'm earning now? And then the last person who typically calls me, this is the person that calls me after they get the first tuition bill. Their student had, all the right grades. They had all the right activities. They did all the right clubs and organizations. But the school that their student really loves is still asking for $10,000 a year, where they've had some of it saved. But they're looking at educating their 3 children and they're asking themselves, how are we going to be able to help our first child without running out of money when our second child comes? Because they just weren't prepared, because they thought, just like when they went to college, that loans are provided and you can just apply for financial aid. They found out it doesn't work that way, that the rules have changed dramatically. And parents today, if they really want to see their children complete college, they need to have a plan to pay, and that they should expect to pay somewhere between 35 to 65% of the bill, because in today's financial aid world, the rules have dramatically changed. So as I get these various phone calls, one of the things I get really excited and I look forward to taking these challenging calls is the fact that over the past 33 years, with the mistakes that I've made myself, I've been able to assemble a team of millionaires who have been able to coach me through various strategies on solving these problems proactively and reactively. And so I've developed this system that I call the 4 ways to protect your money from losses, and how to avoid running out of money, and the steps that you need to take to avoid financial ruin. So in my weekly class, we deal with a topic relating to this subject matter. We take 30 minutes and we walk step by step through a recent case study where we show a problem and then how it was solved. Let me give you a couple of examples of what I'm talking about. For example, are you familiar with a strategy called annual reset? When you look that up, you're going to get a variety of different answers. In the sense that I teach it is, how do you grow money without losing money when there is a change in the economy? Let me say that again. How do you grow your money and not have to worry about losing money when there is an economic change? Well, what annual reset does, it participates in the gains of an index without participating in its losses. Now, this is a very unique idea. It's not new anymore. It came out in the mid-90s. But as I interview various families and individuals and professionals, I'm learning that this is an uncommon tool and strategy in our community, annual reset. Another strategy that I teach is called avoiding your negative wealth transfers. What is a wealth transfer? Simply, wealth transfers are dollars that we are paying out that we could otherwise be paying to ourselves. If we look at the book, one of the books that I teach from, which is called The Banker's Code by George Anton, he talks about the fact that we give away about 65% of our income to taxes and finance charges. So if we were to take our pay stub and we looked at our ledger of how we pay our bills, and if we looked at the bills that we pay and the interest charges that we have, we would find that we are spending a substantial amount of money in these negative wealth transfers that can be reversed. Just to give you an even greater insight to what I'm talking about, if you look at a family who earns $100,000 a year or more, so after 5 years, they've made $500,000, they're thinking to themselves, where is the money? Why can't we seem to be getting ahead? It's because your negative wealth transfers are eating up all of your money, or a substantial portion of your money. So the strategies that we teach, we want to look at what are the negative wealth transfers that you have, and how do we reverse that and put that money back into your pocket. And I'm running out of time here, so let me close out on this last one called the arbitrage. I love this one. Every time we put money in the bank, The bank in turn takes that money and reinvests it, sometimes up to 10 times for every $1 that you put in. They in turn make double-digit profits often, and they keep 99% of that money to themselves. Let me say that again. They keep 99% of our deposits. They make a profit and keep that money to themselves. That is called an arbitrage. Well, can't we do the same thing? Can't we create an arbitrage of our own and learn how to make a profit from our own debt? Can we learn how to turn our money over several times while still being able to use it? And while still using it, you absolutely can. The same strategies that the banks are using in principle, you can design yourself by learning how to create your own arbitrage. My goodness, we have just had a good time. I had a really good time sharing my I Have a Dream, Yes We Can presentation. I just want to let you know that the problem that you think is the problem is not the problem from a financial perspective. The only problem that you have is a lack of knowledge. And when you understand that with knowledge, you can overcome that problem and become smarter than the problem, you can reverse that problem and begin to put wealth in your pocket rather than having wealth taken away from you. I would love to have a conversation with you about protecting your money from losses, avoiding running out of money, and avoiding financial ruin. I would love for you to visit me at neverlosemoneystrategy.com, and you will be able to watch a brief video, and then we will send you, after you register, opportunities where you can participate in our classes complimentary. I'm looking forward to seeing you and getting to know you and sharing this incredible journey we're on, where we're protecting our families and our community from losses and avoiding running out of money and avoiding financial ruin. Be blessed.
Yo, people, what is up? My name is John Lawson. I'm a business coach, and I got something to share with you. And the title's pretty provocative, I'm sure. Why your ish isn't selling and what you can do about it today. You know what the ish is, right? Good. Okay. So, like I said, I'm John Lawson. I am the CEO of Pro Speaker Funnels. I deal with a lot of business coaching around people that are creating courses or are coaches. And I've done a lot with those kinds of folks and helping them get clarity. And then, of course, making more sales and building websites for them. So all of that to say is that I've been able to deal with hundreds of people that are just like yourself, trying to get to that 6, 7, 8-figure mark, and selling your courses, your training, your coaching, your consulting, your book, being on stage and speaking, and all of that. And not only have I done that with them, I've also done it for myself. I've been a speaker for the last 10 years. I've spoken all across the country and all around the world. I've been to more than 13 countries. I don't know how many cities, hundreds of cities. Every year I was doing a lot of travel. I was a Delta Platinum, and one year I was even a Diamond, which was last year, and then, or not last year, 2019. And then, of course, COVID happened. So I've really had a lot of access to this world. And so what I'm going to give you today is going to move rather rapidly because we got a lot to cover and very little time. So hold on, we're about to go fast. There are 5 basic reasons why your stuff is not selling. The reasons why are very simple. Number 1, people have not taken the time to identify what the customer wants. Number 2, not validating your offer. Number 3, not ensuring that there is actually enough demand for what it is and what service you are providing. Number 4, not enough traffic. You might have a great product and not enough people have seen it to really know that you're there, and that's why you're not selling. And then finally, and one that we're going to go deep in, is that it's not priced properly. Okay, so let's just cover these 5. So first, like I said, not identifying what the customer wants. First thing you got to do, if you already have a list of people, then you want to find out what they want, not what you think they need, right? So how do you do that? You can send out a survey. And what do I mean by that? Let me just tell you, when you see these commercials today for weight loss, because it's January, February, and every time in the beginning of the year, people make their New Year's resolution to lose weight, right? So that is the opportune time for all the weight loss products. If you notice, when you watch the commercials are not about the weight losing. It's about the after result of your life after you have lost the weight. They don't sit there and say, well, you need to have food that's not inflammatory so it doesn't create belly fat, blah, 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 blah. And, we want your blood pressure to go down and your heart rate is too high because you're too fat. This is not what people want. Nobody wants to diet. They don't want a diet. They want the result of being slim. And so that is what the program focuses on. So you got to stop talking about here's what people need and really find out what the result that they want. And you can do that by sending out surveys. You can ask questions in your blog posts and get people to respond. Post questions in groups or LinkedIn. I like LinkedIn because it's a business, perspective. So people are a little bit more engaged than they might be in social media when it comes to a business question, but also in your other social media platforms like the Facebooks and the Twitters and the even YouTube, making videos about it. All right. So post questions is a good way to find out what people want. And then, of course, get some of your customers on the phone. If people have gone through your program, why don't you get them on the phone and ask them, what did you like? What could be better? What was it that you were looking for when you bought the program? All of this will be good marketing fodder for you to be able to use to help market your course better. Okay. Number 2, not validating your offer. Now, people do this all the time. You write the book before you even know if anybody wants the book. You've started your course and spent, 25 weeks creating a course that nobody wants. So idea value validation is extremely important. A simple way to do that is just to create a pre-sale page. Sounds simple? Absolutely. It's easy to create a pre-sale page, and you put that pre-sale page to work before you do any other work that you are going to do for your course or your training or your coaching, so that it's going to pay off. So it's really just testing the waters before you create by doing the pre-sale page, and you do the pre-sale page while you're creating the content. All right. And it really sets you up for the launch pad. So it's, pre-sale, launch, and then it's launch date. Number 3, not enough demand. And here's the thing, you think everybody wants it or you think everybody is looking for it, but have you went out and found out if there is enough demand for a product like yours? Probably not, right? Well, here's some good places to estimate demand. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, if it's something that that your avatar falls into a demographic, you can go to the BLS.gov site and find all kinds of demographics. And that's a really, really resourceful tool. and a lot of people don't know about it, but go there and it can give you demographic information. And I mentioned your avatar. You've got to really understand that avatar. Make sure you take the time to do that exercise and understand who our customer is. All right. Another great place I go is Amazon, and I look in the books category. If there are a lot of books on your topic, guess what? That means there is a whole lot of audience and demand for that information. And then you go and you look at the top selling books. How do I know the top selling books? Well, they could be on the top seller list, but that's not the one I want, because all of you guys know it's easy to get an Amazon #1 bestseller. It's stupid simple. It usually happens on day one, right? If you got, I think, maybe 50 books on a single day, you'll get top seller for that book. But at any rate, what you want to look at are books with the most reviews. And then start going through those reviews and seeing what customers say. You can find a whole lot about the customer, where we're talking about before, what the customer wants. You can find that information out inside of Amazon, just looking through all of the reviews on the books that are on your topic. It's like, that's a ninja tactic that I teach people all the time. All right. Of course, like we said before, surveying your customers, and then similar to Amazon books, start looking for groups on that topic on Facebook. If there are groups and multiple groups, and the groups have thousands of people, that's another way to estimate that there is demand for what you are selling. Okay. Number 4, not enough traffic. This is huge, man. This is huge. I know people, I will talk to them and I'll say, well, how many people are on your list? And they're like 300 people. And I'm like, okay, well, out of that 300 people, maybe you'll get 5% of those people. Just because they're on your list doesn't mean they're going to buy from you. So maybe you'll get 5% of those people to buy, especially if you're not doing real good, you don't have a good marketing strategy, or you have not taken that list and grown the need. So a lot of us just don't have a big enough list. It's too small to really launch a good product for it. All right. The second thing with traffic is not enough people saw your offer. So I'll have somebody that will spend, I spent $100 on Facebook ads. And I'm like, really? How long did you run them for? Well, 2 days. I did $50 a day, and that never worked. I'm like, well, you didn't let it work. Not enough people saw the offer. I mean, how many people did? Well, it went to 1,000 people. I'm like, yes, but that's not a lot of people, especially when you're talking about Facebook that has, billions of people. So, and the world has 7 billion people in it. So, I mean, it's like we haven't even tapped in to your audience. And if you only ran an ad for a couple of days, the Facebook algorithm and the AI has not even kicked in yet. You haven't even taught Facebook enough. It doesn't have enough data coming in to understand whether or not, these people are good to show the ad to. It's still in learning phase. And recently they turned that on Facebook, where you know whether it's in learning phase or not. And you will recognize that oftentimes it takes 3 days at least to get out of learning phase, So that's the thing. Another thing is you're targeting the wrong keywords if you're running ads, or if you're, doing SEO. Maybe you're not doing or digging deep enough into how people find you to understand what it is they're looking for, so that you can provide them what they are looking for. And I'll give you an example. I used to sell, and I've been selling online since, 2001. So it's been 20 years for me when I first started my online business. And I started my business on eBay. And one of the first things we sold were bandanas. And this is back in like 2003, 2004 era. And at that time, I bought the bandanas because in hip hop, bandanas were hot, a lot of the rappers were wearing it, and it was, symbolism of colors and all that. And so it was like, oh, we could sell some bandanas. And I was going to sell bandanas to, quote, my people. Well, the deal was I put it on a global, sourcing site like eBay, and I was getting people from all over the country and around the world. And then those people started asking me the question, and I thought it was the stupidest question ever, was how to fold a bandana like Tupac. I'm like, Tupac didn't make up that. Everybody knows how to do that, at least where I live, and I just thought it was the dumbest question, but I used to get it over and over and over, so much, in fact, that, like I said, this is when my business was just getting started. I was the customer support agent, so I made a video that showed them how to fold a bandana like Tupac, right? And I put this video on YouTube, and every time people would ask me, I would just forward the link to the YouTube video. Well, lo and behold, if you went to that video today, it's got over 300,000 views. That video went completely viral. Even my competitors were embedding it on their sites. That's how much people wanted to know this. So it wasn't until I understood what my customer wanted, and then I made what they wanted, and that video ended up selling tens of thousands of products for us. Not tens of thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of products from a video that had over 300,000 views. It's an amazing thing, but it's about listening to what your customer wants and then using that to get more traffic. So I made the video got me more traffic, the traffic got me more sales. All right. And I started targeting different keywords based on the people that would land on that video. All right. And then, of course, number 5, which is, I know this is hard for you to get, but, maybe your offer sucks. And that happens a whole lot. That's why we do testing. That's the purpose of testing, because we want to know, does the offer, really resonate with people, or does it suck? And it can suck. Absolutely. I've seen a lot of sucky ads, a lot of sucky offers. So that's a possibility. And then number 5, it's not the right price. And this is a little fuzzy for you, but I'll go through it all. Okay. When is pricing too low a bad thing? All right. When is pricing, and a lot of people's products are priced too low. And I'm going to tell you some of the psychology behind that and why it is not necessarily a great thing to have a very low price product. For one, it makes you lazy on your marketing. So you think that it's easy to sell a few dollars, it's easy to sell a $3 item than a $30 item. You get lazy on your marketing because now all you're really, competing on is price. And the only lever you have to pull is pricing when it comes to your marketing. Number 2, it limits your ability to advertise. Look, part of your budget for how you price a product has to be for the marketing of the product. If you can't afford to market a product, then your price is way too low. You have to have a product pricing that has marketing inside of that budget. 10 to 15% of your budget needs to go back in to your company as marketing. That's just simple and plain, right? That's how you grow a business. If you don't have marketing budget, your business is not going to grow. And every time you sell, a portion of that needs to go back into selling more. Number 3, it degrades your customers' perceived value. And I hear people talk to me now. I got people that have prices that are too high. And then I'm like, well, you probably need to lower that price. Well, I don't want to degrade my you should see my face because I'm making the face. Well, I don't want to degrade my brand. I'm like, girl, you ain't got no damn brand. You ain't sold nothing to nobody. How can you degrade when you ain't got nothing? So we need to get the brand up there first, and then we can worry about pricing to degrade your brand. So anyway, it's funny, right? Number 4, online training is just as valuable as in-person training, right? Don't decrease your offer pricing because you think, well, it's online and nobody wants to pay as much for online. That's a bunch of crap, right? That is a bunch of crap. If that were the case, then books would not be what they are, right? As valuable as they are. Now, I've seen people sell books for $1,000. And why can you sell a book for $1,000? Because the transformation that you will get out of that book is more than the price of the cover for the book. So don't get into this, just because it's online, I can't sell it at the same price that I did when I was doing, speeches and on stage. That's not true. That pricing could be the exact same. Okay. I did mention this earlier. It's a race to the bottom if you're dealing with prices. If your niche is, pretty competitive, then if you're pricing it and then the next person sees your price and the next person sees your price, it's a race to the bottom. So you don't want to be in that mode either. Number 6, it takes just as much effort to sell a course at $10 as it does to sell a course at $1,000. I don't care. It's the same amount of effort. So don't think just because the lower pricing is going to make it easier for you to make the sale. Not necessarily, not necessarily. So don't underprice based on that. Number 7, a low price makes it difficult to attract partners. So when you come to me and say, hey, I give, 20% of every sale. And I'm like, well, how much is your product? And you say $10. And I'm really not going to do a lot of work for $2 to help you or to help me. I could be doing things with other people, right? So that's another reason why pricing too low can be bad. Lower prices attract low quality customers. Man, I cannot tell you how important that little bullet point is. I've done $500 events. I've done $5,000 events. I can have the exact same thing going and teaching in both of those events and literally give the $500 audience all of these nice bonuses and stuff and stack it all the way to the top, right? And literally the amount of complaints I get from the $500 audience versus the $5,000 audience are amazing, because the deal is when you invest $5,000 on a solution, you automatically are invested into getting your money back. Let me say that again. When people invest high amounts of dollars with you, they automatically are invested in the result, in the amount that they put in. So $500 people will look for $500 results and they'll complain because it's a low end. $5,000 people are going to be way more apt to actually follow through. Just simple and plain, this is what I've learned. So now, when are good times to lower your prices? 1, during the pre-launch. That's the purpose of doing the pre-launch. So now you want to start at a low price. Let's do the pre-launch, put the pre-launch price in there, and then we increase the price on certain date. And that gives us a whole lot of marketing room to get people in for the lower price. But we also are establishing, like we said, the brand affinity at the higher price, right? So you do that. And number 2, it says when you have a deadline and you increase the price or decrease the price just before the deadline, that's another great thing, because you get ready to move it up on price. We're about to move it up in price. Grab it right now at this lower price. So that's a great time. And of course, when you discount it, if you're going to discount it to get more customers, do that as a last resort. Don't always be discounting. You ever go into a store and everything's on sale? Then nothing's on sale. So you can't always discount. All right. Now, here's a tool I've got for you today to help you with that pricing and the planning and the strategy. All right. You go to CourseCalculator.com. It's a free strategy tool. It's absolutely amazing. It's got the funnels in here for the pre-launch, the launch, and all that. And it'll show you, if you price this at this price, what your profits are going to be, right? So you can know your profits, you can project your sales without all the hard math that it needs. So go over there, grab the free course calculator. It's CourseCalculator.com. My name again is John Lawson, and I appreciate your time. I'm out of here for now. Peace.
Good day, everyone. I am Lashri Rogers, your CEO sister, and today promises to be one of the best days of your life. Why? Because today you get the opportunity to reset, refocus, and engage, and for some, re-engage the process of understanding how money is made easily. Well, maybe not so easily, because like all things worth having, we have to put some work into it. We have to nurture the process, cultivate it, so we can get the results that we're looking for. And I am going to show you how understanding your purpose, who you were called and meant to be, can position you to obtaining wealth. Simple, not so simple, we will determine that. So with that said, my topic today is from purpose to profit. Again, from purpose to profit. So let's reset the room. And allow me again to reintroduce myself. I am Lashri Rogers, affectionately known as CEO Sister. And today I stand before you, purpose-driven, loving life, and killing the game. I am a successful business owner, a CEO, an investor, nonprofit leader, business strategist, a philanthropist, and my greatest accomplishment of them all, I'm a mom. So let me give you some background about myself. Wasn't always a CEO, wasn't always this confident, I was not raised in money or having money. My background, born and raised in public housing, became a single teenage mom at the age of 17. I was a welfare recipient, fell into an abusive relationship, experienced temporary homeless, low self-esteem, and one challenge after another. And with that, I will say that there was a shift that came in my life. It wasn't an immediate shift. It wasn't a shift that I can just say that, boom, things just changed drastically, but there was a shift. There was a moment where I had to sit and process and say, what was it that I wanted to do with my life? Again, I was a mom, really trying to make things work for myself and my child. So one of the first things that I can say, and I give everything that I have and everything that I do and all that I've become to this, but I came to know God and came to know and understand who God was in my life. The second step that I took was educating myself, staying in school. That was one of the key elements of acquiring a success for myself. I continue to work and to find opportunities to shift myself from one level to the next level. One of the things that I often remember was that job that I received, and I took myself to the welfare office, as what they would call it, where I lived, and took myself off of welfare, and and really tried to develop a lifestyle of self-sustainability for myself. So I say this because the pivotal thing, and I'll talk more about that when I speak on purpose, was actually just being determined. And wanting to change my life and refusing to stop until I had it all figured out. And do we get it all figured out all at one time? No, I can't say that was, that's not my testimony, but my goal was to stick it out until I can put the pieces together, until I can figure it out. So let's talk about purpose. What is purpose? In the words of Miles Monroe, purpose is when you know and understand what you have been born to accomplish. Again, purpose is when you know and understand what you have been born to accomplish. Another founder and CEO of Life Hack Quotes says it this way: without even knowing what your life's purpose is, no matter how hard you work, it will be useless. If you know the right path for you, you might not even have to work hard to get the desired results that you obtain. So yes, purpose, understanding who you are, understanding what you were born to accomplish. I am a firm believer that is the key to success in life. I can't say that I had a clear and defined understanding of what purpose meant for myself at that particular time in my life. I can't say that I even understood the concept of how positioning myself and understanding purpose and understanding self-awareness and understanding my goals and accomplishments was even something that was even a part of the journey at that particular time. I can say that that's not my story. And I will say that I hit so many walls. My journey was constantly hitting walls, trying to figure these things out. And I have all the bumps and bruises to prove that. But I will also say that I begin to motivate myself, and I begin to move and move myself into a position of where I begin to follow certain steps that I will share with you today. And one of those steps, the first part of my journey, and I mentioned this earlier, the first part of my journey was self-awareness. And again, I was not familiar with all the terminologies that I'm using today then, but I knew that there had to be a point within myself where I had to identify, one, who I was, where I was, and where I was going. And I can remember at this point in time in my life that I created a list. And what I did was I created the list based on where I was. I was this teenage mom. I was, dealing with some elements of homelessness. I was, in public housing. And I began to research these things. And I began to research the statistics of what these things said about what my outcome would be being in this particular position. And I remember writing down what research said, what statistics said. Statistics says, being raised without a dad, and I was raised without my dad. These are the different things that you will become a teenage parent. You will become. So I begin to study those things and purposed in my mind that I will take each one of these statistics that what society says I am set up to be, and begin to work my way and work against it. So I began to gain a greater understanding and discovering who I was, and understanding, which drove me closer to understanding my purpose, understanding the difference between purpose and passion. So even in that process of understanding and again, having that relationship with God and allowing that process as well to continue to push me further into, who I am today and who I will continue to be as I continue to grow and build. But understanding the difference between purpose and passion. And I think that's key to really, really being able to identify what your purpose is, because we can become so passionate about the things that we love and the things that we do and the things that make us happy. But what I found is that passion is the very thing that would help you to develop and understand what your purpose is. Initially, being passionate, I love to serve people. I love to help the homeless, and all of these different. And I was a school teacher, and I would help my students. And I found that in that process, I became very tired, very overwhelmed, stressed out, all in doing good. It's all in doing good. But I found that there was just some different elements of just that passion, that there was just something more that I had to get to, because I didn't believe that we should become tired or become weary in doing good. So I knew that there was something that I was missing. So again, another step that I took in understanding and discovering my purpose was I started to revisit my past. And I know we hear this cliche, there's purpose in pain and there's purpose in your, and we've made it such a cliche, but I really honestly believe that there is so much in your pain, in what you've experienced in life, your struggles, your challenges. I believe that is so much of helping us to identify our purpose is found right there in those struggles, in those challenges, in those things that we had to overcome, those things that almost broke us down, those things that, that did tear us down, that did help put us in a position where we lost confidence, we lost a self-esteem, all of those things and all of those elements. But I believe as we revisit those moments, as we go back, as we examine, one, getting, the process of one being in it, how did we get out of it? What did we learn from it? Understanding what did it do for us as an individual? How did it allow us to move on to the next place? And again, I think all those re-examining that process will then again, in turn, help us to peel back the layers of understanding who we are in God, one, but also who we are as that business person, who we are as that entrepreneur, who we are as a mom, who we are as a person as a whole, as an individual. So that was one of the steps. So one of the steps, again, self-awareness, step one for me, discovering who I was, really taking ownership of wanting to be accountable for my next steps, wanting to be accountable for where I was and where I wanted to go. Second part, understanding the difference between passion and purpose, really wanting to have a clear definition of the two and making sure we're not taking the two and making it one, because they're not the same. Next, visiting my past, even childhood experiences. And I wanted to just kind of chime in on that for a little bit. I just remember myself as a child, and I just thought that was an excellent process in revisiting some of my childhood passions, some of the things I did in my childhood, some of the games I played. I can remember as a child creating lemonade stands, all this in public housing. I had a lemonade stand, I had a popcorn stand. I would create rides and pull with crates and pull children around. I was an entrepreneur. I would have them, I would charge 25 cents, 10 cents. But again, as I revisited that part of my life, it brought me back to a place where, you know what, I was walking in purpose, or even just walking in passion at that particular time in my life, even as a child. So again, revisiting your childhood, understanding your struggles, but also identifying your gifts and your talents. And again, I know when we talk about gifts, we talk about talents, we talk about passion, we talk about purpose. We have a tendency, sometimes it can cause a lot of confusion. And again, this is my belief as it pertains to purpose, passion. So again, I believe that passion, again, it's more broad, whereas purpose becomes more narrow. It's more refined. It helps you to really focus in on what it is that you are purposed to do. So when it comes to gifts and talents, I believe that gifts and talents are, we develop our gifts and talents to support, to complement our purpose. And I say that in the sense of, I'm a teacher, and I'll talk more about my purpose and what I have identified my purpose to be. But as a teacher, I find that my teaching abilities, I find that, my compassion, servanthood of just being an administrative, I found all of these to be very complementary when it came to serving and operating in my full purpose, which in turn led me to be the successful business person that I am today. So now that we have some sort of idea of how discovering our purpose and making an effort to discovering our purpose, and just some of the steps that I took as an individual to discovering my purpose, let me explain now to you how we're moving now from purpose to profit. Now, how do we go from understanding that? It took me some time, so I don't want to sit and act like I had it all together. And once I got this, it just happened, and I fell into this great, just making money. And no, that's not the case. And again, it takes time. And I know I said at the beginning, we can make some easy money, but again, nothing comes easy without having to work at it, without having to understand it and understand you in the process. So I was passionate. I was educated, I was motivated, but as I mentioned before, I was tired, I was overwhelmed, I was stressed out, and I was still broke. But once again, I had to learn how to walk into my purpose. And as I began to walk into my purpose, as I began to understand, things became clearer. And I began to take the following steps to help me to align myself up this way, which helped me to acquire the success and the profit that we also talk about, the wealth that we're talking about. So one of the things that I discovered when I was able to discover my purpose, one of the things that I found was alignment came. Purpose brings alignment. And I say that, one, I know I haven't spoke about it, but I started a school. And I know I mentioned my talents and my gifts as far as being a teacher, but I started a school, and in starting a school, well, let me go back. Let me go back. I started as a teacher, a classroom teacher. And that was when, honestly, that I was, because I never thought of myself as a teacher. I went to college. I went to college to become a nurse. I just know I was going to be this nurse, and that did not happen. So, and through my journey of, working and having jobs, and I just wasn't happy or satisfied. And someone just came to me and said, have you ever thought about teaching? And I'm like, no, never. I don't even know if I like kids like that, So, but when life happens, I can remember being pushed, and that push, I went and I explored the opportunity of becoming a teacher. And I have to honestly say that was a part of my life where I really was, I focused on becoming and understanding at that point that there was something in this that I believe that was going to take my life to the next level. And it was at that moment, at that time, that purpose and passion and everything just started, that those words started hitting me left and right. And I discovered my purpose and being a teacher. And that's through that process of understanding and serving the community and things of that sort. Again, started out in passion, being very passionate, being very busy, being very hands-on, to moving into the area of finding and discovering that purpose. And once I found that purpose, that's when alignment started. So I went from being a classroom teacher to actually starting and opening my own school with no money. When I say no money, really no money, just stepping out on faith, and being hands-on with the process and just really starting this school from one small building to now owning a full campus, which again, alignment. I own the full campus. We have a school on our campus. And then the next step of owning that, now a nonprofit that we now also educate the community and continuing in the process of operating in my purpose, which now in turns have allowed me to now not only operate in purpose, not only be excited about what I'm doing, but I'm also generating wealth in the process. So from that point of developing a school, now real estate, entered into real estate where purchasing homes to support families, to support moms with children. So again, acquiring wealth, but still operating in my purpose, still following, seeing the alignment, teaching these individuals, again, still being a teacher. So again, just kind of following the steps of understanding that I'm operating in my purpose, but I'm allowing what, God has shown me to be who I am to generate wealth as well. Now moving into becoming a developer, where I will continue to now in this process, building homes for the same individuals in the community so I can continue the process of teaching, continue the process of serving, continue the process of changing lives. So alignment, I believe that purpose brings alignment. My second point, purpose produces money-making ideas. When you're operating in your purpose, I firmly believe you generate ideas. It helps you to clearly set goals, clearly move and move from the next level to the next. I'll call it the scaffolding process. As you continue to build, as you continue to grow, and as you continue to understand you, and that's the point. Understanding you and understanding who you are and what you are called to be. I believe ideas come. And that's what, different ideas. And it may not always be, I found that because of my passion, because of my talents, I have so many different ideas. But with purpose, you will be so aligned and you will know, okay, which ideas that you would need to pull that's created for you. And then some that you just may need to delegate to others to support, or even help and support someone else's visions, help and support the community in other ways. But stand in alignment will just really help you to focus on what is necessary for you to get what you need in the process of becoming successful. The third point, purpose will help you to become a problem solver. You will find that in your purpose and making money, solving problems is where wealth happens. If we think about most of the wealthiest people around the world, however they determine how they discovered their purpose, but most wealthy people, they found a problem and they solved it. They may have sold however the process went, but they found a problem and they solved it. And I believe when we find purpose and when we identify who we are and what we are, we will begin to come across problems that we are initially created to solve. And in solving those problems, if we stay in alignment, if we understand our purpose and if we understand our gifts and talents, we can begin to operate in the sense of solving these problems, but also providing a source of generating wealth for ourselves and for our family. And the last point that I realized in discovering my purpose makes you valuable. It makes you valuable in the sense of, again, knowing yourself, staying, continuing to build. And in building, I mean educating yourself. Once you find out what your purpose is, continue to grow in that. Continue to learn more about what it is that God has created you to be. Continue to build in that area. Continue to learn more and understand. And again, as you continue to build, as you continue to grow, as you continue to educate yourselves in these areas, you will find that the ideas come. You will find that the problems that you are called to solve, one, you will find that the strategies to put together to help solve these problems, again, to take you to a place of becoming successful. So again, alignment. Purpose brings alignment. Purpose produces money-making ideas. Purpose will help you to become a problem solver, where you will be solving problems that would help you to generate wealth. And last, purpose makes you valuable. So I'm going to close out on this note. And I have a quote that I'm going to share from Napoleon Hill, which says, "There is one quality that one must possess to win, and that is definiteness of purpose." Okay, understanding your purpose. You want to win in this game. You want to be successful. You want to generate wealth. Start by identifying your purpose. Start by understanding who you are, what you are called to be, what you were put here on this earth to do. And I believe in that process, in that discovery process, that you in turn will understand and begin to generate the wealth that you are so looking to acquire. I do not believe that our purpose in life changes. I hear so often that, as we grow, it changes. I personally don't believe it changes. However, I do believe that the scope of our purpose expands. I say that to say I went from being a classroom teacher to a school developer to now, educating in the community, to now being able to develop real estate to, again, serve the community in a sense of helping to change lives and helping others to find their purpose. So I don't necessarily feel that my purpose of being one to help change and help individuals develop purposeful lifestyles. I just feel that I'm noticing that the purpose, the scope of things are expanding, is changing. My heart still is in the same place. I'm still excited about what I'm doing, very excited. But I found that even in my excitement and even in building and even in understanding purpose, it's growing. And I honestly believe that's the process of how wealth is generated, how wealth is, you understand who you are. The key to wealth is discovering your purpose, who you are, why you are here. And you will find once you have done that, you will look for that alignment, identify those problems, create those problems, those strategies, and solving those problems, and you will find that you will become much more valuable and increasing your financial value as well. You will find once you discover your purpose, you will no longer have to chase money, but money will find you. Again, Lashri Rogers, CEO Sister, thank you and God bless.
Hi, my name is Malcolm Smith, and I'm the CEO of The True You, a training and development company. I'm honored to be part of this BlackCEO Iconic event, and I want to just tell you a little bit about myself before I jump into what I'm going to talk to you about. I created The True You as a result of me growing up. I grew up in the South as a young Black kid in predominantly white neighborhoods, so I, for the most part, didn't fit in there. I tried really hard, but I just didn't fit in. When we moved to a predominantly Black neighborhood, I didn't fit in there because it didn't sound right. Why do you talk like a white person? I heard all the time. So I was stuck and I didn't know who I was. In graduate school, I went to the Million Man March, and it was a godsend to me because it was there that I was around a ton of Black people, and however I was okay. But I also saw that no matter what I did, there was no right way to be Black. So whatever I did was what Black people did. So that freed me up just to discover what was important to me. And one of the things that was important to me was making a difference for people. And so my life has been about that. I've been a social worker, I'm a corporate trainer, and I give people tools that support them in achieving whatever goals they have. That's my purpose in life, is to empower people. The tool that I'm going to talk to you about is a tool that when I first heard about it, I saw it as a business tool, but within a few minutes of being finished and walking to my car, I realized This is a tool that can make a difference in the Black community in terms of how we interact with each other, how other people know and understand and interact with us. And this could be a game changer. So I train a ton of people in it in terms of how they can use it as a business. I'm blessed to have this opportunity to talk to you and share it with you. So I'm going to jump right in. I'm going to share my screen and we will talk about the bank code. And so the name of my talk today is Why They Buy. We're going to unlock the secret, the science, and the system to supercharge your sales up to 300%. Now, before I lose you who are not in sales, I want you to listen to this because you're actually in sales whether you're in business or not. You're in sales in your personal life. Maybe you're trying to sell someone on going on a date with you, or you're trying to sell your kids and cleaning the room. So think of it as influence every time I hear sales. And if sales is not where you are, this talk could be for you because this is deeper than a business talk, but I'm going to be talking to my business people. So the first thing is that what I'm going to talk to you about is not rocket science, it's personality science. And I'm having a little issue with my PowerPoint here, but give me a minute. I will take care of it and we will get this going. Okay. It's not going to do it again. All right. So what I'm going to tell you is not rocket science. It's personality science. So you don't have to be a genius to know what I'm about to tell you, but it's going to be genius information that's coming to you. So the personality coding technology I'm going to talk to you about, it's taught around the world. But as I said, it's something that can make a difference in the Black community and for us as Black CEOs. So Robert Kiyosaki said that the ability to sell is the #1 skill in business, not the #2 or 3, but the #1. And the Salesforce.com group did a survey and they found that of all the people in sales, 67% of those people were missing their quotas. And then they also found that 87% of them were not adequately prepared for the sales meetings or conversations that they were going to have. And of all the people in sales, of the people they were talking to, 66% of those people were turned off by the information that they were hearing. Now, in business and in sales, most of you have been told that sales is, well, you've probably heard that sales is a numbers game and that in order to get more yeses, you need to get more nos. But that's a lie. In order to get more yeses, you need to get more yeses. So what I'm about to show you is a proven way to get yeses. This is 2021, and I call it the year of yes. 2020, we had some challenges, a lot of different no's in terms of we can't do business as normal. We can't travel. We can't interact with our patients, our customers, or families, whatever your organization is. I come from the hospital system, so you might hear me say patients every once in a while. But anyways, that was 2020. We're in 2021, the year of yes. This is a great time to learn this system and get more yeses to the products and services that you put your heart and time and money into these things. You believe in these things and you're passionate about them. You want people to know about them. So the secret is that sales is not a numbers game. Sales is a people's game. So if you're in business, then you're in the people game, and getting good with people is going to have you do incredibly well in sales. So the methodology that I spoke about and then I'm going to introduce you to is called the BANK system. And BANK is personality based, meaning that it's rooted in the 4 personality types that date back thousands of years. And I'll tell you about that in a moment. It is people focused. As I just said, sales is not a numbers game. It's a people game. So we're focused on people, and it's profit driven because when people make money, then they can make a difference for other people. When good people make money, they make a difference for other people. So I'm going to share with you this language, and then at the end of this, I'll give you a way that you can get a personality assessment for yourself. It's a report that tells you all about yourself, and I'll share that with you at the end. Now, this is Sherry Tree. She's the lady who created the bank code that I'm going to talk to you about. And just briefly on her, she was in sales. She was not doing well. She took a lot of classes and got coaching, made about $72,000 after about 3 years of putting thousands of dollars to learn. It wasn't good enough. And long story short, she came up with this bank code. This bank code made her $500,000. She taught it to her team easily. They went out, she made millions of dollars, and so did they. It's a simple tool. I was hooked by it because I met her in April of 2019. And at the time, I wasn't in business. And a friend invited me to come hear her, and I didn't know why. But I quickly learned why it was that when people tried to sell me something, they either did really well or they crashed and burned. And with that knowledge, I was fascinated because I saw how that can make a difference in the world. And I wanted to do that, given that I'm somebody that makes a difference. So I took a coaching business that just existed on the internet and transformed it into my own training and development company. And now I train and coach people on this system so that they can use it and be successful in whatever it is that they're up to. Let me just go back briefly. If you notice, we've got Forbes on there, entrepreneur. She did so well that these companies stopped and looked at what was going on. Forbes just wrote an article that was the future of sales, and it's this bank code and the artificial intelligence is affiliated with it, and what's coming down the road. Google brought it in to train. It's recognized, it's valuable. Harvard brought her in to train in the business world. The University of California did. The symbol on the bottom in the middle is the UN code for the United Nations. They brought her in. So this is a no joke tool. San Francisco State University did a test to see, is this unique or is this just like any of those other assessments out there? And they wanted to know, does this predict buying behavior, which is what the claim is. And they found that, yes, it does in fact predict buying behavior. And in fact, bank is the only methodology in the world that is scientifically proven to predict buying behavior in less than 90 seconds. So it may sound complicated. It's not. Albert Einstein said, any fool can complicate things. It takes a genius to simplify them. And that's what this tool does. I'm going to show it to you. First of all, let me just tell you briefly about the science. We didn't invent personality in science. It's been around for quite a while. This is Hippocrates. He's a Greek physician. He's the father of medicine. You may have heard of doctors taking the Hippocratic Oath. It's Hippocrates. This is the father of medicine, the man who came up with what is known as the 4 temperaments. And he used those in his medical practice. And he found that he could treat patients differently depending on what group they fell into. So if you fast forward to today, there are tons of personality assessments. There are some listed here that you may or may not have taken. DISC, Myers-Briggs, color code, there are a ton of them. And Sherry took some of these. We've probably all taken some of these, but the thing about those is they tell you about yourself, but they don't necessarily make you more money, don't get you more sales, don't have people say yes to you instead of no. And Sherry was like, this is a waste of my time. But that triggered something in her head to try and figure out how to make something like this make a difference for her. So what she found was these items were similar. Take DISC, for instance, that's D-I-S-C, and bank is B-A-N-K. If you put them together, they're the same, but they're completely different from the perspective of DISC or any of those others are looking at the psychology and why people do things. Whereas bank looks more at biology, which is the science of buying behavior. It doesn't matter if someone's an introvert or an extrovert. We want to get to what triggers a yes from them. So I'm going to show you how to crack the personality code. And as we say, take it to the bank, just to play on words. This is a cryptex. A cryptex was in the Da Vinci Code. It was Tom Hanks running around in that movie trying to figure out the secret of the Holy Grail. And this device is where the secret was. Now, if you take this device, you can see that there are digits there and they turn. So you put in a code. If you put in the wrong code, then inside there's a tiny vial of vinegar that if it gets cracked, it dissolves the piece of paper that has the secret and everything is lost. Now think about any kind of sales that you've been involved in. In sales, you either said something and you could see on the person's face that you weren't going to make that sale, or they're like, I'll call you back. I got to check with my spouse. And then they're like, this isn't the right time, or this isn't, we don't have the money for this. And you knew that it was something that you had said or done that actually cracked the vial of vinegar and dissolved that sale. It's part of sales. We've all done it. Now imagine if this person had a cryptex or this code and you could unlock it with the correct code and then roll out the scroll and find out what exactly that person what to say to that person to get a yes. So that's what the bank code is. So Tony Robbins said, let your prospect determine your presentation. So if you look at what I just said, if there are 4 personality types that science has shown already, then you should probably have 4 different sales presentations for the 4 ways that you need to approach a customer. But most of us only have one approach. So if you think about it, if it's 1 in 4, that means you only have a 25% chance of getting it right with the people that you're trying to sell to, which also means that you have a 3 in 4 chance of getting it wrong. That's 75% of the potential business that you're leaving on the table. The other thing is that you're spoon feeding your competition at a rate of 3 to 1, because if that person needs your product or service, they're going to go buy it from somebody else. But we want them to buy it from you. So the Shalley Group did a survey, and they found that only 18% of people were likely to buy from a salesperson who didn't match them in their personality type, versus if the personality types did match, it jumped to 82%. That's a huge jump. So when you apply bank and you're talking about increasing your chances of closing sales and jumping to 300%, I'm going to explain that in a moment. What you get to do is you get to match your personality type. You don't match your personality type, but you can adjust your approach. You're not going to change yourself, but you can adjust your approach when you're talking to them. So there's 4 levels: blueprint, action, nurturing, and knowledge. And I want you to think about a conversation that you may have with somebody. If you're talking in English, they know you're talking in English, and it's easy. So if we were all blueprint and we were talking blueprint to each other, you're most likely going to get a yes. But again, if you go with the whole idea of language with an action, let's say that the action is someone who speaks Spanish. If they speak Spanish and you're talking in English, it's just going to go right over their head. They're not going to understand you. They're probably going to be planning what they're doing for dinner next. They can't wait to get out of there. But if you start speaking Spanish to them, hola, me llamo Malcolm y tengo una cosa muy importante for you, then you're talking their language. You're more likely to get that yes from them because they say, hey, this person recognizes me. Same thing with nurturing. Once you get the nurturing, you speak to them, you gather them, and then the same thing with knowledge. Once you talk to them, you start to capture them. So I'm talking quick because I want to get you into the system, and here we are. System stands for save yourself time, energy, and money. If you know what a person's personality code is, then you should be able to get more of a yes. It would be kind of foolish to talk to somebody in the wrong code if you know what their code is. So I'm going to talk to you about these codes briefly, just so you get a sense of them. The B stands for blueprint. Blue is a cool color. So these people, they have particular expectations. If you have a blueprint buyer, their expectation is that they want to avoid risk. They're risk averse. They also expect that you should be early to things. So for them, 10 minutes early is considered on time. On time is late, and late, forget about it. The next group are the actions. It's red hot. These are people who they like the VIP treatment, the finer things in life. A lot of times they're the movers and the shakers and the millionaire makers. They're the ones that are often your entrepreneurs, and they appreciate a good opportunity. In some ways, they're the opposite of the blueprint in that the blueprints live inside the box. As you can see, there's a rocket ship here. The actions live outside the box. They don't go by the rules. As a matter of fact, they kind of can't stand rules. It's kind of a bad word with them. Their commodity that they trade in is lifestyle. They make buying decisions based on how it's going to improve their lifestyle. Nurturing is the next group. As you can see, this color is yellow. Yellow is a loving, heart of gold kind of color. These people love people. They're about community. If the blueprints are inside the box and actions are inside the box, nurturing's recycling the box. They're probably going to take that box that they use, they're going to put some toys in it, gift wrap it, and they're going to donate it to a good cause. Their commodity that they trade in is relationships. So they may not be able to afford what you have to sell, but they're going to know a lot of people who probably can. And if there's a good experience, they're going to tell more people. If it's a bad experience, they want nothing to do with it, and they're going to tell their friends, you want nothing to do with this person. The last group are the knowledge. Their color is green. Green as in green technology, the Excel logo, or the letters in the matrix that fall down on the screen. These people engineered the box. They're the ones that invented the box. There would be no box if it wasn't for them. Now, they're the opposite of all three of those codes. And a lot of people say, how do you close a sale with a knowledge? And the truth is you really can't. Knowledges close themselves, but if you don't know that, you're going to waste your time and theirs. They use a completely different process in order to get to a yes. So here's where it gets tricky. Your customer is not just one of those codes, but a combination of all four. So we all have all four of those codes in us. B-A-N-K. They're in a different order, but they're all part of us. It's kind of like a pin that you use when you put your ATM in a bank machine. If you know the four numbers, but you put them in a weird order, you're not going to get what you want. You have to put them in the exact sequence in order to access the account. Same way with people in their bank codes. Now, the bad news is that there are 24 different bank code possibilities. Why that's bad news is that means you have a 1 in 24% chance or a 4% chance of getting it right. So those odds aren't great. And that's why they say that sales is a numbers game and to go for a no, because you're probably going to get a no based on not having the right codes. The numbers are working against you. But if you have a way where you don't have to guess, which is the bank code, then it changes everything. So I told you that I was going to tell you how to get the personality code for yourself. If you go to crackmycode.com/thetrueyou, which is the name of my company, then you'll get an opportunity to see all of those. You can see the values that go with that code. You can put those in the order of most important of least important to you, and that'll give you access to what your code is. In my workshop, I'm going to be going and taking a deeper dive into what these codes are, knowing how to recognize them. If you don't have the tools at your disposal to figure out what their codes are, how to look at them and assess, you just assess how they are. We're going to be doing a deeper dive to look at how can you use this so you can get more yeses from people. So I'll close with saying that Les Brown said that bank is a game changer. For every entrepreneur and sales professional, this system will strengthen your confidence, expand your selling skills, and dramatically increase your income. So there's a competitive edge that's available in this when you get more yeses, and I want to give you the tools so that you can get those yeses. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of the conference and take care.
Hello and welcome to Significant Business Results. I'm Fran McNeil, your Significant Business Results Coach, and I am so excited to bring you a workshop that's really all about you. It's going to get you thinking. It's going to get you asking questions. It's going to perhaps get you a little bit confused, but that's okay because you're significant, and this workshop is all about helping you be significant in 3 key areas. Those areas are, oh my goodness, I'm getting so excited, my voice is trembling. Those areas are relationships, results, and revenue. So who am I? I'm Fran McNeil, your Significant Business Results Coach. I've worked with over 1,000 entrepreneurs in the last year, and over the 20 years that I've worked with entrepreneurs, I've worked with a lot of entrepreneurs. So enough about me. Let me share my screen because you are in for a treat. In fact, you're in for a workshop. And one of the reasons they call it a workshop is you are going to work. So let's get started. Be significant. Relationships, results, and revenue. It's all about finding that GPS that will put you in the right direction for your business. And quite frankly, when we're talking about your business, we're also talking about you. So I am going to constantly refer to you and your business and ask you to think about what outside of your business may be influencing how you're effective and significant in these 3 R's: relationships, results, and revenue. Occasionally, you'll hear me repeat myself, and that's because I want to make sure you're processing the information because, quite frankly, it's all about you. So, there are probably a lot of questions that you have and had when you started your business. But what matters right now is, where are you right now? What are the questions that you're asking yourself about relationships, results, and revenue? What are the questions your customers are asking about their relationship with you? And do you serve them? Do they see value in you? Do they get results from what you have to offer? And are they willing to part with their hard earned cash to help you grow your business? Well, in many cases, it's really not about you. So, in terms of being significant, you've got to be a little bit, I don't know, outside of yourself, outside of your head, perhaps even a little crazy. But let's get into, what are the questions that you should be asking yourself in terms of building relationships, getting results, and increasing revenue. So those are things that we're going to discuss. So why me? Why now in front of you? Well, there's a few things that I'd like to share with you. And quite frankly, they're important for you to know, because if I'm going to be in front of you for the next 17 and a half minutes, I've got to make it worth your while. I'm a significant business results coach. I've written a book called Significant: From Frustrated to Fantastic. Yes, it's a little bit of a play on words, but the fact of the matter is, I'm a serial entrepreneur. Does it mean I ate a lot of Cheerios or Cocoa Puffs? What it does mean is that I've started businesses, I've grown businesses, I've sold businesses, I've helped other people be significant, not only in creating products and services that make a difference for their customers, but products and services that make a difference for their employees, for their vendors, for their community. And I've experienced lots of road bumps along the way, personally, professionally, and in my business. I've lost money as well as gained money. I've been frustrated, and it's important for you to know that I'm a real person with real problems, and a person that is constantly working on improving herself so that I can better serve my clients. I've been frustrated in a number of ways, and my goal is to help you reduce that frustration and get to results faster. So when I wrote my book, my focus was on helping people increase their energy, embrace opportunities, find support, really enjoy life, and stay significant in the competitive market. You'll see some of the stats about results. I've had 30 years of coaching and helping people grow their businesses. I've worked with over 300 folks that have decided to put their name and their testimonials on my LinkedIn. And the success rate that I've had with entrepreneurs has been at this 97% rate. Why the 3% difference? Well, quite frankly, not everybody loves me, and that's okay. What matters is that I've been able to help people go from 0 to 60, 60 to 100, 100 to a million. And that's what I want to do for you. You'll also see on this page that I have been a breast cancer survivor and a stroke survivor. And I share that with you to say that physically, mentally, emotionally, I've experienced challenges and I have overcome them. Has it been easy? No. But what matters is, I'm a person that understands that life happens and that, quite frankly, you've got to move on. And in that moving on, you don't do it alone. You do it with others. So I've had the opportunity to be part of the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Businesses. I've been written up in a number of papers, not because I've done bad things. And I've been written up and appeared on NBC News. I've been written up by the Associated Press and appeared in Yahoo News because I have helped people grow their businesses. So let's get started on how I can add value to you in this workshop. So in this workshop, we're going to cover 6 things. First of all, the big questions that will help you get to significant business results. Quite frankly, asking the questions of you. What are you doing to be significant? And how can you move the needle? How can you change the dial to really power up your business and your own confidence and confidence of others in you? Why do the 3 R's matter? And what are they? Why am I identifying relationships, results, and revenue? Why is revenue last when that's probably what you want most and first? And then, as a result of this workshop, what action steps can you take to put this all into place? So here are the big questions. Where? Where are you going? Why? Why does your business matter to you? You've got to answer that question. Why does your business matter to you in 2021 versus 2020 versus 2019? And how are you going to get from where you are now to where you want to be at the end of 2021 or 2022, 2023? Which methods will you use to keep yourself sane and to be successful? How will you measure your sanity and your success? How will you support others in helping you? Who will be your stakeholders? And when will you decide that enough is enough? When will you know that you're ready to move to the next level? How will you be successful? And what metrics will you use? So those are big questions that when you're thinking about being significant and focusing on relationships, results, in order to get to revenue, you've got to ask those big questions first. If you don't ask them and just plow right into the financial metrics of profit and loss, and how many widgets can I sell and what price, you're really missing the foundation. In fact, it's like trying to put curtains up before you've built a foundation and you've put up the steel bars and put walls around a space. You've got to start with the basics. So I've put those big questions out there. They're short words with lots of space, and that's intentional because if you're going to be strategic and work on your business instead of in your business, you've got to allow time for questions, thinking, research, and gathering the answers. And the answers will come from you as well as others. So in terms of homework, remember I said this is a workshop. You need to take out a pencil, a pen, or pull out your iPad or go to your computer right now and identify your thoughts on these big questions. Where are you going? I mean, you personally, because if it's your business, what's at the start of the word? What's before the word your business? What's before the word business? It's your business. And what's in the word your? It's you. So let's explore, where are you going personally? What are your goals? What matters to you? Why does what matters to you matter personally? And then think about those big questions in terms of your business. Where is your business going? Why does it matter that you're setting certain goals? How long will it take you to reach those goals? What resources do you have at your disposal? A lot of businesses talk about lack of cash, but what other resources, what people, what technology, what systems and processes do you have in place? Who's going with you? Who's supporting you? Who's cheering you on? Who's helping you do the work? Let's get real. When will you start? And what's next in terms of your personal journey and why the business matters to you and where your business is going? Will you stay in your business until you die? Will you sell your business? Will you have your employees run your business? So these are big thoughts that you've got to answer before we move on. And because we have limited time together, let's focus on being significant. I put 4 letters here: a G, an R, an O, and a W. Being significant. What does that mean? Well, this is an acronym that I've borrowed from a British coach. And in terms of being significant, again, it involves some internal work. You've got to think about, what are your goals? Are those goals realistic? And once you identify those goals, what are some of the options that are necessary and options that are available to you in order to reach those goals? And once you identify the options, which ones are you willing to take? So let me be specific. Many, many years ago, my goal was to make $100,000 as a business coach. Not $100,000 over my lifetime, $100,000 in that particular year. That particular year, I was charging $50 an hour, and at that point in time of setting the goal, in January of that year, I had made $300. So $300 in January, and I want to make $100,000 in a year. So what's realistic? Would I have a lot more customers at $50 an hour, or would I raise my rates? What was realistic? Could I get big contracts? And what size contracts would be realistic to get me to my $100,000 goal? So some of the options that I considered were trying to do it all by myself. Another option was having part of my revenue that would allow me to reach the $100,000 come in from working with other people, being a subcontractor at a rate of $250, because that contractor was able to charge $500 an hour, so they paid me $250 an hour. And to think about, were there clients that would be willing to pay me more if I offered more value? And then I had to think about the W. How much work, given the options of subcontracting, raising my rates, and doing some other things on my own, was I willing to do within the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? In order to reach that $100,000 goal in 1 year, which I did reach, in fact, I exceeded it by 25%, I had to really sit down and think about what I was willing to do. So being significant involves growing. Grow. Goals, realistic options, and what are you willing to do? The next piece that I'd like to share with you is relationships. You need to identify the relationship with yourself, with your business, which certainly includes employees, vendors, customers, and the community. So part of your homework, and I'm clicking, is, what's your relationship with yourself? Do you have self-confidence? Do you have negative self-talk? What's your relationship with your business? Are you commingling your personal funds and your business funds? Do you have a banker? Do you have an attorney? Do you have an insurance broker? Are you saving money? Do you have a budget for your business? Are you clear on the difference between revenues, expenses, and profits? What's your relationship with your customers? Do you thank your customers? Do you invite your customers to do business with you? Do you have repeat customers? Do your customers make referrals? What's your relationship with the community? Do you give back? Why did I put relationships before revenue? unless you're going to be buying your own product, you need to have relationships. And the first relationship that needs to be positive and optimal is the relationship with yourself. Results. I promised you that there were 3 R's to business: relationships, results, and revenue. So, what is the mission of your business? And how do you measure whether or not you're meeting the mission of your business? The mission is, what do you say you're going to do in your business? And then, do you do it? Do you do it well? Who's responsible for making sure you do it well? Who are the leaders in your business? If it's you, if you're the management team, are you managing? Are you leading? Are you following? Are you following up? Are you marketing? What are you saying to people to invite them to see the benefits of working with you? And are you getting the money? So results, it's all about the 5 M's. So questions for you, again, because this is a workshop. And my job is to help you think about thinking. My job is to help you stretch your mind. My job is to help you think differently and act differently so that you see results in your business. So questions that I'd encourage you to ask yourself around results are, what is your mission? Are you measuring what matters? What is the management doing of value? Do you spend your time on things that you like to do, but maybe don't generate revenue? What do you need to delegate to someone else? And what do you need to pay them in relation to what you're charging so that they see value in helping you add value to your customers? How's your marketing related to your sales? And how much money is coming in, going out, and staying? So that gets to the whole difference between revenues and profits, which ties us right very nicely into revenues. What's your system around revenues? System is an acronym for save yourself time, energy, and money. Do you know how much money is coming into your business? Do you have a plan on how much money is coming into your business? Are you tracking how much money is coming into your business? Are you making adjustments to how much money is coming into your business? Revenues is all about having a system. So, some questions that I'd like you to ask yourself. For the product or service that you're selling, and I'd like you to focus just on the product or service that you have the highest price tag on. What is that price? Is it $50? Is it a $20,000 contract? Is it $3 for a bracelet? So what's the price that you charge your client or your customers? Think about, what does it cost you? How many are you selling? How much money comes in? How frequently does it come in? How long does it take to come in? And are you selling to the right customer? Because quite frankly, you need to cover and be cognizant of, be aware of, and yes, I'm using some big words, but quite frankly, I'm repeating the same thing. You need to be clear about what money comes in, and you can't stop there. Because if you don't know what it's costing you and how many you're selling, you might be pricing your product incorrectly or your service, and you might be selling to the wrong customer. Maybe you're selling to someone who doesn't really see the value in what you have to offer. So we're almost at the end of the 20 minutes. That goes very quickly. Again, this is like a scalp massage for your business. I'm kind of massaging your thoughts and asking you to think about the big questions, the whats, the whys, the hows. I'm asking you to hold yourself accountable to being significant. I'm asking you to think about the big R's, the 3 R's, relationships, results, and revenue, and to see the connection between the fact that Revenue comes last for a reason, because you can't make money if you don't have relationships. If people don't know who you are and what's in it for them, you're not going to sell anything. You're not going to have results. You're not going to have referrals. You're not going to have repeat customers, and the revenue won't be there. So when you think about being significant, it's important that you apply what you've heard today. I encourage you to go back and answer those questions for yourself. Identify where you want your business to go. Get back to me. This workshop is designed to get you thinking, but not leave you hanging. I want to make sure that you identify to me what was helpful. Where did you get stuck? What do you need more help on? Please complete the survey on the screen at www.surveymonkey.com/R SGPS, that stands for significant GPS WK be significant RRR. So take a moment, take a screenshot of this particular screen and complete the survey, because that will also help you apply what you've learned. What's next? You need to ask the big questions so you're clear on where you want to go. Focusing on significant results is not easy. Why does a train have 2 tracks? Because the tracks help guide the train where it needs to go. Of course, you need the train, you need the engineer, you need the engine. But the fact of the matter is the tracks set the path for where the train's to go. In your business, you need to know yourself. You need to know where you want to go. You need to set goals so you can be clear that where you want to go and where you want to grow is in fact on the right track. It's about significant business results. Take action, ask for help, and connect with me. So again, if you haven't done so, make sure that you complete the survey so I can follow up with you and hold you accountable. If you'd like to get in touch with me, which I hope you will, you can connect with me on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, and I want to support your success. So, thank you for being part of this particular workshop. I'm Fran McNeil, Significant Business Results Coach, and what I'm going to do is take you back so that you can connect with me if you like, and we can work together. Thank you.
Once again, my friends, my name is Robert Antoinin, and you are still plugged in to the #1 platform for Black entrepreneurs around the world. This is BlackCEO's premier event for 2021, Black and Iconic. And this is day 2 of our 7-day amazing journey where we're talking about iconic revenue. And as I listened to this morning's speakers, I was thinking to myself, what have I done to ensure that my revenue is iconic? So I just wanted to share 3 things that I've done that I believe will bless you and help you to make your revenue iconic. The first thing that I did was I learned to invest more than I saved. Now, I don't mean to suggest that you shouldn't save your money, but I was more intentional in investing my money, because when you invest, your money works for you while you sleep. So the first thing that I did was I learned to invest more than I saved. The second thing that I did to ensure that my revenue was iconic was I got life insurance. Did you know that there are more people with insurance on their cell phone rather than having insurance on their life? Can you imagine that? As my friend Arsenio Hall would say, I don't want you to be like those jokers. Make sure that you have life insurance. You want to ensure that your seeds, your generations long after you, your children's children's children have a better chance in life because you have established a life insurance policy, right? The third thing that I did was I was intentional about owning real estate. 90% of the billionaires in the United States today, a large portion of their portfolio, a large portion of their wealth comes from real estate ownership. So the beauty and the blessing for you is to go out and own something as opposed to renting. Go out and buy real estate, own land. It will be a way to increase your portfolio.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Boyd, and I am your reposition specialist. Oh my goodness, are you excited to be here today, to be participating in the Black CEO Iconic Digital Summit? I know I am excited to be in front of you today, and I hope you are totally enjoying the entire summit. Don't miss a day because we have some phenomenal speakers. But I am glad that you have decided to stop by and learn more about Mary Boyd because I am Mary Boyd. Listen, I help women overcome their past, face their present, and purposely walk into their future and stop living everyone else's truth about them and live in their own truth. Now, I know you are out there, you have a birth in your belly, you have a business in your belly that you want to birth, and you are here to find out how do I get it done. Listen, if you were like me, right? I've been an entrepreneur all of my life that I can think of. I've always had that entrepreneurial spirit. And I don't know about you, but I came from a background in Washington, D.C., right? That's where I'm from, but I live in Atlanta now. And I grew up. Dad passed away when I was about 5 years old. Mother never remarried. She worked for the government for years until she retired on disability. So, I had to help. And so I've been working since I was 14 years old. And if you are like me, that money had to go into the house, right? And so you really didn't have it for yourself. And your mind said, when I get grown, I'm going to work, I'm going to make my money, and I'm going to do what I want to do with my money, right? I know that's what I said. And guess what? I did. And guess what the result of that was? Bad debt. Right? Right? Credit loans. Oh my God, credit card out the wazoo. See, because I wasn't taught about money. I wasn't taught the fundamentals. My education when it came to money and finances was pay your bills on time. Anybody? Anybody out there? Right? Pay your bills on time. That was it. Right? So I grew up, even though I had that entrepreneurial spirit, I came in my adulthood still having the spirit, but not knowing what to do with it. Making decent money, working, right? But not having anything to show for it. Constantly being in debt, paying for student loans for school, coach chasing. I'm going to explain that in a minute, right? All of that and still not getting anywhere. And what I have come to understand that there is a mindset behind the money. And that is what I'm here to talk to you about tonight, ladies and gentlemen. There's a mindset behind the money. Listen, It's not enough to chase the bag, okay? Now, between me and you shouldn't be chasing the bag anyway. How about that? All right? The bag is supposed to be there waiting for you. All right? God says, listen, He will create a table before you. All you have to do is walk up to it and eat. Okay? So you shouldn't be chasing the bag. Why are you chasing it? Why is it running from you? Okay? Why is the bag running from you? And it's not that it's not there for you. That opportunity isn't there for you, that you are not able to operate in the gifts that you have, but you just don't have the mindset behind the money. You're forgetting about all the other things that have happened to you in life that has caused you to procrastinate, right? Some people call it laziness. You have a little bit of laziness in you, possibly, right? You are trying to multitask and do 12,001 things at one time, okay? You're trying to build a business while you work a full-time job. You have a spouse, you have kids, and other obligations that you have to meet. And you wonder why you are connecting with this coach, connecting with that coach, connecting with this coach, and all of them are telling you pretty much the same thing. But for some reason, you're not accomplishing anything, right? You're overwhelmed, you're frustrated, you're stressed out, you have this yearning, you want to do it, but nothing is happening. And you're saying, I'm spending thousands of dollars on coaches. These are supposed to be the subject matter experts. These are the people that are supposed to get me to where I have to go. Well, can I be truthful with you? It's not them. It's you. It is not them. It is you. If they're telling you to do 1, 2, 3, and you are doing 8, 9, and 10, whose fault is that? Or if you're not doing it at all and you have every reason, which are good reasons to you, right? You have every reason that you're not getting it done. And they're all great reasons for you, right? That's still not their fault, okay? You have to understand where you currently are in your life, in your headspace, and then start to operate there first and get that together before, okay, before you spend thousands of dollars on coaches that you are not going to do what they tell you to do. Get your life, as they say, first, okay? So I'm going to touch on a topic, and it is a part of the mindset behind the money. Okay, it's a part of the mindset behind the money. So I want you to make sure that you have pen, paper, pencil, highlighter, everything that you need to take notes, because I promise you that if you just implement these few little steps, it is going to start you on the right track to make sure that your mindset is right in order for you to accomplish your goals, dreams, and aspirations. So, one of the big things are you cannot be everything to everybody. Write that down. You cannot be everything to everybody. How is that possible? How do you get anything done if you are saying yes to everything? You can't. See, Warren Buffett said the difference between successful people and very successful people is that very successful people say no to almost everything. Very successful people say no to almost everything. See, they're laser focused. They're focused on their goals. So, no, I don't have time to go to the cookout with you today. No, I don't have time to go hang out in the mall. No, I don't have time to sit on the phone with you for 2 hours and cut the breeze. No, I don't have time to do a girls' night and do dinner tonight. Now, are we saying that you can never have your time? You can never have your fun time. You can never have your play time? Absolutely not. That's not what we're saying, right? That's not what I'm saying. Listen, you have to have harmony. I want you to write this down. There is no such thing as balance when you are starting and running your business. Yeah, I said it. And anybody that told you got to find balance, tell them Mary Boyd said there's no such thing as balance. What is balance? Balance is when you have two things and they are equal, right? They are equal in weight, they are equal in time, they are equal. Now, how many of you know that you started your business? Where's the equality? You can't give everything the equal amount of time. So there's no such thing as balance. But there is a such thing as harmony. You have to find harmony in this journey, right? So again, it's not that you don't ever do anything, you don't ever hang out with the girls, you don't ever do your fun time, you don't ever have self-care, because that is extremely important, right? But there's harmony in that. And you have to find the harmony based on what you're doing and your schedule, okay? In order to get things done the way that you need to get done, okay? Write this down. It's focus, focus, not hocus pocus. It's focus, focus, not hocus pocus, okay? The stuff doesn't magically appear. It doesn't magically get done. You don't wave a magic wand around like you in a Harry Potter movie, okay? And miraculously stuff gets done. No, it takes focus. You have to focus on your goal, okay? You have to focus on your goal. So, one step about focus is figuring out to do or not to do. That is the question, okay? To do or not to do. You're like, Mary, I got this to do and that to do. I got to take the kids. I got to deal with the husband. I got 5,000 phone calls to make. How do I do this all? Listen, what I'm about to tell you is a secret. Nobody ever told you this before. Make a list. Make a list. Listen. Yes, we are very creative people. Entrepreneurs are very creative people. And sometimes we forget about the simplicity of things, okay? I am very creative, and sometimes I make things a lot harder than it has to be. My creative juices start flowing, and then I'm telling you, I get real off, okay? But sometimes a simple list, make you a to-do list. This is what I want you to start. Make you a to-do list, and you're only going to make one. You're not going to have a to-do list for home, a to-do list for kids, a to-do list for the business, because then you're still all over the place. Okay? You're still all over the place. So you are going to start with your goals. Make a list of your goals. And that's all inclusive, not just business, because guess what? Your personal life is part of your business. There's no separation. Your personal life is part of your business. Your personal life is you. Your business is you. So you can't separate the two. All right? So you're just going to all your goals. Make a list of all your goals. Then these are big goals, okay? From there, step 2 is to make smaller goals from those big goals that you have. You know that old saying, what's the best way to eat a burger? One bite at a time. Well, that's what I'm taking you through. One bite at a time. Now you know what your goals are, right? For the week, for the day. You can do your list for the week. You can do your list for the day, right? So whatever it is, you're going to set your goals. Then you're going to make smaller goals, okay? Milestones along the way. And then from those smaller goals, you're going to create tasks. See, time management is about getting the tasks done that you need to get done in the amount of time that you have. Because we all have 24 hours in a day, right? It's what are you doing with those 24 hours? Okay, so you're going to then create tasks. What tasks do I need to complete in order to accomplish this goal? Right? So again, you're going to write your goals out, what you want to accomplish for the day. You're going to take that big goal and break it down to some smaller goals, some milestones. And then thirdly, you are going to create tasks that will help you accomplish those goals. Okay? Now, again, there's only one list, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want to have 3 or 4 or 5 lists and sticky notes all over the place. One. Have your one list and then put that list in order. Right? If taking little Johnny to football practice is a non-negotiable and you are in the car during that time at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., guess what? You cannot have a list over here that says you're supposed to be in a business meeting at 6 p.m. And you forgot all about you had the business meeting at 6 p.m. because the only thing on your mind was to take little Johnny to football practice. And because that wasn't integrated into your one list, you forgot. So a lot of times you like, I got this, I got this calendar over here, then I have stuff written in my hard calendar, and then I got a list over here, and then none of the lists are ever together at the same time, by the way, right? You took your personal list with you in the car, you left your business list at home, but then you think of some business, something that you have to do while you're in the car, but you don't quite remember what it is because that one list that don't make any sense. So just have one list, okay? Simplify this, okay? And you're going to put that list in order. You are going to put that list in order, okay? From most important to least important, right? Everything cannot be done at the same time. Everything cannot be number one on the list. You cannot have 10 number ones. All right? You cannot have 10 number ones that you personally have to do. Now, you can have 10 number ones and some of those things, if you have a team, you can delegate that out to, right? But you shouldn't have 10 number ones that you have to do, okay? So let's be clear on that, okay? So make sure you have just one list. Now, I know you all, again, are going to think I'm crazy. Now, I already told you, just say Mary said. Okay? Multitask not. Multitasking is a myth, ladies and gentlemen. It is a myth. Multitasking, that means doing more than one thing at the exact same time. Is that possible? 99% of the time, no. And I leave that 1% of simple stuff. Like I can be on the phone while cooking dinner. Yeah, I can do those 2 things at one time, right? But I cannot cook dinner and wash clothes at the same time. Because I don't think your washing machine is next to your stove, arm reach, where you can be stirring the pot and putting clothes. I can't even do it. And my rhythm is just off in doing that, right? You cannot do that. What you can do is put the water on the stove to boil. While you're waiting on that to boil, go get a load of clothes and then put it in the washing machine. That is not doing the 2 things at the same time. That's doing one thing after the other, right? So it is a myth, guys. I just really want you to stop trying to multitask task in that manner. And when you have your task list and you have placed your task list in order, right? And you have designated your time in which that will happen, those different tasks, then you will get things accomplished. You won't feel like I'm worn out at the end of the day. And I know I did a lot of stuff. But for the life of me, I can't figure out what I did. Anybody else felt like that? What did I do? I know I'm exhausted. My body hurt. My mind is tired. Like, but I swear, I just don't feel like I checked anything off the list. You're going to stop doing that. And you're going to stop doing that today. Now, I have this funny thing of saying, you're killing my focus, man. Yeah, y'all know I'm a movie buff. I love Chris Tucker, right? And I love how he would say, man, right? Like, he's saying, for real, this is what you're doing? Listen, there are things that are killing your focus. There are people that are killing your focus. TV. I used to be one. I have been released, thank God, from the TV. I can go all day literally without watching TV, right? But that didn't used to be me. I would get so caught up in series and different movies that I would spend more time watching everybody live their dreams on TV than I would actually working in mine, right? Social media is a big one. We are in a time right now that everything is virtual. Social media was already big, but it's even more so now. And they're constantly coming up with different things, right, to keep you engaged. Well, it's great to be engaged, but not to the detriment of your business. Are you engaged to the point where you have spent 3 and 4 hours of your day listening to somebody else talk about something every day and you haven't done anything for yourself? Right? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that stops now. Interrupted calls, conversations. You know, the kids need this, the husband needs this, the wife needs this, the friend needs this, and it's constantly being interrupted. They're killing your focus. But if they don't know that you're focusing, if they don't know that between 6 and 7 or between 8 and 10, you are focusing on working your business. So don't call me because I'm not going to answer the phone, right? Don't interrupt me. Set yourself up to where you have done everything that you needed to do in the time frame before you need to focus on your business. I'm gonna give you all well, I'm gonna say mothers because I know most mothers do the cooking, but listen, fellas, I know you're in it too, right? Cook meals for the week. That's a freebie. That's a freebie. My mama taught me that, right? I'm a single mom. I work 2 jobs, and I was like, and I live in Atlanta, y'all. So any of y'all ATLians, you know traffic, 285, 85, it's an hour and a half. By the time I got home, who was cooking? Starting to cook at that, right? So on Sundays, I dedicated Sunday evenings, and I cooked 2 meals. I cooked the stovetop meal, and I cooked the oven meal. And that's what we ate all week. Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, and Friday was pretty much, you got something out. That was my schedule in my household. So I cooked for the week on Sunday. Again, controlling my time. So when I got home, all I had to do was fix the plate store, stick it in the microwave, warm it up, and my son was fed. And so was I, for that matter, right? So I just took my time back. So there are certain things that you have to do, but you have to let those that know or those that would affect your time and what it is that you're doing and that can cause you to get off focus, you have to let them know your schedule. Your good girlfriend that you sit on the phone with for 2 hours all the time needs to know, don't call me at 8 o'clock. I'm not answering. All right? If you don't need your phone during that time, give your phone, turn it off, or if you can't turn it off, give it to somebody in the house and say, listen, unless they say that they dying, the world is exploding or something like that, don't bring this phone back in here with me because I need to focus. All right? So I have a task for you. I have a task for you in concluding. I want you definitely to improve your focus. Okay. This will start you on the journey of being able to get accomplished all of those wonderful things that your coaches are telling you to do in order to get your business up and running, to scale your business, to take it to a next level, to have that $100,000, $500,000, $1 million year that you need, right? You are going to take a piece of paper, and on one side, and if you're a computer person, don't like writing, do it in Excel, however, it don't matter, just do it, okay? On one side, you are going to put focus killers, focus killers. And on the other side, you are going to put focus tips, okay? Now, on your focus killer side, you are going to evaluate your life and be honest with yourself, okay? How long are you talking on the phone with people? Shooting the breeze. How many hours are you doing that? How many hours are you spending watching the 90 Day Fiance or Loving Basketball? I don't even know if that's still come on or not, or Atlanta Housewives, whatever, right? How long are you spending in doing that? Okay? What different things are killing your focus? Okay? And then once you write that list, beside it in the focus tips, I want you to implement some of these things. And this is just a few, and there may be some that you like, I can do this, I can do that. Of course, create your own, right? Number one, you need to, again, focus on goals, right? Focus on goals is a tip. So, for instance, if you, that multitask thing, right? And you got 5,000 things that you're trying to do and not understanding what's a goal, what's a task, you need to define that and write your focus on goals. These are goals. These is what I need to focus on, right? Again, if you have 1,001 things, is to create you a to-do list and prioritize it, okay? If you have stuff all over the place and that's making you lose focus because you're constantly, your mind is just in 1,000 different places, okay? Create one to-do list. Eliminate non-essentials. What is a non-essential in your life? To me, like I said, for me, it was TV. TV was a non-essential, right? I don't have to watch TV. I know enough people that watch it when stuff happens in the news, they just tell me what's going on, right? That was a non-essential for me, right? So some things that you just do, like that's just me, some of that stuff is non-essential, okay? So make sure you recognize that and eliminate it. Schedule time to focus. Yep. Schedule your time where you are sitting down and you're planning. Your focus time is your planning time. Your planning time is your focus time, okay? Where you want to sit down and you just want to take a deep breath, write everything out. You're writing your plan together. You're getting the things that you know you want to do. You are planning your focus time. So you definitely want to do that, okay? I'm going to put my hands on my hip as I say this. No multitasking. Stop it right now. No multitasking. That right? Don't do it. There's no such thing. So if you do the first thing, that will automatically give you the second thing. Okay, you won't be able to multitask because you have your to-do list. Know the warning signs. You ever heard talk to somebody and they just didn't quite give you the right feeling? It's like, I don't know about that person, right? There are warning signs that let you know that your attention is about to do this or your attention is about to do that, but you're not focused. Okay? Recognize those warning signs and immediately stop it. Okay? You have to learn yourself if you don't know yourself already. You have to learn yourself and recognize those warning signs. Again, continue to identify your focus killers and develop a pre-work ritual, whatever that is. Mine is devotion, prayer. I get a cup of tea or a cup of coffee in the morning. Whatever your ritual is, so that you're not hopping out of bed and going right to work. Okay, you're having a moment of self. You're taking some self care. You're having a moment for you. You're breathing. You're getting it together. You're reviewing. You have a pre-work ritual, and then you start your day. So, ladies and gentlemen of our Black CEO Iconic Summit, I hope that these tips have blessed you today. I hope that you can take some of this and start getting yourself organized, your life together, getting your mind right, and understanding that there is a mindset behind the money. And if you don't have the right mindset, you will be forever chasing the bag. My name is Mary Boyd. It's been a pleasure being here with you. I am your reposition specialist. You can contact me at info@IamMaryBoyd.com, and Boyd is Boyde. Yes, I'm unique. I have an E on the end of Boyd, right? So info@IamMaryBoyd.com. You can connect with me on Facebook at Mary Boyd, and you can connect with me on Instagram at I am Mary Boyd. I thank you all for joining. Make it a harmonious day.
All right, beautiful people, man. Good day to you, man. Thanks so much for joining us, man. I am your host here, facilitating this talk and discussion about this thing called cryptocurrency. I am ERGJ. I got my full name is Evan Jefferson. I got 4 names. I go by ERGJ. That's Googleable and all that stuff there as well. What we're going to be talking about today here, guys, is the truth about cryptocurrency. Just give you a little bit of background about me. I have been in the cryptocurrency space for about 6 years. During that first period of being introduced to this thing called Bitcoin, I went out to the community and started just screaming to everybody, hey, I think I found something. And quite a few of them, most of them didn't listen to me. But at any rate, that was around when it was at about $1,000 per coin. And as we're presenting this to you today, it's over 50,000 a coin. And so I wanted to make sure that I do my best to give you more information this time around, what you need to know about crypto, Again, this is me. I have a lot of memes, a lot of caricatures, so you see me all around in a lot of different ways, but it's still representing me here, ERGJ. A little bit about me. I'm a certified global financial educator, founder of the New Black Wall Street, president of the New Black Wall Street Investment Club, international best-selling author of the book, The Black Billionaires Club, which is a study of Black wealth and study the 12 richest Black people in the world today. Founder of the Black Billionaires Club as well. We turned a book into a club. That's where we actually build business, build wealth while we build ourselves. And the most important part of that is building ourselves. And I'm also a small business consultant and strategist. Now, what is crypto? Let's get right into this thing because I know y'all want to hear me talk about myself all the time. What is crypto? So, cryptocurrency is a digital or virtual currency that is secured by cryptography, which makes it nearly impossible to counterfeit or double spend. Now, how I kind of just break this down, how I looked at it when I got introduced to it, I saw it as the evolution of money. If you just begin to just study money across the years, decades, and the centuries, you'll begin to see that we're now into a digital age. So for me, it was like, why wouldn't we have a digital money? Many cryptocurrencies are decentralized with networks based on blockchain technology, a distributed ledger enforced by a disparate network of computers. This to me is all developer talk. It just basically means that everything is open. You can see all the transactions take place, but it is anonymous. And it's all, and the biggest thing is that it's on this new technology. So that's the new part. That's the evolution part that I mentioned when I say the evolution of money. And some may say it's the future of finance. A defining feature of cryptocurrencies is that they are generally not issued by any central authority. So this is superseding what we call the central bank. And this is why it is a disruption that's taking place right now. And we'll get into a few other things as far as cryptocurrency later on, rendering them theoretically immune to government interference or manipulation. We can also call this this phenomenon global currency, where it supersedes the dollar to the euro and all that foreign exchange stuff that goes on as well. I just want to give you a quick breakdown of what exactly is crypto. Let's get into this thing because I want to make the case. And there's some things that you just need to know as you kind of fix into your head. Is this something that you should be looking at? You know what I'm saying? Something that you should be looking at. Here's some stats for you. The cryptocurrency market as it stands right now is a $1.5 trillion market. And ask yourself, well, why would so much money be in this market if it wasn't a thing? $1.5 trillion are flowing in the cryptocurrency space. Over the past 24 hours, here's how much volume or how many transactions. When you go to a market, you have this thing called buying and selling. So these are the transactions taking place. Somebody's buying, somebody's selling. All the cryptocurrency in the world, 183 million transactions taking place in the past 24 hours. Now we have this thing called BTC. That's a short code for Bitcoin. Bitcoin dominates the market. It dominates 61% of the whole currency space is dominated by Bitcoin. So 61% of the money is tied up in this thing called Bitcoin, which is, I would say, the most important coin as we stand today. Now, there are over 8,490, and they're always being created for some use or some reason, and some for some junk. So, you know, there's some junk out there, just like there's some junk stocks. There's some quality stocks. There's some junk stocks. There's some, you know, some large stocks. And there's some penny stocks. Very similar there. We have a lot of currencies that's being created for whatever they are. And I always like to look at what they were created for to give me some idea of whether they're going to be worth something in the future. And then there are markets. This is where cryptocurrency can be exchanged. So there's over 33,895 markets in the world across the globe that's going to be able to allow people from all walks of life to be able to transact or to get or send or receive or buy or sell or trade this thing that we call cryptocurrency. Now, of course, Bitcoin is the dominant, so I figured I'd show you what we're looking at here for Bitcoin over the past year. This thing just passed $50,000. I mean, let me say that again because I don't think people in the back heard me. $50,000. It's up over 433% in the past year. My estimation, for my own personal belief, this will probably be the best performing asset of our lifetime. Okay, not just this year. I believe of our lifetime. I mean, you think about how well Amazon has performed. This thing right here has a lot of attributes to it, and that's not just Bitcoin, but obviously that's the one that dominates. So I want to bring that to your attention. 433% though. That means if a year ago you had heard the word, a year ago you decided you were going to put, you know, $100 into Bitcoin, and today you'd have $533. That's just what we're talking about there. Okay, 433% in 1 year. 1 year. All right. So here's the top 10. I just wanted to also introduce you maybe to some new terms, some new words you may not have heard of. But here's the top 10 cryptos that are being traded in the world. And I want you to pay attention over here to the market cap. So Bitcoin, BTC, it has $957 billion flowing through it. And the way that you get market cap is you basically take the price of the coin, which is 51,452, times the number of coins that's being circulated, which we don't have on this screen, but it comes up to 957.9 billion. The second most important coin that's been created is called Ethereum. And again, we can get into the technicalities when we get to our intro to crypto session. But this is $208 billion that are tied up in this thing called Ethereum, this cryptocurrency called Ethereum. Then we have a coin called Tether, 32.4 billion. See how that dropped so much? I would call Bitcoin and Ethereum like large cap. Then we start getting to the mid cap stuff, if you are familiar with stocks. Polkadot is that's fairly new. That's up to 28.5 billion. And then Cardano, which is short code ADA, is $27.2 billion flowing through this crypto market there. And then we go to our next five. Binance coin, that coin has $24.8 billion flowing through that. Then we have Ripple. Ripple's pretty interesting. They're going through some of the fight with the SEC right now. That one has $24.7 billion in it. Litecoin, which is like the silver to Bitcoin's gold, that has $15.1 billion flowing through it or tied to it. Bitcoin Cash, which is which was a fork or a split from Bitcoin, that has $13.3 billion tied to it. And then we have this cryptocurrency called Chainlink, short code Link, $12.9 billion. So now we're starting to see, you ask yourself, I began to ask myself, maybe you don't ask yourself, man, if all this money is tied up in this cryptocurrency, maybe it's a thing. Okay, maybe it's a thing. And I'm going to continue to make the case, some things you need to know about crypto. Well, what's this? Oh my goodness. This is a Bitcoin ATM. Now I'll tell you, this right here is what changed the game for me. I live in a small town in Decatur, Georgia. If you guys are familiar with Atlanta, south of Atlanta, it's called the Hood. Okay, I live in the Hood, and I go to the Hood Mall. It's called South DeKalb Mall. Now I go across the street from the Hood Mall, called South DeKalb Mall, to this Hood gas station called Chevron. When I go into the Chevron one day, just to pay for gas or get a stick of gum or whatever I was in there for, I saw an ATM, regular ATM. I was like, cool, okay, all right, get some, I pay my little fees, get some money. But then I saw another ATM. And I thought to myself, why y'all got two ATMs in the Chevron? Well, guess what, guys? When I looked at that ATM, I saw these little signs on it, and it said Bitcoin ATM. That was 4 years ago. And I said to myself, oh, wait a second. If, the Indians and the Asians and the Jews are starting to put Bitcoin ATMs in their gas station in the hood, then this must be something. Okay, that convinced me right there. I said, this must be something. That's when I began to do more study and more research and learn as much as I could along the way about this thing called cryptocurrency. And then obviously the dominant coin at that time was Bitcoin. So I said, well, where else are these ATMs? So I'm in the area code 30034. I'll show you some of these places that we see this ATM now. Got the Covenant Food Mart over on Covenant Highway. Got the Texaco over Glenwood Avenue. Got the Chevron over East College Avenue. Then got another Glenwood Food Mart over Glenwood Avenue. Got Valero Food Mart over Hosea Williams. Got Texaco over on Rockbridge Road. And it's more. I just wanted to give you 6. You guys do the same thing. You go to this website, coinsource.net, put in your zip code, and you'll be able to see some Bitcoin ATMs that are near you. Well, maybe that's not enough. Maybe that's going to convince you. Maybe you're still like, what is this thing? This is not a thing. Although it's $50,000, you might even be saying it might be too much. I don't know. Let's go a little bit further. So we got Bitcoin ATMs. What else do we have? Well, what do you know? We have this thing called a crypto card. What I would call a crypto card called BitPay, which has a Visa and a MasterCard logo on it to allow you to be able to pay for stuff with this thing called Bitcoin, which is also obviously a cryptocurrency. So we got ATMs coming into the fold. We have credit cards now being adopted using, again, these are major businesses, major companies. The 2 major credit card companies in America, Visa and MasterCard, now have the use to be able to transact with this thing called crypto. And obviously BitPay stands for Bitcoin. So then I started to get a little scared. So, oh Lord, this is really a thing. This is really a thing. Let's keep going. What else did I find? Well, yeah, this company called Coinbase, which is one of the dominant places where people kind of start and hear about. It's kind of semi-regulated, but not much. Well, guess what they're doing? They're taking their Coinbase, which is an exchange where people can buy and sell crypto, and they're taking this company public. Crypto trading platform Coinbase said it submitted paperwork with the SEC. Silicon Valley Unicorn is valued at an estimated $28 billion, and Coinbase sees around $1 billion in trading volume every day. So there are people like you and me that are using this app or this platform called Coinbase to go and buy and sell crypto all day long to the tune of $1 billion in trading volume a day. Now, they're going public. They have to file with the SEC. So is it a thing? What you need to know about crypto. Well, lo and behold, your man, Jay-Z. He makes a partnership with a brother named Jack Dorsey. In case you don't know who that is, Jack Dorsey is the CEO of Twitter. He's the CEO of Square. Square just happens to also allow you to buy and sell crypto or buy and sell Bitcoin on their platform, in case you didn't know that. And they are creating a cryptocurrency fund and this was the title from the article, as cryptocurrency goes mainstream. Here's my question to you. If Jay-Z owns Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, if Jack Dorsey owns Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, why not you? It's going mainstream. It may not get to us mainstream because we typically be the last people to get around something. But Jay-Z, let me tell you a little something about Jay-Z. Jay-Z's been acquiring Bitcoin since 2014. That's about as far as I can trace it back to about 2014. He been getting him a little bit along the way, and then they said they were donating or they were contributing 500 million Bitcoin to this project. And I said to myself, if they're contributing 500 million Bitcoin to this project, this Bitcoin development fund, well, how much crypto do they got? Because I'm pretty sure they're not giving it all. I'm pretty sure they're contributing all that they got. So if they contributed 500 million, well, how much do they got? That's not all. Who else? You probably seen this. Elon Musk. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, right? Recently, Tesla bought $1.5 billion of Bitcoin, causing the currency to spike. This kind of helped to push it through to the 50,000 mark. So Elon Musk, who happens to be the richest man in the world, and then he goes back and forth with Jeff Bezos from Amazon, but he's basically the richest man in the world. He's buying Bitcoin, or his company is buying Bitcoin. If Elon Musk is owning some Bitcoin, Jay-Z is owning some Bitcoin, Jack Dorsey is owning some Bitcoin, my question, why not you? Here's some institutions that are adopting this thing called cryptocurrency. PayPal, in case you don't know, they just now allow you to buy and sell Bitcoin on their platform. I just mentioned Square. We saw MasterCard and Visa. How about Microsoft, AT&T, Burger King, Subway, Overstock, KFC, Virgin Galactic, which is ran by this man named Richard Branson. He trying to go to space, just like Tesla, just like Elon Musk trying to go to space. Dallas Mavericks, that's ran by a man named Mark Cuban. They seem to all run in the same kind of pack, by the way. And then the Miami Dolphins, who I don't know who owns that, but I'm pretty sure he runs around that same pack too. They all are futuristic thinkers, kind of, sort of, pushing the envelope, kind of, sort of, and pretty cool too. I mean, we kind of like Mark Cuban. He's pretty cool, right? Elon Musk, I mean, he's a little out there, but he's pretty cool. Jack Dorsey, he's pretty cool, I guess. Jay-Z, of course, we think he's pretty cool. So we have institutional adoption, which is basically saying 4 years ago, they was trying to push it away. Now they are receiving it with open arms. Again, all these companies are adopting this thing called cryptocurrency. Why not you? And that's what I got for you, beautiful people. I wanted to make the case and get you to think about this phenomenon that we have called cryptocurrency. I'm your boy, ERGJ, and here's how you can follow me. Right? Check me out on the Facebook, ERGJ Enterprises. I do live crypto trading daily at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right there on the page. So you want to learn more, want to see more, you can do that there. Check me out on YouTube as well, ERGJ Enterprises, Instagram, ERGJ Enterprises. And if you're interested in joining the few, the Black Billionaires Club, check us out there as well, theblackbillionairesclub.com. I'm your boy, ERGJ, and I want you guys to remember this, that it takes a village. It starts with us. Let's build as we climb together. We all we got, beautiful people. Matter of fact, we all we need. Thank God, that's more than enough. Hope to see you at our Intro to Crypto, our Intro to Crypto class. And until then, guys, be safe and God bless.
everyone. How is everyone doing today? I am so happy that you are here at the Black CEO Iconic. My first question is, I want to know, do we have any CEOs iconic that want to create the 3 B's, which is build your business, build your bank account, and most importantly, build your legacy? If this is something that you have thought about, that you've talked about, or you even dreamed about, but you just don't know how and where to get started, I want to let you know that you are at the right place and at the right time. My name is Valerie Jenkins. I am a business coach, CEO of Women Empower Women Academy. I'm also a business owner of CHBH Event Planning Company. And I empower women to take action on becoming the best version of themselves and having the life that they desire and deserve by creating the 3 B's. Yes, building their business, building their bank account, and most importantly, building their legacy. So if I have any CEO and iconic business builders out there that want to get started, you're at the right place. So let's just jump into it very quickly and start off with, you're not here by accident. No, you're not. You're not here by accident. Black CEO Iconic is about how you start. Yes, I said it, how you start. Taking that strategic plan and putting it in place so that you can have cash flow in your business. That's right. And then first you have to transform your mind, okay? Before one can be a CEO and iconic, you have to first believe that you can. So it starts with that transforming that mind, that mindset. And then to activate the gifts and talents inside you. Yes, we all have gifts and talents inside us. And then put those results into place so you can see a positive and successful outcome. I can't keep working out and going to the gym and eating well and not get results, right? Does that make sense? And then you want to thrive. The days of surviving up to 2020 are long gone. We are thriving. We are growing. We are progressing. We are flourishing. So I've given you some of the secret sauce on how to start. Strategic plan put in place for your business to start building that business that you desire, that you know that you can do. And then transforming your mind. Once again, in order for you to be a CEO and iconic, you have to already know that you can. Activate those talents and gifts that are inside you. We've all been wired, right? That is a part of our DNA. And then to put those results into place so that you can see a positive outcome in building your business, to have your bank account to be built, and then also to build that legacy. I don't know about you, but I'm definitely a legacy builder. And then to thrive. The days of old with just surviving is done, ladies. It is absolutely done. I want to talk to you now about 2020. Yes, I know it feels as if we're still in 2020, where the month has just been extended. Instead of 12 months, it's now 13 months, right? But no, I want to tell you that 2020, we have tapped into areas that we didn't even know that we had. We were pushed to the limit. Some of us had to do some very creative things. There were more women that started their business in 2020 because of all of the uncertainty, because of all of the coming out of that comfort zone. And as we know, nothing happens in a comfort zone, right? So we've talked about 2020 and maybe still feeling that it's 2020, right? Because the extension, but no, we're in 2021, and it's time for us to build that business, something that we've always wanted to do. And I'm here to tell you that you can build a business, build your bank account, and also build your legacy while having a 9 to 5. If this is something that is already resonating with you, I want you to go over to ValerieFreeGift.com and go and get your free gift. But let's talk about the reasons why some women, not all women, not most women, don't succeed with building their business. So I'm going to give it to you. And please, I may step on some toes, but it's all out of love, right? So can we just talk? Absolutely. Okay, so number one is we make excuses. Yeah. Please don't at me later. Do not send at thou. Don't do that. I'm just being honest and speaking from my heart. I work with a lot of women, and I know it's a common theme. We can be each other's cheerleaders, but when it comes to ourselves, we make excuses. And you know why? Is because of that F word, that nasty F word. You want to know what that is? Fear, or the thought of failure. We have to release that, ladies. Number two is that we don't feel, not all women, just some women, not most women, some women don't feel that they have anything to offer. And I have to tell you, I beg the differ. There are women out there that are mothers, that are wives, that are caretakers. In 2020, we had to really step our game up and start being teachers, virtually teachers. We had to do fractions, we had to do algebra, we had to do it all. Talk about wearing a super cape, ladies. So number one, because we make excuses. Number two is that we don't feel we have anything to offer. And then you want to know what number three is? Yeah, I'm going to say it. We don't feel that we're good enough or we're worthy enough to build a business, to build our bank account, and to build our legacy. What if Madam Vice President Kamala Harris thought that she wasn't good enough or she wasn't worthy enough to serve, yes, to serve as the vice president of these United States? She certainly wouldn't be walking into the White House. She certainly would not be taking her stand to serve America. So, number one, the reason why most women don't succeed when starting to build their business is we make excuses. Ladies, we have to stop that. Number two, we don't feel that we have anything to offer. Just think about your life over the last 13 months. Yes, I said it, 13 months, not 12 months. Once again, 2021 feels like it's an extension of 2020. So think about your life over the last 13 months. And then number three is that we don't feel that we are worthy or good enough. We don't feel that we're tall enough. We don't feel that we're smart enough. We don't feel that we're pretty enough. And like I said, it's not all women. It's not most women, some women. So we need to break those barriers. And then I want to talk to you about being an overcomer, how to overcome these areas that are blocking you. Number one is, we talked about excuses, right? And why we make these excuses. It's because we have that ugly F word, which is fear, or the thought of failure. Well, now I'm telling you to embrace those things. Embrace the fear, embrace the failures that you may have had before you decided to take that leap and start the business, because those will be the very same things that will help you, that will propel you into your next level. So embrace the fear, embrace the failure. Do you know the same feeling that you have when you're nervous or anxious about something is the same feeling that you have when you have that fear or failure? It's the same feeling. You have that, Your heart is beating fast. You have the, it's the same feeling when you have the failure, and it's the same feeling when you're starting something new. So embrace those feelings. Let that be the thing that propels you into your next level. And then the next thing, how to be an overcomer when it comes to breaking down those barriers. Don't overthink the process. Ladies, we always want to dot the I's and make sure all the T's are crossed. Just go and start. As I said, put a plan together, strategic plan together. So don't worry about all the I's being dotted and all the T's being crossed. Don't overthink the process, ladies. And then the other thing is comparing yourself to others. Could I just share my story very quickly? When I was starting my event planning company, I had the thought of a plethora of feelings, but the thought of, well, there are a lot of other event planners out there. And I said to myself, yes, that's correct, there are. But I am doing something different. I have Valerie's secret sauce. What is your secret sauce? Do not compare yourself to others. And then the other thing is, I love this one. All right. I love this one because if you are living and you are breathing and you've been through different experiences in life, what I will say is consider your life as your training ground. The things that you have went through, think about it. You are one step away from building your business, being a CEO, and being iconic. So consider the things that you went through in life as your training ground. I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be easy, but I can certainly say after being in business for 10 years as an entrepreneur, as a CEO, and iconic, it is really worth it. It really is worth it. So let's just go back over a few things on being an overcomer in the areas that block you from going out and pursuing those dreams and desire and walking in your purpose. Embrace the fear, embrace the failure. Do not run from it. Go to it. You cannot conquer the things that you won't confront, right? And the other thing is please don't overthink the process. If you know that you have something that is placed in your heart and you've been talking about it, you've been thinking about it, it oftentimes wakes you up out your sleep, go and do it. And the other thing is whatever you do not compare yourself to others. Stay in your lane. Right? If you know how to drive, you know that you have to drive in your lane until you put the signal on, then you move over and you drive in that lane. Or if you've ever bowled, you know that you have to bowl in your lane to get that strike. Stay in your lane. Do not compare yourself to others. And then finally, consider your life your training ground. Once again, it is not going to be easy, but I can certainly tell you that it will be worth it. Okay. So I gave you the recipe to getting started, the strategic plan, changing that mindset, activating all of those gifts and talent inside you, putting in the work to see the positive and the successful results, and then thrive, grow, flourish. Okay. Ladies, what I would like to say to you before closing, just a few more things, that in order for you to step out, you have to push yourself. And what I mean by that is to say it and to do it is two different things. How many of you know women that said, oh, okay, maybe even yourself, I am going to do this. And you see 5 years later, it goes by and you haven't started. You have to push yourself. Do not be that do not be a part of that. Some women, you want to go out and do it as most women are doing it. Don't be, well, I think about this, but I don't know how. Once again, if this is resonating, I want you to go over to Val Jenkins of freegift.com and go get my free gift. What I would like to say in closing is I've worked a 9 to 5, and I let that 9 to 5 be the thing that was going to help my investment with my business. So once again, it can be done. And if I have any CEO and Iconic and want to create the business, this is the event that you need to be at. I say to you, go out, enjoy the rest of your experience at the BlackCEO Iconic. And once again, please follow me on any of my social media. They will be posted. And go over to ValerieFreeGift.com and get your free gift. Thank you so very much for your time. And I look forward to seeing each and every one of you at the top. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tapping in to this workshop. I want to applaud you first and foremost because you are the most important piece of the next 45 minutes that we're going to spend together. You are tired, you're exhausted, you're doing a million things, right? You're running all around being Superwoman and Superman, but you chose to show up for yourself, right? You chose to prioritize self-edification and self-investment, right? So that you can better run your businesses. So I want to applaud you for that. Keep that same energy. I know it gets tough at times, but there are people, a full tribe of leaders who are ready and waiting in the sidelines to help you. I am one of them. I am Casey Richardson. I am a founder, a published author, and a coach and consultant. I lead a network called Blaze Women's Network. Blaze stands for Building Leaders and Accepting Zero Excuses, right? We need accountability. We need people to push us to our limits and past them as well, right? So I hold intentional space for Black women, because so many times we're left on the sidelines. And so many times we're blazing trails but we don't receive our flowers. Right? So many times we think we have to be Superwoman and we kill ourselves in doing so. So I hold intentional space for that. And then I do one-on-one coaching and consulting with so many amazing, incredible, dope entrepreneurs. And that's absolutely a joy. So without further ado, I want us to dive into this content. So today we are talking about automation in our businesses. I'm pausing so that you all cut this part so it's a smooth transition. So I came here today to tell you that if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. I don't care how swift you are. I don't care how long you've been in the game. I don't care what your GPA was in college. If you are doing it wrong, if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. Because there are only so many things that our two hands can touch. Right? There are only so many things that our minds can think about at one time and do things well, right? And execute with precision. So I want to talk to you about business automation because it is absolutely critical for your peace of mind, for you getting the rest and recovery that you need, for you having consistency across all elements of your business, right? And for scale, because what you're doing today, if you're doing it all, it may be getting you through somewhat right now, but as you stack on top of whatever you're doing right now, more and more clients, more and more products, quicker and quicker velocity, that foundation will crumble and break if you do not have automation built in. So let's dive into this. Today's workshop will cover the following. We'll talk about the benefits of automation, just to spell that out for everyone, the criteria for automation, because it kind of helps, people get actual use cases for them. We'll do an activity where you're going to get a score on your automation as it stands in your business today. We'll do some reflecting because that's important, right? I will be intentional about reflecting and being sober-minded about where we are today. We'll do another exercise, a little more robust. If you have your workbook, you can work in that workbook. If you don't have it, it is absolutely fine. You can do the exercise on a piece of paper. We will talk about some mindset principles. We'll talk about some automation principles, some things you need to make sure you remember and keep in mind for the long haul. We'll do a recap of everything we touched on in today's workshop, and then I'll share some contact information with you so we can stay in touch. So let's dive in. Benefits of automation. So when you choose to automate, there's nothing barring you from it. Anybody can do it. I'm going to prove that today. When you choose automation, you have higher productivity. One person can do a certain number of things, but bots, right? Formulas, systems, computers, software can do so many things in the same second, right? So that's huge. More reliability. Things are prone to human error, right? We fat finger mistakes all the time. We have typos when we're emailing very quickly all of the time. We skip steps sometimes, right? When we're trying to go at a higher velocity than we may normally go at. So automation is great for that. Increased availability, I talked about this, right? Getting your time back. You need that. Like, it's so critical, not just for your business, but for your health, for your sanity, right? For self-care, for self-love, etc. You will have greater performance. You will reduce operating costs, I promise you, especially if you build this now to support your business. As you scale, a lot of your automation costs will remain fixed. So that means whether the output is 10 units or 100 units, if your cost is a flat fee per month, you achieve operating efficiency, which gives you more cost reduction per unit sold. You will reduce errors. You will have improved client satisfaction, especially when you get to that point of consistency, right? Clients will be absolutely thrilled that email automations come like that, right? That reminders for things come like that, right? Where you remind them something's left in your cart, or there's automatic triggers when certain things happen in processes and they think that a person is doing it, but it's really, right, AI, it's really technology. And then last but not least, you have capacity for high level tasks, right? So really thinking about the creative and strategic things that are important for your business so that you have time to manage it versus being in the weeds of everything, right? What should be automated? So these are some, I'll throw out 4 tips for you or thoughts for you on thinking through your business and what you can automate. If you have tasks that are repetitive in nature, right? No matter who is booking it, no matter who's doing it, no matter who's buying it, certain things need to happen. Those are excellent processes to automate. Welcome emails, right? When somebody signs up for a list is an easy thing to think about, right? But there are so many other use cases for that. So start thinking through some of these processes that you repeat over and over and over again. Processes that don't require human intervention for completion. There are some things that it doesn't need a person to think about, right, and make a decision on. It's if A plus B equals C, we don't need a person to sign off on that. But those are the processes that are excellent candidates for automation. Processes that need consistency across the entire company. If you know that you will cringe to find out that your marketing team is communicating this message, right? Your sales team is communicating a different message. Your operations group, right, is operating at a different set of principles, and their messaging is different as a result. These processes, those processes are very important to think about how you can implement automation so that you have consistent messaging, consistent branding, consistent core values, etc., right? Consistent standards even across your entire business. And lastly, for processes that need to be error-free. Like if there are certain things where you have very, very little or no margin of error, you need to automate those processes so that you don't even worry about it. You can take that stress off of your plate because you know a system will formulaically, right, get it right every single time. All right, pop quiz. All right, so pull out your pen, pull out your paper. I want everyone to dive into this activity right now. You have to be honest with yourself. I'm not grading this, right? You are grading yourself, but it's so important to find your blind spots, right? So I'm going to give you 30 seconds on the clock right now to list out the automation tools that you currently have in place for scheduling. Go. Think, think, think. If you have more than one, that's absolutely fine. Put it on the list. Just scheduling. Think about, what happens with booking. If you're sending the email and saying, give me a good time to catch up. Okay, does this work for you? Okay, great. I'm gonna go and I'll put that in the system. That's not automation. All right, timer is up. Next, I want you to think and write down about the email marketing tools that you currently have in place. Go. And this is the automated ones, the ones that give you automation. If you have more than one, list it out. 15 seconds on the clock. 10, 5. All right, time is up. Nice job. Stay with me here. Customer relationship management system. So we call these CRM tools, where that is automated. Start listing now. For those who are thinking about what that is or wondering what that is, these are systems that allow you to have notes about your clients, when your last touch base with them was, when the next one is scheduled for, what their address is, what their phone number is, right? It could hold notes for you so you know how to market to them more effectively. Those are CRM tools. 5 seconds on the clock. 2, 1. All right, time is up. Now, social media posting. 30 seconds on the clock. You know how this goes. 30 seconds, write down all of the automation tools that you have for social media posting. 25 seconds on the clock. If you are currently drafting your stuff up, pulling it into Instagram, for instance, hitting send yourself, that is not automation. That is a person doing it, right? List the tools that you are using to automate social media posting. 3 seconds on the clock. And we're out of time on that one. All right, tracking and to-do lists. 30 seconds on the clock, go. If you have tools that currently automate the way that you track tasks and have to-do lists, list those out. And list all of them, right? If you have more than one. But it must be a tool. Writing on a legal pad does not count, nor does writing on the Post-it note that you stick on your bathroom mirror. Nice try, but do not do it. All right, 3 seconds on the clock. Beautiful. Next, project management tools. Automation for that. The timer is going now. So think about hubs that you use to communicate with your team members, right? Or external partners on certain things. If you're picking up the phone and calling them and you guys are jotting it down, that does not count. I mean, automation tools, right? Where the platform is allowing you to manage projects. It is giving you a timeline. It is giving you stages and allow you to make notes about that, et cetera. All right, 2, 1, we are out of time on that one. Good job. You're killing it. You're killing it. You're being honest with yourself now. 30 seconds on the clock. Cloud-based file storage. Go. If you're saving it on your desktop, not talking about that. I'm talking about the cloud-based storage systems you use so that when you go to Dubai and you don't have that laptop, you can roll up to a separate computer and pull your stuff up from the cloud. That's what I'm talking about, okay? So 10 seconds on the clock. All of your cloud-based storage tools that you use, list them out. 2, 1, out of time. Payment processing. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List out all the payment processing tools that you use. So if you are currently only accepting cash and you're going to the 10 bucket, finding the nickels and the pennies to give the cash back, that does not count, okay? I mean the tools that help you to accept credit cards, right? That helps you to accept other modes of payment, right? And tracking that and providing receipts, etc. 5 seconds on the clock. 2, 1, out of time. You guys are killing it. I love it. I see those lists coming in. I see some sweating bullets coming too, but that's fine. Visual and graphic content creation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List out the tools that you currently use to create visuals and graphics, right? If you're in business, you need that. Branding is everything, right? You want to be recognized. You want to have a certain identity. You want to come off as having a certain personality, right, in your branding. So list the tools that you currently leverage to do that. And if you have no tools, we got to think about that, right? 6 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. All right, beautiful, killing it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now drop shipping and custom printing. 30 seconds on the clock. If you currently use drop shipping, and what drop shipping is you design a product, right? Or you pull in a product, you choose a product, and people place orders. You get the money, but you're not fulfilling it. Someone else is shipping it, right? Someone else is providing the receipts, right? Someone else is keeping a tally of inventory, etc., what's left, etc. That's drop shipping. Custom printing, you can create the shirts, right? Get these things made. You're not in the lab doing it yourself, and time is up. Nice job. You're hanging in there with me. This is for your business, right? The sweat is worth it. Next, we have virtual assistant and freelancer sourcing. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the current platforms that you leverage to acquire virtual assistants or acquire freelancers. Maybe you need a logo made, right? Maybe you need somebody to do a specific task and it's a one and done type job. List the platforms that you currently leverage to find those people. If you're not leveraging a platform and you're calling around, you asking cousin Bobo them, let's think about that. Time is up. You're killing it. Next, legal documentation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the platforms or tools that you currently leverage to get assistance with legal documentation. If you're winging it and doing it by yourself, you cannot put yourself on the paper unless you're an expert in that field, right? But again, we're thinking about tools. We're thinking about automation because if we're doing it all, we're doing it wrong, right? So list that out. 8 seconds on the clock. You guys are killing it. You're hanging in there for yourselves. I think it's beautiful. I mean it. All right, time is up. Now, expense tracking. We love budgeting, don't we? Don't we love numbers? Yes, we do. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the expense tracking automation tools that you currently have in place. I'm not talking about the spreadsheet that you built 3 years ago. Not talking about that. Automation. Tools that actually show you what you spent last month, that actually tell you what you can file certain things as on your tax returns. Tools that give you graphs to show you trends. Tools that give you a view of your cash flow, right? That give you a view of your net worth. That give you a view of how you're doing on your budgeting. Time is up. That was painful for some people. I felt the cringe. I felt that energy, but it's all good. We're going to get through this together. Now, customer-facing document sharing. Time is going. 30 seconds on the clock. List the automation tools that you currently have in place for client-facing document sharing. Some businesses may not use this, but for those that do, right, this is an area for you to think about and list what you're currently using. We have about 12 seconds on the clock. You guys are killing it. 5 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, and 1. All right, customer support. Now, this is an area where people don't think about often. Time is going on the clock. List what you use, but we think that we have to be the one handling customer concerns and things going back and forth, etc. But some people know, some of you, I see you smiling. Some of you know that that's not necessarily the case, right? You can leverage platforms and automation tools that can handle customer support for you. 5 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Killing it. Surveys and data collection. 30 seconds on the clock. Go. What tools, what automation platforms are you currently using to collect data from your customers, to conduct surveys, even for your employees, right? Because we know that feedback is important. If you have blind spots that you're not attending to, if you're not getting feedback to understand in a robust fashion, right, how people are receiving and perceiving what you're doing, you're losing. So list out what you're currently using. Kudos, because I know all of you are using automated survey and data collection platforms. Now, website creation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. What platform are you using to create websites? If we have coders in the room and they're building everything from scratch and using HTML code, dope, beautiful. That does not count, right? I'm talking about websites that you use that automate things for you so you're not keying in code. We have 7 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. All right, time is up. Sexy category down here, bots and AI. 30 seconds on the clock. Go. List the platforms that you leverage for automated artificial intelligence execution. Bots executing on things. 19 seconds on the clock. It's time to think big if you haven't thought about this before, because why not, right? Why not? 8 seconds on the clock. Think about that. Write it down if you have this category. If you have an automation tool in this category, kudos to you if you do. And we're moving on. All right. Ticket selling and event management. 30 seconds on the clock, go. Write down the ticket selling and event management platforms that you're using currently. So if you're selling raffle tickets in the church parking lot, right, during the homecoming potluck event, that does not count. I'm talking about automated platforms where people can purchase without you touching it, right? Where you have a list of registrants without you having to piecemeal it together inside of Excel. 4 seconds on the clock. Beautiful. We're done on that category. And last but not least, webinar, live session, and/or online course platforms. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List all of the automation tools and/or platforms that you use today to execute this, right? Anything that you can think of, right? If you do Facebook Live, that counts. IG Live, that counts. If you're using Zoom, that counts, right? 3 seconds on the clock. Finish that up. Beautiful job. I'm so proud of all of you for doing that inventory exercise. That was absolutely tedious, but so important, right? For you thinking about how you can go higher into the next level. So I want you to figure out what your score is, because you have an automation score based on what you just did. So go back through your list and award yourself 1 point for each tool and/or platform listed. Hence, there were 20 different categories. So that'll give you a gut feel about how well you're doing on the automation front, or how lacking you might be today, right? I'm going to give you some time to tally that up. I'll put 30 seconds on the clock. Every single platform that you listed gets 1 point. Just total all of them up and see what your score is. I know no one has a 1. I know no one has only 5. I just know it, not this group. All right, 10 seconds. Let's button that up. 5. All right, beautiful. Again, and you should give yourself a round of applause, because things like this can be painful, right? And we know we should do this, right? We hear it all the time. We read the memes on Instagram that push us to kind of assess things, right? But this is what that looks like. This is what that feels like, right? And we got through that together. I was able to hold you accountable in doing it, but I'm absolutely proud of you for engaging in this exercise. So now let's reflect a bit. right? Let's think about the current state. You just scored yourself. In your opinion, are you leveraging automation in your business across all 20 categories today? Future state. Can you be more intentional about automation implementation going forward? So the beauty of being an entrepreneur, the CEO, the founder, etc., is that you don't have to go through protocols to make changes or recommend changes, right? You can be as flexible and as agile as you would like to be. So if you can be more intentional about automation implementation going forward, I need you to circle those categories on your list, right? There are 20 different ones. Circle those categories so that you can be thoughtful going forward about beefing that up some. And then budgeting, this is critical. This is oftentimes skipped in decision making, and it should always be there. Does automation implementation fit into your budget today? You have to be sober-minded about that. And if not, how can you make room for it? I talked about scale earlier, and I'm gonna pound on that one more time, because when you build the foundation in a way that's sustainable, your business can grow and grow and grow without crumbling at the bottom. So if you are building your business where you are the customer service person, you are the marketing person, you are the product development person, you are the operations person, you are the CEO, right? And you stack more and more on top of that, that foundation is not sustainable, period. I don't care how dope you are, right? It's not sustainable. But if you build your business and at the foundation, you have automated processes, platforms where you can stack and stack and stack, grow and grow and grow, and that AI technology won't go out on you, that software won't go out on you, you have built a sustainable business, right? And so it is important to think about, if there are constraints on your budget, how you can maneuver things around, how you can change your sales targets so that you can get extra income, etc., right? How you can get grants even, right? To give yourself that added resource, right? That added capability via automation so that you are built to last for the long haul. All right, great job reflecting on that, making your circles. I'll give you a few more seconds to button that up. If you don't know the answer to the budgeting question, that means you have some homework to do, right? Google and see how much different services might be, and look at your budget, see if you have room for it. Now, I'm not gonna leave you high and dry. You said, what services, Casey? I'm gonna help you out in every single category. Yay! I feel it, I feel it, I feel it. So now it's time to pull out your workbooks. Again, if you don't have your workbook, it is absolutely fine. Get another piece of paper, because I just know that first piece of paper is full of all the automation tools you already use, because you're absolutely dope. And if it's not full of that, you're still dope, because you've written circles and you've written notes and you've asked yourself questions and you've challenged yourself to be more intentional about automation implementation. So let's pull out a blank piece of paper now, or leverage the workbook that you have, right? And we're going to do an activity. So for each section I'm going to give you, I mentioned that there are 20 different categories, right? There's a 4-part question to each. For every tool that I give you, ask yourself, do you use this tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit into your budget today? And what is your target start date for you? So if you say, yes, I'm going to use this, I like it, I'm going to implement this, put a date on it. Put a date on it. Okay? All right, so for scheduling, Acuity, answer those 4 questions. Calendly, answer those 4 questions. Mixmax, A.AI, right? And we're going to do that for every category. So the beauty of this is that you actually get some recommendations on tools that you can use, right, to implement automation if you don't have it already. And even if you do have automation already, you can look at some of these other competitors, right, some of these other peer products, and see if they might have added benefits that you don't have today, or see if they might have cheaper plans that you didn't know about, and you can save money, right, by switching over. Email marketing. These are the tools, some of the tools that are out there for that. MailChimp, Active Campaign, ConvertKit, Mixmax, which is a Gmail plugin, HubSpot, and Drip. I'm going to give you a few seconds to answer those 4 questions across each of those platforms. Yes, each of those platforms, because each platform has its constraints. You might say no to 3 out of 4, right? But think about each of those and do extra research on ones that you're not already familiar with, so that you can make sure you're in the best positioning possible. CRM. Now, a reminder, that is client relationship management. So critical for beefing up your marketing. So critical for checking in with your clients. And it's like, oh my gosh, you read my mind. How did you know my birthday? Oh my gosh. You can answer that however you want to, but you really know because you have a dope CRM tool, right? So Zoho CRM is a tool. Fresh Sales, Copper is a tool. Insightly, less annoying CRM. Nimble, Keep is another one. Keep is pretty popular. All right, so we got that. Beautiful. Social media posts. So these are some of the tools that you could use and answer those 4 questions, right? Planoly, Zoho Social, Hootsuite, Sprout Social, Buffer, Loomly. These are some of the tools that you can use for social media posting, and it's automated, right? You can literally schedule when these posts and not worry about it again. You don't even have to touch it, right? All you have to do is sit back and watch the likes come in and respond to comments that people are making, but you get back hours of your time, literal hours of your time, right? So answer those 4 questions. Do you use the tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit your budget today? What is your target start date for use? Because if you answered no in all of these areas and you see that there's an opportunity to implement automation in that category, you need to be saying yes to one of these, right? Or at least finding a different one that serves your need, right? But this is free game, right? Like this is gonna save you so much time. There's no reason not to use something like this, right? All right, so tracking and to-do lists, right? Todoist, TickTick, Microsoft To Do, Things, OmniFocus, Habitica, Google Tasks. These are great for tracking. These are great for creating to-do lists, keeping yourself kind of on task, right, and oriented in your mind. Would highly recommend using one of these. You might have a use for some of these. It just depends, right? Different functions within each of these. But ask yourself the 4 questions. And then project management. So we have Asana, Trello, Coda, Notion, Basecamp, Airtable, and Monday. Great for collaborative projects. You can kind of see people's progress updated real time. You can see, everyone will be able to see the same end date. It won't be something that gets translated differently, right? Once it gets to the 10th person, we know how that game goes. In elementary school, we start whispering in someone's ear, and by the time it got back, it's something completely different. Use a project management tool so that everyone's on the same page. They have the same information, and at times when things need to shift, right? Everyone is updated at the same time. It's very valuable. Cloud file storage, OneDrive, Google Drive, Dropbox, Box, and iCloud are some of the platforms that can be used. Again, answer those 4 questions. You need to be walking away with something from this, right? More edified than you were before you came. So be very intentional about this and take this seriously. Payment processing, PayPal, Stripe, Square, Shopify, Etsy, Affirm, Acuity Scheduling. These are tools you can use to accept payments, right? And it automates those things for you. It receives the money, it sends the receipt. If the card doesn't work, it schedules itself to do a retry in the next 24 hours, right? It sends you a notification if a subscription payment fails, right? So that you can do some follow-up and see what's going on there, like do some customer reach outs, right? Huge. And they have hardware too, so you can on the go be able to swipe people's card as well. Visual content creation. Write these down. Canva, Adobe Spark, Unsplash, Icons 8, DrawKit, Remove BG, Headliner. Ask yourself the 4 questions. There might be some other ones out there. If you have some on your list already that's not listed here, beautiful. So long as you are using some automation tools, right? Especially for graphics and visual content, because you want your color schemes to be consistent. You want the personality of your brand to be consistent, right? Excuse me. So get a tool so that you have that consistency without thinking about it too much. Dropbox or drop shipping and printing, Spocket, AliExpress, Printful, Suppliers Data, Sellwho, Blurb. These are great platforms to use, especially if you don't have time to manage inventory. You don't have space to store inventory, right? But you still want to sell consumer goods. And they could be computers even, right? Like AliExpress gives you a myriad of things to sell. You just choose your niche and they handle the shipping, right? They handle the sourcing from suppliers all over the world, right? They pass on the payment to you via one of these payment processing tools that we talked about in the last slide. But it takes a lot of the work out of that whole end-to-end process for you. Printful does the same thing. You can create custom printed shirts, for instance, right? But they do the shipping. They send you the money, right? They do the packaging, the labeling, etc. Virtual assistant and freelancer sourcing. Major key right here. Because if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. So go ahead and take you $5 and find a freelancer to build a logo for you, right? Some logo options on Fiverr, right? That's one of the options here. Upwork, you can find freelancers, contractors, virtual assistants there. Envato, TaskRabbit, People Per Hour, 99 Designs. Answer those 4 questions about these options, right? And choose a start date for one of them. Legal documents, Up Counsel, LegalZoom. It makes it so easy to find a legal resource on demand. Like that's so valuable. That's so valuable, and it'll save you headache, money, right? Reputational risk down the road when you have your ducks in a row on demand up front. All right. Expense tracking, QuickBooks, self-employed and online are very, very popular. I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, have heard of that tool. Very robust. There's also FreshBooks, Expensify, Wally, Concur, Clarity Money, and Mint. I will just throw out there that Mint is really, really good for managing your personal expenses as well. I think having a view of kind of where you are on a personal front as well as the business front is important because both of them, right, give you peace of mind, gives you precision, gives you important planning, financial planning. So answer those 4 questions about these tools. Customer-facing document sharing. There are many out there. I just have a few down here. If you use something different, that's great. You got a point for that, right? But listed here is DocSend, Quiller, PandaDoc, Prezi. Answer the 4 questions on those. Customer support, right? I talked about this. What if you don't have to be the person, right, that's handling the inquiries that come in randomly, right? That's handling, just general customer support routines. There are platforms for that. Intercom, Zendesk, Discus. Great platforms. You should definitely look into it. If you already are, amazing. You got a point or 2 for that, right? But ask yourself these questions. Do you use the tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit in your budget today? What is your target start date for use? All right. Surveys and data collection. So there's Airtable, Google Forms, SurveyMonkey, Typeform, FormStack, JotForm, Quillitrix. Answer the 4 questions, right? Some of you might remember taking surveys via one of these tools. You pass that valuable information on to that company for free, and you never thought about implementing it into your own business, right? This is a light bulb moment for a lot of you. Use the tools. Most of them offer free trials. Most of them even offer free plans where you get some features for free. Definitely start implementing this. Ask yourself the 4 questions and hit a start date on there. Website creation, Squarespace, Wix, WordPress, Lead Pages, ReadyMag, Universe, Strikingly. All great tools for website creation. You can try to build it yourself from scratch if you have that gift. You could go out and pay a person a few $1,000s to create a website. You could, right? It depends on what you want. But there are some tools out there that automates this whole creation process for you for a fraction of the cost. So I would say lean into that. Bots and AI, Q&A Maker, Landbot, HubSpot, Chat Fuel, FlowXO. And I do not need you to just say, wow, who knew? I need you to answer the 4 questions, put paper to pen, and put a start date. If you have some light bulbs that have gone off in your head about how you can implement and integrate these into your business. The final stretch here on this activity, ticket selling and event management, Eventbrite, Sparkso, Cvent, Paperless Post, Splash, Tito. If you've never used an event management service before, check these out. It will make your life a whole lot simpler. Webinar and live sessions and or online courses. Webinar Jam, Twitch, Thinkific, Teachable, Podia, Mighty Networks, Kajabi. Great tools to use to offer webinars, live sessions, and online courses. Great tools. And again, you achieve scale because whether 2 people are in the room or 200, what if that price is fixed here, right? But you get the income per registrant. Let's build it in there. All right, beautiful job. Hand clap again on finishing this assignment and putting your target dates out there. We have the rest of 2021. Let's get it. Let's go. So I want you to make a vow that you will commit to results, not activity. Gone are the days where you're working all day on these monotonous tasks, these small tasks that take you all of your day, right? And you think you're productive because you've been doing something all day. Nope. Commit to results, not activity. This is a key mindset shift, okay? But vow to me that you will do this. If it's not getting you to an output, increasing the revenue, giving you time back, increasing the customer, right? We're not committed to it. All right, I heard you, I feel you, beautiful. Now, we're gonna reclaim our time, fam. Don't waste time on busy work. Let the tools do the work for you, period. So as much as you can, automate, period. So that we have time to spend with our families and the people that we love the most, so we can be present at the dinner table, right? So we can be present on the phone, in the phone conversation we're having with our family, and we have more creative juices flowing to bolster our businesses even more. I know y'all with me. I know you got it. All right. So quick tips I want to share you around automation. Make sure that the platforms you choose provide consistency, right? I think we get that out. I don't have to give examples on that, but make sure it's reliable enough to provide consistency. Make sure that you approach this in a step-by-step fashion. I do not need you tomorrow to start 13 different platforms. That makes no sense. take a step back, look at what's most critical, look at where you can start, and then over time, right? Maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, once a month, depending on the intricacy of the different tools, implement more and more in a step-by-step fashion. Flexibility, you want flexibility, right? You want a platform that is going to be able to handle the business growth that you will achieve, right? If it's going to break next month, if you triple your income and you triple your velocity, that might not be the best tool to use, right? So think about flexibility when you're choosing. Simplicity is important. Make it simple for the customer, right? And make it simple for you. And then lastly, training. Too many people skip out on this piece. You need to learn how to use the tool well, right? So once a month, hop in on, their blog page and read a few blogs for a few hours, right? Once a month, hop in on a free webinar training they're giving around their tools and new launches that they've done. And if they want feedback, give that feedback so that the tool gets better. But those are the 5 main things that I would recommend to you to keep in mind as you automate your systems. So takeaways, because we've gone through a lot and you've done a lot. I'm so proud of you. I'm still covering my hands for you. You guys are amazing. So we learned the benefits of automation. We learned criteria for automation, right? How we know when a process needs to be automated. We did the automation scorecard assessment. We looked at over 100 automation tools that are recommended to check out or implement into your business. That's huge. You have all that information you're walking away with. We did an assessment of future integrations, right? So you asked yourselves, okay, can I do this? Should I do this? What's my start date? Do I have budget for it, etc.? So you have the start of a plan. And we've talked about some principles to live and lead by, right? Mindset principles that we want to keep in mind, kind of our rubric for judging whether a system is worth using or not, etc. So kudos to you for getting through that. Again, I am Casey Richardson. I am the founder of Blaze Women's Network, where we are building leaders and accepting 0 excuses. I am also a one-on-one coach and consultant. I am a published author as well, and it is my joy to serve the folks that are so magical and so often overlooked, trailblazers who are underserved. That is what I do. So I would love to keep in touch with you. I've provided my contact information right here. I'd love for you to join the tribe and the email list. So if you want to keep in touch with Blaze Women's Network, go to blazewomensnetwork.com. We have a Facebook group, Blaze Women's Network, and Instagram, Blaze Women's Network. If you want to keep in touch with me, I want you to. My website is casey-richardson.com. My email address is contact@casey-richardson.com. My Instagram is I am Casey Richardson. Ignore the .com right there. It's just I am Casey Richardson. My LinkedIn is LinkedIn/in/I am Casey Richardson. And lastly, I provided my phone number, my business phone number right there as well. So I mean it. I want you to get in touch with me. I want you to connect. I want you to be edified. I want you to have community. And I just love speaking to people in the terms they understand, with stories they understand, with context that they understand, so they don't water down who they are, because it's time to be free and it's time to flourish. Thank you so much for your time.
Some people got to have it. Some people really need it. Do things, bad things with a boom, boom, boom. For the love of money. Oh. Hey, What's happening, kings and queens? I see that y'all are here, and I'm talking about money. That's a whole nother show altogether. This is Black and Iconic, and this is day 2 of a 7-day journey where we're talking about iconic revenue. And if you've been listening thus far, I know that you have been taking copious notes from all of the speakers. And if you are following the speakers, if you're really feeling what they're talking about, follow them on Instagram, follow them on social media, and make sure that you're commenting in the feed and sharing it out on your pages so that other Black entrepreneurs like yourself can take advantage of the goodness gracious, good information that you all are getting. Coming up in our next pod, we're going to have Valerie Rodriguez, we're going to have Roy Johnson Jr., Bruce Hill, and Dr. Daphne Clark Hudson. She's going to put on an amazing workshop. But as I said earlier, if you really like the speakers that you've been listening to, I want you to go over to www.bizfreegifts.com so that you can get your information, or you can get the free gifts that the speakers are offering to all of the listeners and viewers who are here on day 2 of Iconic Revenue. In addition to that, I don't want you to forget about our masterclass that's happening this Saturday. You can go to BlackCEOVIP.com. That's BlackCEOVIP.com to get your virtual seat. And once you get there to that site, it will tell you how to invest in yourself and invest in your business. But I'm sure that these classes will fill up fairly quickly. So go there now and ensure that you have your seat on day 5 for our virtual masterclass. We're going to keep this party bus rolling along, and we're going to continue to talk about the moolah, the money, the greenbacks, the dinero. But more importantly, we're going to help you to be iconic with your revenue. I'll see y'all on the other side. Peace. Some people got to have it. Some people really need it. People don't let money change you. Almighty dollar.
Good day. This is Valerie M. Rodriguez from VMR International. I'm a financial strategist whose job is really to shake up the system so that people can understand better ways to invest their money, to put their money so that their money can make money. I definitely am somebody who's been an entrepreneur since 2004 and seeing the ways of how that's gone. I mean, we always have ups and downs, but it's something that really resonated with me to do this because of what I was raised, how I was raised, right? I was born and raised in a project from a single mother who worked hard. And we really want to give all of our congratulations and gratitude to single moms like myself and those who work hard. But obviously we know that we want to do better and be able to pass on better ways to our family. And so this is why I do what I do. And what's become really, really passionate for me is since I saw how I was raised and knowing that my dad, being somebody who was always making money, so I learned that we all know how to make money, right? But he was somebody who actually turned out in the shelters later on, having nothing to show, having nothing to his name, and not having anything to pass down to his family. So going from living lavish to going into a shelter and being disabled and having nothing but the government to depend on was something that really resonated with me. And I knew that I had to create some kind of a change and be resourceful in learning the information that I needed to be able to learn how to run money, how not to let money run me rather. And so it all started with obviously the practical knowledge is one. And secondly, if you're going to know, I'm also a self-development coach and huge on activating our personal development, right? And so because of that, I was able to impact my thoughts on money and creating a better wave in the system as far as creating myself to be someone of value who knew my worth. So I would be the one to dictate how much I was worth. my value, right? Instead of someone else doing that. And so that's why I am an entrepreneur today and so passionate about teaching on financial literacy. So today, my workshop, we're going to be talking about breaking down the rules of money, something that I didn't know wholeheartedly from the beginning. Like I said, we all have come into lots of money through our hands, but how much of that money were we able to keep? So it's not about how much you make, it's always about how much you're able to keep. So once you understand that, and you also understand how to create that mindset shift, I believe that there's nothing that you're not going to be able to do, any goals that's going to be any kind of anything that can hold you back at all. So I move on. Before I tell you that, what really, really settled for me was the fact that my daughter would see that $30,000 once upon a time would be a yearly income. And now she's like, Mom, is that a yearly income? It should be a monthly income. So the fact that she thinks that way now tells me that I'm doing everything that I need to be doing. So let's move right along into this workshop, and I'll be sharing the 3 rules of money, okay, and how that is going to basically be able to take you to another mindset, right? To basically understanding the practical knowledge, which is one aspect of it all. Okay, moving on. Sorry. 1 second. All right. So the first rule of money, which is compounding interest, right? There are 3 rules of money. The rule of 72, compounding interest. We're going to go over how your money grows. There's only 3 ways that your money grows, and how your money gets taxed. Now, these things are simply concepts that you need to understand to really just create better habits. So as I walk you through these things, I want you to just get it in your head as a scenario and think of it how it applies to you in your life. So here with compounding interest, the rule of 72 is simply a formula that shows you how long it's going to take for your money to double. Now, when you think of your money doubling, do you think of your bank? Probably not, right? Because when have we even seen our money double in a bank? So take a look at here, the scenario. I'm going to give you 4 scenarios where you are investing in the bank, right? Your savings, and they're giving you a 1% interest on this actual situation. And that 1% on $10,000 as a 29-year-old, right? Investing at $10,000. It tells you with the rule of 72, all you do is take the number 72 and divide it by your ROI, the rate on investment. So if you were getting 1%, it would take you 172 years till 101 years old for that money to double. Sounds exciting, right? Yeah, I know. Clearly, it's not exciting. But if you think about it, that's not even what we're getting in the bank, because they're not even as generous as to give us 1%. So moving along, I'll show you how the difference between that 72 years get cut down by just giving you a 5% increase. So if you see 6% you were gaining on ROI, that 29-year-old would now take until the age of 41 to double that money to $20,000. A lot better, right? Because I don't know how many 101, we might not even reach that year. So how many 72 years do you have? That's something that you need to think about. So in that sense, think about how your bank's paying you less than 1%, how I'm showing you this rule of 72, and how long it's going to take for your money to double. And now make a clear and conscious decision on, is that benefiting you? So again, if you were 29 getting that 6%, now at the age of 65, which is the age that most people think of retiring, some people now, they don't want to retire yesterday, but let's just be realistic. Say you wanted to retire at 65 and you were getting this ROI. So in your retirement plan, you would have $80,000 if you were getting that rate. How long can you last on $80,000? Ask yourself that. Probably not long. I know that's not going to last long for me. So it's probably not going to last much longer for you. So now, hence why most people who go into retirement end up going back to work. So now say you found some place, Savvy, where you could get 10% interest. Look at the difference. That is 7.2 years. Significant change in how long it's going to take for that money to double. So if you fast forward down to 65, these are estimations, right? you would have around about $320,000 if you were getting 10%. Now, most people ask me, well, where can I get 10%? You absolutely can get 10% because, as I had spoken in my keynote, I was letting people know that you have to understand how to invest your money where the banks put their money. Do you think the banks know how to make 10% on interest on your money? Remember, they don't have money. They're dependent on your money. They absolutely do. So now I want to show you that this compound interest method is so powerful because the difference between 6 and 10 is only 4%. With that 4%, it gave you a quadruple, significant quadruple on your retirement plans money from 80,000 to about $320,000. So it's not a big number, but you see how it made a significant difference. So now take this on the flip side with the compound interest being against you. Because like I said, you're either going to be earning this or you're going to be paying it. So in the contrary, when you're getting credit cards, now today's interest rates are about 18 to 23%, 25% even on credit cards. So when you think about how powerful that is for them earning compounding interest on credit cards, it should let you know. This is something that I have to hone in on. This is something that I have to take an interest in because it is affecting me one way or another. So where you put your money in is super important. And that's why I'm pointing this out, compounding interest. Now that 1%, if we were even getting it in the bank, at least we're still not even making compounding interest. Why? Because they don't pay us that. They pay us simple interest. What's the difference between simple interest? The difference is compound interest is going to pay you on the amount that you earn plus interest every single year compounding, and that makes a significant year's difference in the years that you invest your money. When it's simple interest, they're simply going to say you take that 10%, and if you're making 10% on that $10,000, right? That's only $100, right? That's $1,000, sorry, $1,000, and that $1,000 is what you're going to make every single year. They're not going to compound it and continuously compound it like on compounding interest. It would be instead of $10,000, you would earn $1,000 every single year. That's it. But with compound interest, they would add that $1,000 plus the interest every single year. So it would be in 1 year, 10% of the 10,000, which is you would make 11. And the following year, you would get that 10% on the 11. You get it, and so forth and so on. So you can see that in a significant amount of years, it makes a huge difference. If Ben was getting compound interest and Stephen was getting simple interest, the difference would look something like 25,000 versus 60,000. Just giving a random number, but we could go over the numbers and it's super accurate. So you would see that it's such a significant difference that we need to be mindful of. Where you put your money totally counts, and compounding interest is what you want to be earning. So where do you put your money that gains you compounding interest? There are multiple ways for you to get that, okay? Aside from some things like real estate, I would just let you know, this is something that most banks know, and that's where they put their money, and that's why I said we need to become our own bank and create compounding interest for ourselves, where your money is making money. Because why should you work for your money alone? Your money should work for you too, okay? So the second rule of money is how your money grows. When it comes to how your money grows, there's only 3 ways for your money to grow: fixed, variable, and index. There are these 3 ways that most people don't know all 3 of them, because most times when I go over this, they've heard of fixed and they've heard of variable, but they've never heard of index. Why is that? It's simply, and I'm not talking about index funding, okay? Fixed is simply your bank. It's everything that you put your money in that's going to yield you an expectancy of a low interest rate. You can put your money in the bank, you can put your money in a savings account or a CD, all in the banking institution. And it looks just like this, as you see, this flat line. It looks kind of like when you're on your deathbed. That's what I call it. Your deathbed, when you're flatlining. So I call this your money slowly dying. Why? Because it is. It is. Think about it. You're putting your money here where you can expect an interest rate anywhere from 1 well, really it's 0 to 1%, because it used to be maybe you could get 2, but they're not even giving that anymore. And a lot of, you can see since Corona, they have lowered the interest rates, right? So here you have that invisible line called inflation. With inflation, it is increasing your money. I mean, the value on money, right? Everything is increasing, not the value of money, but everything is increasing from 2 to 4% annual increase on the rate of inflation. So that means that the value of your money is dying. If you're getting less than a 2% and the rate of inflation is going up 2 to 4%, that means you're missing out on a negative 2% on the value of your dollar. So I give you an easy scenario, right? Once upon a time, we used to be able to get a bag of chips for like a quarter. Nowadays, what does that same bag of air cost, right? That's inflation for you. You can't get a bag of chips unless you're paying about $5. So it shows you exactly what inflation is doing. And this is on across the board on every spectrum. You think about it in real estate, think about it in vehicles, think about it in every single thing, right? Inflation is taking over every single year. So that's why we need to continuously be able to at least keep up, if not outpace inflation, so that our money is doing anything for us. So these are just simple factors to take in mind. And so, like I said, that's your bank. And I'll move over to variable, where it looks like an up and down. You see what that looks like? Like a heart attack, right? You don't know where it's going to be. It's up and it's down. This is your stock market, clearly. So most people are putting all of their retirement fund money into this bucket. I call these buckets. These buckets right here are mostly where your jobs are steering us into, right? You put your money here and it's your 401k, it's your 403bs, your TSPs, whatever it is, it's in this bucket because the market dictates it. So if the market dictates it and you don't know where it's going to be, because if you just look up the word itself, variable, it tells you what it is, right? It's inconsistent, it's unreliable, and there are no guarantees. So is that where you would want your money to be? I definitely don't. Simply because I know, guaranteed, I'm going to need something to pan out for me in my retirement. And most people, when I'm speaking to them, what happens is they're banking on speculating. And speculations isn't enough because you don't know what you're going to end up with. And one thing for sure I know, we can't bank on any Social Security or pensions anymore because they're cutting those out. So if that's the case, then your funds are limiting. So the main objective is to know where you're going to be able to create other avenues that give you guarantees. Now, who else likes guarantees? I do. I love guarantees. Why? Because it's something that I know that I can create and I can hold the power for. So with variable, like I said, that's your job when you're putting it in this bucket. So I'm going to move over to index. With index, you see how this chart looks? It's pretty much going to be, when you're going up, you can actually capitalize on the market, right? The market's going up, you get to capitalize on it. When the market's going down, guess what? They lock you in. That's powerful. Why? Because it really lines up with the principles that Warren Buffett says. Rule number 1, never lose your principal. And rule number 2, don't forget rule number 1. So here is wholly where you're definitely guaranteed to never lose your principal. And here is also where you don't have to sustain the risk. Because most people don't mind investing, but the part of it is they're only focused on the growth and not really understanding the risks that they're actually adhering to. They're going to have to sustain these risks. Is there anything wrong with risk? No. I'm an Aries. I love taking risks. It's just something that most Aries do. But what I love is, and understand, I'm not telling anyone not to go here, not to go here or there. All I'm saying is knowing the options. And that's why I educate on these options, because I want us to know that we have them. And what I also want us to know is what the wealthy people do. And the 5% know how to diversify. And that's the most powerful word that I want us all to take away, is that diversification. Most times people think that they're diversifying because they have a 401k and they have maybe a Roth IRA They have a savings account, but it's not enough and it's not diversifying. Real diversification goes across the board where it entails not just different buckets, but it also entails you being able to earn money while you sleep in different markets. I'm talking about even expanding into other divisions and conversions of markets, right? Across the globe. So that's one of the most powerful things that I love about this index is it does allow for you to do that. And so most people ask me, well, why haven't I ever heard of this, Valerie? Well, I'll tell you why. Why take out the middleman? Because your job's not going to tell you about this, and neither is the bank. Because remember, as I stated earlier, right, about putting your money where the banks put their money, and guess where they put their money? Yep, right here in the index. The banks put their money here, and so does your job. It's called BOLI and COLI. You can write that down. BOLI is bank-owned life insurance. So that's what this bucket is. It is indexed on a life insurance. Life insurance is basically the outer realms of being able to call this a way for you to be protected, to be able to invest in it, but they don't actually call it investment. Why? Because they label it life insurance just because of its tax code 7702. Now, 7702 is the tax code that protects anyone to be able to invest their money here to gain tax-free income. Now, put it down. Tax-free income sounds a whole lot better than a lump sum that you would be getting from your 401k, right? Of course it does. And we're going into the next slide that will break down why. So this is super powerful. When you understand what the BOLI is, bank-owned life insurance, it is them putting their money here, and it's your money, actually, okay? And here, with the corporate-owned life insurance, COLI, that's where your jobs put this money, they invested here as well. How do you think pensions are funded? That's how pensions are funded. This insurance thing is a whole conglomerate. It's huge. And think about it. This is something that we all should know and think about in becoming resourceful. Because why? Everything now around the globe is mandatory insurance. There's only one insurance that's not mandatory. Who can guess what? Right? It's mandatory that when you drive your car, you have to have life insurance. It's mandatory that when you purchase your home, you have to have insurance. Now they're even making it mandatory to have renter's insurance. So if you think about it, insurance goes across the scale, right? But the one insurance is not mandatory, which really, really hit home for me, was the fact that I had to have mandatory insurance to drive my vehicle, but it's mandatory for me, the person driving the car, to have insurance. Now that should resonate with you on a whole nother level. And this is why insurance isn't a scam. It was more something that was presented to us in a negative connotative way so that we wouldn't understand it and how it's utilized on a bigger level. And I'm not talking about regular life insurance. I'm talking about index, cash value, life insurance. So the only way for you to know this is to sit down with a professional and for them to walk you through it. Because like I said, your banks have it through BOLI and the jobs have it through COLI, corporate owned. And guess what? You too can have it, private owned life insurance. And it's all cash value life insurance that I'm talking about. And the most pivotal thing about it is that with these other two that I mentioned, there's something called suitability, and their suitability is written in the law that they do not have to have suitability to you. So that means that it's to benefit them, not for you. So shouldn't you have something to benefit you? Because you yourself are an investment, right? You yourself is an asset. And I want you to really resonate with that and get that in our heads, because we are an asset and we are the bank. So why not take these steps, measures to make sure that we're at least investing in ourselves, paying ourselves first, and doing exactly what they do because we can, and stop following the herd. Okay? So the last rule of money is tax now, tax later, and tax advantage. Now, I already know, well, I don't know exactly. I would ask you, Ask yourself, how do you want your money to be taxed? How do you want your money to be taxed? Tax now, tax later, or tax advantage? Now, it clearly shows you can see everything here, right? When you're saving your money, when you put your money in a tax now account, right, in the bank or CD, this is where they give you that 1099 at the end of the year. At the end of the year, that 1099 is actually going to say that you have to pay taxes at the end of the year. So, you like getting taxed twice on your money? Who does, right? But they absolutely do it. So, I want you to understand that in this system, the government and the media and the banks, it's most times to benefit them. And you just have to question everything. And the only way that they're able to do such things is because we're the ones who signed the contract. So everything is contracts and codes. If you know the codes, then you can actually benefit. And if you don't know the codes, then guess who gets the benefit? And that's why they say ignorance is no excuse for the law. So if you choose to stay ignorant, well, then they get to benefit. And so they love that. And so I would say, like I said, start to question and start to revamp the things that you're doing so that we can start creating better habits together. Because again, and I stress this again, we are the bank. So it's a mindset shift. So going on forward to tax later, obviously, this is where most people are putting their retirement funding, right? Want to have something to live off. With the 401k, your IRAs, annuities and such, you're deferred, right? Deferred taxes. What that means is instead of getting taxed on the seed, you're getting taxed on the harvest. With that harvest, obviously it's going to be bigger amounts, right? So just think about it. Most people, I think, are under the perception that when they retire later, they're going to have less to pay in taxes. But if you think about it, you've already put in so much time in your jobs. Most times you're making more money, your house is paid off, your children are grown up. So what does that leave you to? It leaves you with no dependents and no write-offs. So obviously tax deferred is probably not the best, especially if you think taxes are going up. So ask yourself that question. Are taxes going down or are taxes going up? Clearly taxes are going up, right? Especially after this pandemic that we've been in. There's a lot of money going out. Where do you think it's going to come from? So we're actually in what we call a tax sale. When I tell people that, they're like, what do you mean? Well, we are. In the year 2026, that tax sale is going to be up, but they can always change it. So one of the best things about certain things and getting into these contracts sooner, like what I talked about with the index, is the fact that you are grandfathered and you're eliminate yourself from certain things like tax deferred, because you would be over here in this tax advantage here, right? Tax advantage, where you see the Roth IRAs and the cash accumulation, life insurance, okay? I don't particularly love a Roth IRA, and I'll tell you why. It's because it's another one of those go-tos whereby, just like a 401k, it is ran by your jobs and the government. So let's go into a little bit of history. With the Roth IRA, with the 401k, for instance, that which Ted Benner created was not really for us to benefit in order to have a retirement free, financial free retirement plan. It wasn't. It was designed to be able to create some kind of a leverage for them, your jobs and the government, to be pardoned on the aspect of providing for us. Because a lot of early in time, right, we were dependent on Social Security. There were certain systems that were in place, and we knew we were going to have benefit money coming out later on in time. But that's just not the case. It's eliminated, and they knew that with the economy and where we were going, with the amount of population increasing, and with the amount of longevity, that they were not going to be able to sustain paying out this amount of money, right, for us. So they created this plan so that now we would be able to invest in our own self. our own retirement plan. So having said that, you're investing in it and they still get to benefit because the only way out of it is through the IRS. So they get their cut. Your jobs, they get their cut because they can either match you or not, but they still get their cut at the end of the day. So it's a great plan, maybe to have something if you didn't know anything better. But once you know better, you do better, right? So I definitely am not a big fan of it. But like I said, I'm anti nothing. I'm just about educating on the options. So once you know your options, you can diversify. So what I normally do is show someone how they can move that money out into another type of platform, like what I'm telling you about, which is a cash accumulation insurance plan. And why I didn't say a Roth is because, like I said, it's another one of those plans which gives you limitations. And I'll explain that in detail. But why would you want to go into a Roth, right? I mean, a 401k, if you know that you're not going to be able to dictate what you end up with. Really, it's in the market and it's deferred. So taxes going up, meaning if it is that case, then you'll have a lower amount that you can actually benefit from. So imagine you getting a $300,000 401k at the end of time of retirement and having to pay out $100,000. Would you be happy about that? No, right? But that's the case. That's you going into contract and business with the government and your jobs. Because at the end of the day, they can take 60 and give you 40, or they can take 40 and give you 60. So you get to choose now if that's something that you really are okay with. And especially if that's the only plan that most people have, it's just not gonna, it's a real setup for a disaster if you want to plan on working for your money for the rest of your life. So now with the Roth, it actually gives you these guidelines, right? Just like your 401k says you can't take your money out till you're 59 and a half. It says that if you take your money out prior to that, it's a tax penalty of 10%. Minus as of last year, due to COVID, some people got to actually get out of it 10% free, which was excellent for those who took advantage of the CARE Act. And now with the Roth, you can only put in there up to 6,500 up to a certain age, which is 59. And now it's gone up to 7,000 after 65. So would you want something that's going to put these limitations on you? Is that enough for you to be able to live the lifestyle that you want to live? That's the question that you should be asking yourself. Most people don't know. They didn't really plan on it. So I tell you now, it is so significant that you start thinking about these things and planning on it so that you can design the plan that you want for your life, because you absolutely have full throttle and the creatorship within you, meaning you can create and design the life you want. If it is that you wanted to have $10,000 a month when it's time for you to retire, you can absolutely do that. But how are you going to be able to do that with being restricted to a $6,500 annual input on a Roth? So that's why I'm not so favored on it. I prefer a cash accumulation, which is a Roth on steroids, simply because it's going to show you how you can get total benefits and create a tax-free retirement. Now, like I said, it has to be designed. So one of the best things about it is the flexibility that it gives you, and also the illustration shows you and dictates what your money would look like, as opposed to your 401k where you're not going to get something that shows you what your money will look like. So I prefer to see something, a blueprint, right? You have to follow the blueprint. Most design plans that actually come out successfully have a blueprint. They follow that blueprint. So you should do the same. Okay? Having said that, again, with the cash accumulation, how your money gets taxed, those are the 3 rules of money. Now, this is what it looks like today. So if you choose to follow the herd and you get slaughtered, and like sheep, most people are doing the same thing over and over, knowing that it's not going to get them out and live the life that they wanted to live, right? It's not designed for that. The system's not designed for that. So again, we have to create some kind of shakeup in the system and creating new habits so that we can do what benefits us as opposed to what benefits them, and stop following the herd. It means question everything. I know we have to break through, creating another shift in our minds. Also, understanding that everything that has to be questioned because we think we're living and we think we have our own mindset, we think we have our own thoughts, but it's really not. It's just a bunch of implanted thoughts. So if you're a television watcher, then this is what it looks like. Sorry to say, like I said, I may sound like a troublemaker, but I'm only giving the mere truth. So I would give you some resources so that you could, one, understand where you're parking your money and what the potential risks are this whole time. Yeah. What the potential risks are when it comes to parking your money. Okay. Taxes, market, inflation, emergencies, right? These are some of the things that we need to think about because we all want to make sure that we have enough money in emergency money. And you used to say 3 to 6 months, but that's a lie. Today, you got to keep up with times, right? You also have to keep up with time. Obviously, with what we just gone through, that should tell you you need to have at least 6 to 12 months in emergency funds that is going to be able to take care of your needs, right? 6 to 12 months, that's your emergency fund. Okay, making sure that you're at least keeping up with or outpacing inflation. Making sure that if you're investing in the market, that you know your risk tolerance and that you're aware of the risk that's going to come with it, you're able to sustain them. So obviously not putting everything there in that bucket. When it comes to taxes, that is one of our number one losses with our people because it is the most ignorance of the laws that people have when it comes to taxes. So knowing the proper laws, codes, right? Codes is everything so that you can benefit when it comes to your money. Like I mentioned earlier, tax code 7702 subsection A, which allows you to put your money in a cash value life insurance plan to come out with a tax-free income. And that is guaranteed based on the structure of the plan. It's all about the structure. So you have to sit with a professional so that they can properly design this based on your needs. You know, having a private owned life insurance, making sure that you're protecting you, yourself, because you're an asset, and your assets, your money assets. Okay. And then when it comes to disability, planning for things that are possibly going to happen, right? And who knows that people were going to die of COVID or whatever they died of, you know? It doesn't matter because I know there's 3 things in life that we're gonna go through one or the other, and we don't know which is first, right? We're all gonna die. We don't know when. You might get sick and you might live long. So when it comes to death, getting sick, or living long, which now has become one of people's number one fears, which is outliving our money, we want to be able to protect ourselves against all 3. Okay, simply because we know that we're a lot more health conscious. Thank you. I'm a vegan myself, so I know I'm living long, right? God willing, you don't know if something might happen. It could be accidental or you get sick. Then you need to be able to not. Why should you be coming out of pocket or having to sell your assets? It shouldn't have to be that way, and that's what insurance is for. Okay, and I'm a huge advocate of it because I'll get a little political sometimes when it comes to this because everyone was going on that movement of Black Lives Matters. If Black Lives Matters, how much life insurance do you have? Because that is a tool and it proves that you yourself believe that Black Lives Matter. Your life matters. So you should definitely have life insurance anyway. And I'm not talking about some $50,000 or $100,000 policy. It is our responsibility to do more. Okay, and so understanding what type is best for you and what you need to benefit you and protect you and your assets. Again, I won't repeat that. So moving on, lawsuits. In the event that you have lawsuits, a lot of people believed in the old school route. One of my investors purchased a bunch of properties, right? Cash. He was one of those people who believed in working hard and funding himself and building his business. Kudos to him. It's great. But if you don't have the proper structures in place to protect you, you are now vulnerable and susceptible to lawsuits, especially here in America. So how do you protect yourself against lawsuits? Again, life insurance is one of those things that if you are putting your money in there, no one can touch that money. But a 401k is actually susceptible for child support, alimony, any of those things. But I'll tell you, if you were putting your money in cash value, it's not. No one can actually go in there, not even the IRS. So that's news for a lot of people, right? The other thing is obviously having a trust, putting your properties in the trust, not your name. So you're not vulnerable and susceptible to lawsuits. So these are important things. And obviously fraud. Banks, there's a lot of fraud that's happened. But if your money was in a life insurance policy, again, you're not susceptible to fraud. Okay, and yes, you can have access to that money. And the last but not least, the last two, outliving your money and death. Because with outliving your money, most times, like I said, when we go over 401k plans, when someone comes out of it, they don't have enough to yield them for a lifetime. And they end up going back to work shortly thereafter. So is that a retirement or is that a little staycation? And that's not the life that I'm sure most of us didn't plan for or want. So when it comes to life insurance, cash value, again, it creates that safety net because you actually can have a plan designed to pay you guaranteed income up until the age of 120. So these are powerful tools that we all should be utilizing. And last but not least, death. You want to be able to have yourself protected because you are not going to be dying for free. Nothing's free. So even when you die, there's hell to pay. Sad to say, it's either a legacy that you're leaving or a mess. It's like when I thought about with my dad and what was going to happen with him being in the shelter and everything, I'm saying, wow, okay, I had to go ahead and put some life insurance out on him because we're not doing GoFundMe's, and I just didn't want to have to bear that burden later on. So you pay the price now or you pay the price later, and it definitely becomes very messy. You know, there's so many different factors to think about. So obviously being able to take care of that and pass on a legacy is the most powerful thing you can do for your family. So there's things that you need to go into understanding. These are practical things that you can put in place, and just writing things out will give you the keys to actually, handling them step by step. Because like I said, we can have knowledge, but if we don't implement that knowledge, then where does it lead us? Continually going through those generational curses. And that's not what we need. So this is how the wealthy avoid the risk, okay? You got to safeguard your money, grow your money, and allow it to provide the stability, predictability, and access to your money. And this is exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to that cash value life insurance. Now, I'm giving you this as a tool so that you can know, again, it's about diversification, but this is your foundation. This is creating a foundation for your family. As you can see, it created such a foundation for the Rockefellers because they're still around because of it. And the Vanderbilts are not. So here's the takeaways that I want you to take in. And you can, take a screenshot of this because this is so powerful when it comes to becoming your own banker. Okay, because you go to the bank, so you need it for some kind of upstart for your business, what have you. You got to go through a credit check. You have to go through a heap of questions, maybe even a business plan, right? If you're starting a business, then definitely you need a business plan, right? So it just depends what you're taking that loan out for. These are the things you have to go through. But when it comes to you creating a cash value life insurance, you allow yourself to become your own bank because you don't have to actually, without those things that are going to, weigh you down, like credit checks and business plans, questions and applications. You just simply plan it out, have a structure, it's packed in there, it's compounding interest, over 10% at best. Most times it just depends. Like, I don't want to speak a whole around it. It depends on the company, but all these things are here for you because it gives you protection by 7702 tax code subsection 8, which if you starting now, you'll be grandfathered in, which is the most powerful thing. This thing has been around since the 1980s, 70s actually, and it's been around for people who like Ray Kroc, like Walt Disney. And this is how they created Walt Disney World, McDonald's, utilizing such plans. And so absolutely, it's no brand new thing. It's just something that maybe some people have never heard of, or, we weren't told about it or taught about it, and you know why, right? But no longer are we behind, and we're becoming more resourceful. So we're going to be able to utilize things the way that we should, and in creating that proper mind shift, okay? You're going to get compounding interest and be able to borrow up to 95% of your funds, become self-funding. Flexibility is the biggest thing with this here. Flexibility is outstanding. It's like no other. So when you really get to hear and learn about it, you'll be blown away. And then no timetable when it comes to repayments, because no one's going to be calling your phone or knocking down your door to pay that money back when you borrow against your policy. So there's a lot more to go into that, but in a nutshell, I know that was a lot of information, and I just want you guys to grasp it and know that it's the most powerful thing that you can have right now to add onto your platform to create that foundation. You know you need all 6 of these in order to have financial freedom. Yep. So, cash flow, emergency fund, debt management, proper protection, build wealth, and preserve wealth. And it could do all of these. Thank you.
So, before I begin, I just want to put you on notice that I didn't come here today to make you feel good, but to make you feel a little bit uncomfortable, to shake up your foundation, to stir up the gifts within you, and to help shift your mediocre mindset so you can be catapulted to the next level to start living out your vision, your dreams, your purpose, and your passion. But most of all, I came here to be iconic. Turn your yearnings into earnings, gain clarity, confidence, and cash. You have a yearning that you want to turn into a legitimate, profitable business, but you don't know how. Just imagine what it feels like if you can take your idea or what you love to do and turn it into a profitable business without the stress of worrying about how to launch. Good day. My name is Roy Johnson, aka the Business Launcher from Houston, Texas. As a result of my services as a business and entrepreneurship strategist, I take my clients' ideas from napkin to completion, from stagnation to manifestation, and from idea to the bank. I help you get it done from the creative design to self-awareness to gaining clarity to ensuring that your language that is spoken matches your image and all the context that you need. I'm looking for aspiring and budding entrepreneurs, visionaries, dreamers, idealists, hobbyists, and did I make mention those corporate renegades who need help and are ready to take and elevate their vision and breathe life into their dreams and ideas, their purpose and passion. And I'm gonna pose this question to you. Who do you know? As you can see, I'm a certified life, business, and entrepreneurship coach, author, and speaker who enjoy helping visionaries looking to start a new business and those corporate renegades who wants a profitable and thriving business. Ooh, that income, more time, more freedom to spend with family and friends, and that feeling of self-fulfillment to escape that corporate grind, who feels like a hamster running in a wheel and they're tired of spinning their wheels. They're feeling overwhelmed. They feeling stuck, even undervalued. The great thing about me is I teach creation and clarity and helping your ideas be a little bit more concrete. Cultivation, staying motivated and empowered. Connection, identifying your niche and your tribe. And commitment and goal setting, throwing your whole self in. Now, rest assured, this is a natural feeling because as an entrepreneurship and as an entrepreneur and coach, I dealt with the same things, but through mentoring and coaching, I was able to get past those hurdles. So if you would look on this slide, here are a couple of things that my past and current clients had to say. Now, before we proceed, I am a giver at heart, and I would like to give you a free gift. So, in order to obtain your gift, please text BLAST OFF to 22828 to get my 8 proven tips to turn your yearnings into earnings handout. Again, you don't want to miss this. Text BLAST OFF to 22828 to get my 8 proven tips to turn your yearnings into earnings handout. Now, we understand that there are sometimes going to be some challenges and hurdles that we're going to have to endure. So let's take a look at some of the statistics that some small business challenges having to face. 82% of businesses do so because of cash flow problems. Main challenge to success of a startup is generating new business. 42% of startups fail because they offer services and products that the market doesn't need. And approximately 90% of startups fail. So I tell you, this talk is for you if you feel like you're spinning your wheels trying to get your business going. This talk is for you if you're feeling overwhelmed, stressed, or frustrated because you don't know where or how to begin. This talk is for you if you're having a hard time explaining what you have to offer and its value. And I tell you, this talk is for you if you have an idea, a dream, or vision that you're ready to take from stagnation to manifestation. So, what's possible? You are about to discover my proven strategies you need to successfully launch your business and start earning money now with confidence. So let me use this analogy. You wonder why the clock. We're going to use the analogy of a football game. Well, we all know and understand what the main objective in a football game is, right? It's to score a touchdown. Imagine this. There are 15 seconds on the clock before the game is over. and your team has possession of the ball. Now, it is important that your team scores this touchdown in order to win and make it to the playoffs. All the players get into position and the quarterback says, hike. The clock starts winding down. 15, 14, 13, 12. Now, in the meantime, you're standing in the same position as you were prior to the ball being hiked. Whereas a few of your teammates have already made it down the field in the end zone, open, ready to score that touchdown. The quarterback looks at you and then turn around quickly with 3 seconds on the clock, looks down the field and throws the ball to your teammate who's in position to catch the ball in the end zone. So I ask you today, are you playing full out in the game, getting into position to start turning your yearnings into earnings? Or are you still standing in the same position on the sidelines, waiting to be put into the game? Know this, your gifts, your talents, your services, and your products are all valuable. So what are you waiting on? Four strategies to turn your yearnings into earnings and launch your business now. Strategy 1, creation and clarity, making your idea solid and concrete. The problem, you have an idea and a passion, but you don't know how to monetize it. The ultimate reason why many people have this problem is because oftentimes it is overlooked or simply skipped over because of its simplicity. It's the simple things that causes your business to flop all at the same time. So let me help you out. You can utilize this wheel of creation action steps. Creation action steps. The first one is your idea. Take your idea and utilize that as the starting point. That is actually your starting point, your idea. Number 2, you take your idea and you brainstorm that idea. Number 3, after you brainstorm that idea, you research that idea. And number 4, lastly, you take that idea that you have brainstormed, that you have researched, and you take action with that idea. Remember, no action of an idea is simply just a good idea. So the benefits of creation and clarity. You launch quickly, you're able to stay more focused, and you're able to save a lot of unwasted time and money. So as you can see, this is Miss Renee Williams. She is bound by corporate America, selling insurance. Well, little do we know that she's ready to get out of corporate America. So we met at a networking event. We talked, and she expressed to me how she wanted to become an entrepreneur. Little did we know that I would take her under my wings and groom her to become that successful entrepreneur that she currently is today. Strategy number 2, cultivation, staying empowered, inspired, and motivated. The problem here, you don't have a big enough, strong enough, or convicted enough reason, your why. Your why should be so strong that it just makes you want to cry. Your why should be so strong that the days you feel like giving up and quitting, It should make you not quit. It should cause you to keep going. That is your why. So, what is your why? Benefits of cultivation. You handle uncertainty better, understands your business goals better, you're more innovative and creative, and you and your business tend to be a lot healthier. Strategy number 3, connection. Identify your niche and your tribe. Now, the ultimate problem here is you're wasting time trying to convert those people to share your belief, and you're neglecting the ones that are open and ready to receive. Like they say, you may have a good product and you may have a good service, and you may be trying to sell to everyone, but everyone is not going to want your service nor product. You have to be able to identify who your niche and your tribe is and go to them. And let's see the benefits of identifying your niche and your tribe. Benefits of connection. There's more excitement about your services and products. They hone in on what their needs are. You become known as the expert in your target market, and you develop more relationships and get more referrals. So the key here is, if you identify your niche and your tribe, the time that you're not marketing your services and talking about your products, guess what? Your niche and your tribe are, because they believe in your service and the product in which you are offering. Identify your niche and your tribe. Strategy 4, commitment and goal setting, throwing your whole self in. The problem here, you're no further than where you are now because you're never thrown your whole self at anything in your life. Why? What is the problem? What are you fearful of? Or is it the fact that you're fearful of failure, fear of success, or are you fear accountability, holding yourself accountable? So that gives you the opportunity to run away from your obligation. What is the problem? Throw your whole self in. Benefits of commitment and goal setting brings more clarity and creativity to the task at hand. It brings ownership and accountability, more success in achieving your goals, and it keeps you moving forward. So, show of hands, how many of you need help turning your yearnings into earnings and getting your business launched? The proven strategies: creation clarity, making your idea solid and concrete; cultivation, staying empowered, inspired, and motivated; connection, identify your niche and your tribe; commitment and goal setting, throwing your whole self in. So you have a choice. Stay where you are, spinning your wheels, feeling overwhelmed, feeling stuck, or feeling undervalued. Or you can get help. Creating clarity, making your idea solid and concrete; cultivating, staying empowered, inspired, and motivated; connecting, identifying your niche and your tribe; and committing and goal setting, throwing your whole self in, and much more. So imagine what it would feel like if you can take your idea or what you love to do and turn it into a profitable business without the stress of worrying about how to launch. So schedule your free countdown to success. 3, 2, 1, blast off strategy consultation call. And you can also take a picture of the Q code and it'll take you to my website, or I give you the link to my website. So, closing story. Imagine laying on your back, motionless on your deathbed with your health declining at an unprecedented rate, with your glassy eyes opened and tears streaming down the side of your face. You have no family around. It's just you and your untapped gifts, unwritten songs, unpublished books, unspoken poems, never before told dreams, aspirations, visions, and passions, unexplored business opportunities that could have changed the trajectory of your family's life, never written, produced, or performed productions, and people whose lives were waiting on you to change. Just imagine each of them standing lifelessly over you, crying and upset because you never breathed life into them and gave them a chance. They tell you, we were selectively handpicked and carefully placed within you, but you did nothing with us. So now we must die with you. How would you feel if you knew you had a solution to unlock the shackles that kept people bound? What if you knew you had an answer people been looking for in order to start living their life to the maximal potential? Remember, what we do is not about us, but about the people we serve. Your legacy is not about the money or material things you leave behind, but your seal, your stamp, your impact, and the difference you made in the world because you were here. Any questions? Please feel free to reach out to me on my website. You can scan my Q code and it will gain you access to my website and all of my contact information. So let's connect. I'll be waiting. Thank you. My name is Roy Johnson, AKA the Business Launcher, and I approve this message. Have a great day.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lakeisha Robichaux, entrepreneur and founder and CEO of Chief of Minds. Over the years, I've worked with many companies and leaders on leadership, company morale, culture, different ways to grow their company, different strategies. And a common theme that I have noticed around leaders and companies when they're putting together their strategic plans and their growth strategies is really around human capital, or really the lack thereof. So I'll take you on a journey with me with a company, a leader that I worked with around a growth strategy, a strategic plan that he was putting in place. And while working with this leader, I did a client site visit and we toured the office, and he was giving me all of this great feedback on a strategic plan that they had put in place. It was a 5-year, 3 to 5 year strategic plan they put in place. And he was telling me about all of the great things that they were doing and all of the data that they put in place, the metrics, how they were going to track it, the different components of this particular strategic plan. So he was so excited, and trust me, it was a well thought out strategic plan. And so when we finally finished the tour, of the office, and we sat down into his office, and we talked about, how he was going to roll it out. And I asked him, well, who all was involved in the strategic plan and creating this particular strategic plan, the process of it?
And so he shared with me, it was the executive staff and consultant. And I said, oh, that's great. And he said, yeah, we had plenty working meetings around it. And, it took a lot of time. We worked on it all last year. And he said, but I'm very excited with the final product, as you can see. And so, yes, I said, absolutely. So who else? Tell me, who else worked on this strategic plan? Who else was involved? And he said, well, I told you it was our executive staff and, the consultant that we hired, to really help us, get this thorough, comprehensive strategic plan. And so I said, okay. I said, well, what about your department managers? What about the department managers, your first line managers, your employees, who are on the ground working and interacting with your customers and your clients, is actually, doing the work there. And he told me, he said, well, we didn't involve them, in the process. And it'll be very hard, to get every employee involved in this particular process. And also, they don't know every facet, about the company, and how we grow and what we do. So it'd be kind of tough to, walk them through that. And so I don't think that they would understand. And so that's why we had the executive staff, because they know exactly what we do. We have a lot of staff working meetings about this all the time anyway. And I said, okay. I said, but how are you going to get the buy-in then if you don't have every employee at the table when you were creating this particular plan? That's going to be tough. He told me, he said, you know what, I think that's going to be easy, actually. We invested a lot of money into the rollout of this. We're going to have music. We're going to do it like it's a parade, and we're going to bring everybody together, to look at our strategic plan. We're going to have food. We're going to have some guest speakers. It's going to be phenomenal, even, some high motivational speakers, to really get us ready for this year as we roll this out. And I said, well, that's wonderful. It sounds like you invested a lot inside of this. And when I look at the strategic plan, I see, every aspect in here, your marketing, your finance, your operations, partnerships, and human capital. But that's a very small portion of it. And he said, well, here it is, it shows you right here. And I said, yeah, I see that. But human capital really should be at the forefront of this, the human capital piece, first and foremost. And he said, well, it's here. We got to grow this company, we got to make sure that we have all those components. I said, I totally get it. However, human capital, just like as part of your creation process of your strategic plan, it definitely has to be, the highlight of it. And he said, okay, we take it into consideration, and we talk further down the road. And I see this, as a common theme with working with companies, that human capital, the engagement and connection with human capital, as you create any type of change or plan, that is not at the forefront. And not at the forefront, at every level, thinking about how does it impact the employee? Have you talked with the employee? Does the employee understand, this change that's about to take place? Absolutely, you want to grow, you want to scale, but you have to have that human factor in that, because you cannot do it alone. No company, can really grow and scale, by itself. Your most important and valuable assets that you have inside of your company is your employees. Okay, so you want to make sure that they're involved in this process. And speaking of that, so a couple of months later, this particular leader, he called and he gave me an update, and he said it is concerning. I was so excited about the plan that we had in place, but we're not getting the buy-in. We're really not seeing the results that we expected. The rollout, went well, but the motivation, that the productivity is not there. And I asked them, did anybody at some point ask the employees, how did they feel about it? What are your thoughts on the strategic plan that we put in place? How do you think you can go back, and implement this inside of your department, and make us, allow us to have the results that we want to have? How do you think you can contribute to this? Even though that's kind of afterwards, because the plan is already in place. And he said no. And I told him, that's something that you need to do. You need to ask. Ask has so much value in it. Asking your team members their thoughts on it. You only know if you ask. And so if you want to know what's going on, why this is not taking place, put a survey out there. Get the information. They can do it anonymous, or have the meeting. Allow them to speak up. Allow them to be involved. Because 9 times out of 10, that's part of the problem. And what they did find, that was the problem. Employees did not feel valued. They were not asked. It basically was saying, this is what we're going to do. Although it impacted how they would get their jobs done. Some of the roles that they had, some of that changed. Some of their responsibilities and duties changed. Some of them were moved to different departments. They had all types of transitions that were just thrown at them, and no feedback, no input from them. It was just do this. And that had been a trend in the company for a while. And so they saw that the motivation was lacking. Connection and engagement is lacking. And that happens with a lot of companies. We get so wrapped up, as leaders, and want to making sure that we grow and scale. And it's not intentional, that this happens. But you get caught up in the day-to-day, on this. And so you, as leaders, employees want to work with someone that they can connect with, that engages with them, that's trustworthy, that motivates them. And so in order to do that, you have to find ways in order to motivate them. You have to make sure that you earn that trust, because again, you can't do it alone. And long gone are the days when leaders just came in and that dictator and had the dictator type of relationships and work. There are plenty of options where employees can go and work with other companies, where there's high morale, the culture is good. They get an opportunity to speak, where the leader actually listens to them, empathizes with them, empowers them, that allows them to lead different projects, to grow the company. Listening is key. And so not having that dictator type of leadership and mentality allows the company to grow and to flourish, in the ways that you want it to go, and how you want it to grow and scale. And so going back to your employees, the ways that you can do that, again, engaging and connecting and nurturing them, so that way they can grow. They grow, the company grows. Because remember, if the employees are not growing, the company won't grow. And yes, you can have the mentality, or you will get left behind. But think about it. If you constantly have that turnover inside of your company, nobody is getting to know really the company mission, the vision, what makes the company thrive, how they can add value. And also that costs you money. Every time you have to do the turnover, it costs your company money. All right. That's resources you are putting inside of them. That's the training, the time that you have to do. And every time you get a new employee, someone has to take the time to either train them, or you have to put in more resources to duplicate this process over and over and over again. And then the most important thing is that the reputation is tarnished. You're not that employer of choice, because employees do talk. And so when your team members talk when they leave, and they research the company and see if they want to come and work for your company, it's tarnished. And so as you try to grow, you keep hitting these blocks. So engaging, connecting, nurturing, this allows you to grow, just like you would do, if you have children. You think about it. Every stage of life, from the baby to the toddler to the teenager to the adult, to senior citizen, there are stages where you're still nurturing, regardless of the age. Whether you're giving them advice, you may be coaching them. They may come to you for feedback on that. And so you have to put in the time as a leader. You have to be consistent with that, with the communication that you give to them. Do check-ins. And every time, it may not be you, because I do understand as leaders, we are busy. But if it's not you, what processes do you have in place with your other team members and other leaders inside the company, so to make sure that they are making sure that communication is there, that there's accessibility, so that way they can speak with them, because communication is key. And think about it. Communication is a two-way process. It's a dialogue that happens. It's not only just on one particular manager or on one particular employee. Employees want to have the dialogue. They want to have a conversation. They want to be heard. And you have to allow them that opportunity to do that, so that way they can grow again. And in turn, you grow. And just think about it. We're talking about just the team aspect. Like I said, on this particular strategic plan that the leader had, there was a component in there about community relations and partnerships. Well, guess what? In order to have those community relationships and partnerships, people do business with people that they know, they like, they trust, that engage with them, that connects with them. And if you're not doing that with them, if you're just pitching them, you're sending them, all of your media kits, and you're just constantly just pitching, and you're not taking the time to understand what motivates them, what thrives them. What is their mission and vision about? How can you connect your company with theirs, where you see that there's some synergies there, and make them want to do business with you? If you don't take the time to do that, and it's all about you and just the data that you want to track, and this is how I want to grow, you're going to hit constant walls with that. In today's time, the value that you have to bring oftentimes is on that emotional side, the emotional intelligence. How have you identified how you are connecting, with them? And again, this goes back to the engaging and connecting for your growth strategy. Every growth strategy has to include that. Whether we're looking at the internal, we're looking at the external. When you have a growth strategy, human capital should be there. Human capital should be at the top of your growth strategy because it has to get done. Regardless of how you feel about it, you need to have that. Investing inside of your company around the human capital piece, okay? And then also, as you begin to ask, like this particular company, they started to sit down and to have different groups, and they started putting together committees. And I told them, have a committee, have different committees in which you can communicate and get this feedback. And as they started to do that, they saw the change. They saw how it evolved. The company began to evolve when they started asking, when they started sitting down to have true, honest, genuine conversations about the company, where the gaps, where the opportunity lies for them. Because remember, as leaders, you're not boots on the ground doing the work. You have other people that are doing the work, and they know, they can identify, they can see, they talk, they can tell you, okay, this is, if we put these particular processes in place, this is how we can grow. There's opportunity that lies within them. And then you can't, remember, empower them. As you're having these conversations, don't just take it back to your office and allow someone else to maybe do it or give them, the high praise for it. Put it in their place, put it back in their hands, empower them, but don't micromanage them through the process. Allow them to do the work, allow them to flourish and grow. Okay. Because keep in mind, you're still, you may have some plans that you need to put in place for whether it's developing, promoting. As the company grows, it may flourish into a different type of company, a spin-off company. You will need people to go and work and work in those roles as well. So don't micromanage, and give people an opportunity to engage and connect as they go through this, as they evolve, and as they bring opportunities and ideas to the table. Okay. And make sure that you're reinforcing the accessibility and that you're being consistent with this. Set up the check-ins with them so that they know that someone is listening. It is going to happen. Now, keep in mind, we know everything that they bring to the table won't happen, but try to implement something. And if you can't, tell them why. Be honest with them. Be transparent about it. Let them know that we can't do this because of this. It may be for financial reasons. It may be that particular model would not work for the company, but tell them why that it won't happen. Allow them to be able to understand. And remember, this is growth and development for that particular individual, for that employee. The more that you communicate, the more that they know, and the more that they can be honest with you, and they can maybe course and correct and bring more ideas to the table. Because remember, ideas come with, you have solutions, and this will help the company down the road. So bringing it all back home, again, the engaging, the connecting, the nurturing, the growing, this all helps you. It helps your team. It helps your growth strategy. It helps you partner with other companies, your potential clients, community relations that you want to have, and partnerships. This allows you to do that. But as leaders, it starts with us. Okay, we have to take the idea that the last is said with us, that we know best. We have to remove ourselves from that type of mentality. We have to make sure that there's trust and appreciation there. So that way our team members want to connect and engage with us. Because if your dream only includes you and your way, then it's too small, it won't grow. And we have to, and Ava DuVernay said that the best. So we have to make sure that we have processes in place, that we are engaging with our team, that we are asking them for the feedback, that we are actively listening to what they have to say, that we are recognizing them for what is going on inside of the team and what can help you get to the next level. Because again, they know a lot. They are on the ground. And I'm not going to say that they know best, but definitely they can bring the ideas and different solutions to the table that you can actually implement. You can even test them to make sure that it can happen and it'll be successful inside of your company. Make sure that they have support. Again, one other key piece that I want to speak about it is the support. Make sure that they have support that they need once you make these changes. So if you're making drastic changes inside of the business, the organization, have the support, have the check-ins, create the milestones that they need so that way they can carry it out. All right. And continuously develop. So as you begin to make the growth strategies, think about how you can engage, how you can connect, what this will look like, put a plan in place, but don't do it alone. If you do it alone, there will be many times where you have to turn around. You're going to keep doing the same thing over and over again, and you're not getting the results that you want. So allow the flexibility, any type of adjustments that need to be made, and then focus on outcomes. Focus on the outcomes, what is being completed. Don't try to dictate the process all the time. This was another thing when looking at this other company that I was speaking about. Oftentimes it was basically that it had to be done how they wanted it to be done. Follow this process. It has, point A to point B to point C to Z. That may not be the best process. If you're getting the outcome and it's different, why not keep continuing to do it that way? Focus on the outcome and the completion of the project, and then go ask them what did they do differently. If it worked better, it may have reduced the time in which it allowed them to complete the project. And hey, that's better. It may have decreased the amount of manpower that's needed for it. So find out. There's different ways that you can get to a result, and you may find that there is a better way, that they found a better way in order to do it. So allow that flexibility to do it, and then course correct along the way, or make the changes that you need to do. And just understand that situations vary at the end of the day. Okay. So thank you for spending time with me to talk about your growth strategy, how you can grow and scale at a lightning speed versus a slow pace by including your team members in as part of that process, and engaging and connecting with them as you create your plan, allowing them to be forefront on that and not just telling them this is what we're going to do. If you want to have more conversations about this, more tips, more strategies on growing, scaling your team, human capital management, definitely connect with me on social media. You can find me on Facebook at Lakeisha Robas Show 7, on Instagram and Twitter at Lakeisha Robas Show, on LinkedIn at Lakeisha Robas Show, and definitely check out my website at www.lakeisharobashow.com. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, my name is Bruce Hill, entrepreneur, sales professional, speaker, and I'm so excited to share with you some concepts today as you evolve. So if you clicked on this, you saw the title was career professionals and entrepreneurs, right? They're people working a job, but they're looking, I want something more, I want something with my name on it. And so the theme for today is you can do both. And there's one skill that everyone can use. There's one skill that everyone can benefit from. There's one skill that anyone can learn that'll let you do both. Listen, you could be an introvert and a speaker, okay? You can be successful and kind. Listen, in 2021, we're doing both, okay? So we're gonna talk about that one skill, but let's lay the framework first, all right? First things first, we're gonna eliminate excuses. There's not any of this I can't. One of my favorite mantras, one of my favorite phrases to repeat is I can and I will, all right? I can recognizes your capacity. That's abundance thinking. That's success thinking. Just because you can know doesn't mean you should. You ask yourself, is this in line with my vision? Is this aligned with my purpose? Is this aligned with my passion? Is this moving in the direction that fulfills my life? So even though you can, and you give yourself, you recognize that, doesn't mean you should or will. But listen, if it does work you closer towards your vision, if it does improve lives around you, if it does work in your purpose and work in your passion, then you say, I will, okay? I can do both. So listen, you say, Bruce, I wanted to start something, start a little business, start a side hustle, but whatever you say after that is an excuse. Throw it out. It may make sense, And those are the best excuses, the ones that make sense. But listen, I'm going to teach you the skill that's going to help you do both, okay? You say, well, Bruce, I'm just not that type of person. Listen, not yet. Some of the most powerful skills that I practice each and every day, I was not born with. Confidence isn't something we're born with. You can learn confidence. Listen, discipline isn't something you are born with. It's something you're taught and practiced. Listen, there's so many things in this life that you just got to go learn. So we're going to teach you some of those today. So first things first, we're getting rid of excuses. I can and I will. That's our mantra. That's our mindset. That's our movement here in 2021. All right. I can and I will. Listen, that sounds tough. I can and I will learn how to do it and I'll master it. You're like, oh, that doesn't sound like something I've ever done before. Hey, I can figure it out and I will figure it out. And if I need a little help, I'm going to ask for it, but I can and I will. So I'm moving forward. There's three things. There's three things. Whether you're a professional, you're building your career, you want to stay there. Hey, that's fine. You can use this skill. Whether you're a professional and you're starting something and it's small right now, okay? Hey, that's fine. We're going to help you grow it. Hey, if you're already full-time entrepreneur, full-time business owner, this is for you too, okay? Because listen, that title says, right? Building your business and excelling at your career. This skill will help you do both. The first portion of this is add value. Please write that down. Add value. Before I get to that number one skill, we'll teach you the little steps, the building blocks along the way. Okay, and the first one is add value. There's a book I read called Go Giver by Bob Berg and Don David Ham. And in the Go Giver, the first rule was to give. A lot of times we start to take, we want the raise, we want the promotion, we want the fill in the blank. And we take first and we say, hey, look, I'll work harder when they give me some more money. I've said it before, I'm talking to me. Listen, they'll say, well, I'll be a better partner when he or she is a better partner. Okay. I've said it before, I'm talking to me. But the first thing that you can practice to make a shift in your life to level up your success is to add value. All right. Find a way you can improve the life of the people around you. Find a way to change the world around you in a positive way. Okay. Add value. And he talks about being a go-giver. That's someone that puts others' needs first. Now, that doesn't mean at the expense of yourself. Have you heard that you can't pour from an empty cup? Now, I'm not a scientist, but that makes sense to me. Take an empty glass and turn it upside down and tell me if your hand gets wet. Okay? So when you add value, I'm not talking about giving your rent money to the homeless. No, pay your rent. Pay your rent. Okay? If you're running out of gas, don't give your gas money to the guy standing at the corner, okay? Maybe he needs it. Maybe she needs it. That's not my point, okay? When you take care of you, you can do more for others. So let me just be clear here. I'm not telling you to give away the kitchen sink, all right? But I'm talking about adding value. That means, hey, helping the new person on the job fast track. I don't believe there's any shortcuts. Let me interrupt myself real quick. I don't believe there's shortcuts. You can't take shortcuts, but you can take fast tracks. You can learn from people that have already done it, right? You can practice what's already been perfected. Success leaves clues. So share some of your success with others. Add some value. Share some of your mistakes so that people can avoid them, right? Help them find that fast track, okay? Add value. The second thing is solve problems. This is one of my favorites. Solve problems. A lot of people look into problems. They say, Bruce, I'm an introvert. You're doing a lot of talking. Hey, that's fine. Some of the best introverts I know are masterful speakers because they know the value of each and every word. Some of the top salespeople I know are top performers because they make sure they listen. We don't do excuses. I can and I will. Now I recognize introverts recharge differently than I do, right? I'm an extrovert. I get that. So I want to recognize that, get rid of that excuse, okay? But listen. Communication is a skill. We talked about skills, right? Speaking is a skill. It has nothing to do with how you recharge. Knock out that presentation, knock out that workshop, knock out that speech, and then go take your alone time, okay? But leave the excuses last year. All right, boom. So we're solving problems. You say, listen, this company needs top performers, people that add value to the business, that show up early and leave late, whatever the case may be. Find the problem where you're at and solve it. That's truly what an entrepreneur does. That's what a business owner does, okay? That's what successful people do. They see problems and they look around. So wait a minute, you see that problem? There's an opportunity close by and they're looking for it. They don't run away from problems. They recognize those problems as opportunities to solve them. And I started reading the Forbes magazine a long time ago. I won a subscription and they said, look, you can have Elle, you can have Cosmopolitan, you can have Vanity Fair. Look at me, guys. Do I look like I read those type of magazines? No, don't answer that. So I said, all right, I'll read Forbes, and I saw that the most successful people in there didn't come from rich families, didn't have higher education than me, weren't more talented than me, weren't more educated than me. They found a problem, they found a big problem that hit a lot of people, and they solved it in a meaningful way. That was it. I said, man, I could do that. And so from that point on, when I recognized that, I said, you know what? I got to go find some problems. I got to go find some problems. And so as an entrepreneur, listen, I still work. I still got a job. So if you're looking to quit, hey, don't tune out. Don't tune out. This is the first step to get you there, okay? But I also want to eliminate that excuse. Say, well, I can't start a business because I haven't quit yet. No excuses. I can get started, and I will start today. I'm going to find a little value. I'm going to find a little problem. I'm just going to get started. I'm going to get the ball rolling, as they say, build some momentum. So the problem I solve is professionals need the skill and confidence, there it is again, to start their business, put their name on it, and excel at both, okay? We're not going to suffer at a job to grow the business. We're not going to let the business suffer because of the job. Hey, you can do both, all right? So my value add is taking my experiences of 10 years of trial and error so you can fast track, so you don't have to make those same mistakes. The problem I solve is, I say, hey, what do I need to know to succeed? I say, hey, here's what I found out. Here's what I'm going to share with you. All right. So I add value and they solve problems. Now, through the course of my adventures, from my career, from my learnings, I've run into some amazing people. I run into some talented people like yourself. And what frustrated me so much is that they had a magical message, okay? They had a powerful presentation. They had something impactful and insightful, but they kept it a secret. They didn't share it. They were afraid because they said, well, you know, Bruce, I don't want to seem like I'm bragging. I don't want to seem like, you know, I'm better than anybody else. I said, but you're the best at being you. So be that person. Look, be you. Everybody else is taken. So I've ran into these people, these talented people, these hardworking people, these creative people, and they would add some value in some places, and they would solve some problems in other places. But then they would feel guilty about asking for the business. And this is number 3. We add value, solve problems, and then we ask for the money. I really like to title this talk, Ask for the Money, but I want to make sure you know who I'm talking to, so we'll leave the title where it is. This is the number 1 skill. There it is. I'm about to go, listen, I'm about to go off. This is the number 1 skill that anyone can practice today and level up. And if they practice this one phrase, ask for the money, your whole life will change. I guarantee it. Your life will not remain the same if you add value, solve problems, and when it's all said and done, you ask for the money. You ask for the business. Then listen, maybe it's not a dollar amount, okay? When I say money, it's got a nice ring to it. But at the end of the day, at the beginning of the night, it's about the confidence to ask for what you deserve and worth. So that could be that promotion, okay? That could be the raise. That could be the transfer to the new location. That could be more attention from your spouse, okay? That could be the new client for your business. But we don't beg for the money. We don't trick people out of the money. We don't manipulate for the money, okay? We've added so much value and we've solved such a big problem in an impactful way, it just makes sense to ask for the money. Listen, we'll say, Bruce, I'm an introvert. I'm a woman. I've heard that one before. I can't sell. I don't want to be seen as greedy. I don't want to be pushy. No, I don't want to be aggressive. Let's start over. Come back to me. Those are excuses. Do you hear them? There are reasons why you can't do something you haven't even tried yet. Or maybe you have tried and you said, well, it didn't really work out. My first question is, one, how many times did you try? How many times did you practice? Remember, listen, sales isn't something you're born with, okay? It's something you learn in practice. Confidence isn't something you're born with, something you learn in practice. Now, some people's environments makes it a little easier for them to learn it. They learn it naturally. But hey, if you need some help learning it on purpose, reach out to me. Look, at the end of this talk, I'm going to show you how to get in touch with me, okay? So they have this excuse in their mind of who they are and who they aren't. But whoever this version of you is right now, listen, I can and I will. So you can say to yourself, I can learn sales skills and I will practice them so I can add more value and solve more problems. I'm not trying to turn you into a sales professional, to that killer closer. Okay? No. I just want you to be rewarded for the value you add. I just want you to be remunerated for the problems you solve. And it's not going to happen if you don't ask for the money. One of my favorite stories, I was training someone way back when I used to sell cars. This is where I learned some of the most valuable sales skills, which wasn't bullying or talking fast. It was listening. It was customer service. It was understanding. But listen, I've got something for you. We'll dive in deeper. So I'm training this guy, and a couple comes in and they say, hey, we're expanding our family. We need a van. So he finds a van and they like it. He finds the color and they love it. They get the financing in place and it's lower than they expected. Great rate, very little down, maybe no down. And then they said, well, all right, I guess I'll see you later. that was on purpose. Look, did my screen freeze? Hello? No, that was on purpose. They just sat there and looked at each other. They had it all lined up, ducks in a row. And they said, well, okay, thank you so much. And they got up to leave. Whoa. I stepped in. I had done my best to stand back this whole time. I stepped in. I said, wait, hey, thank you so much for coming in today. We appreciate the opportunity to serve you. Do you have any questions about the vehicle? No. Do you have any concerns about the vehicle? No, that's great. Would you like to take it home today? Yes, we would. And they went and they signed and they took it home. That's a sale. Ding. What did I do? What super sales skill did I have? So simple. I just asked for the money. Listen. This is something you can do right now. If you know that you add value to your business, you get things done on time, you get them done well, you get them done correctly, you enhance the team you're on. Ask for the raise. Now they say, Bruce, well, you probably ain't gonna tell me yes, and that's quite possible. But they can't say yes if you don't ask. And if they don't see your value, if they don't acknowledge you solving problems, maybe it's time to move. And that's where this skill comes in. You can use it again in the next place. Perfect example. This one question doubled my income year over year. I was applying for a manager role. It's the first time I've officially been under that title. I've been adding value, training the new people, helping new hires, helping people get out of slumps, okay? I've been adding value. I've been solving problems, but I never officially been a manager before. So in the interview, they pointed it out. I said, Bruce, we're afraid that you might not have the experience for this role. And I said, listen, who better than someone who's already done it? They didn't have an argument for that. She said, you know what, Bruce, you're right. I had demonstrated that I add value. I had it documented. I had the numbers, the proof. What do they call it? The receipts. And so I said, yeah, let's do this. So they made me an offer. I looked at it and I said, you know what? I'm really excited to work with you all. But is there anything else we could do to make this make sense for both of us? All right. Even after I had the audacity to ask for a role I'd never stepped into before, I had more audacity to ask for the money. So they ended up, listen, I knew what my value was and I knew the problem I solved and how much that was worth. Okay, I didn't just want more money because I'm greedy. I didn't just ask for more money because I felt like it sounded good. I read it in the book. Listen, I said, wait a minute, this doesn't match up with the value I add. This doesn't match up with the problem I solve. So they come back next business day, 20% increase of what they offered, a car stipend, a phone stipend, and a business card. Yes, ask for the money. That changed my life. Asking for the money changed my life. So from that tax year to the next one, double it up. Okay? So for my professionals that say, I really don't want to be an entrepreneur, that's fine. You're still going to ask for the money. Say for my professional that's starting his career, this may be the first time you've had to collect money, right? This is for somebody in HR. This is for somebody in IT, okay? You still got to ask. You still got to ask. Whatever it is that you deserve, you've earned, okay? We're not begging. We don't beg. You got to ask for it, okay? If you're a full-time entrepreneur, you could grow your business like teaching your team to ask. Maybe you need to build a team. Hey, reach out. I'll help you out. So listen. We add value. We solve problems, okay? And we ask for the money. We ask for what we deserve, right? So if you need a little help exploring that, that's not a skill that you've learned or practiced. I'm here to help you, okay? You can visit www.askforthemoney.today. Not .com, .today. Because listen, this is useless until you use it. I need you to take what you learned today and put it into practice. Level up. Okay, so www.askforthemoney.today. And in that course, you can keep it for a lifetime. Listen, and I update it regularly. I'm gonna dive in deeper to ask for the money, okay? For knowing confidently who you are and the value you bring, all right? I bring it from A to Z. And I want you to take that opportunity to level up, right? My name is Bruce Hill. On Instagram is speakwell.llc. That's a shout out to one of the first businesses I started, all right? I wanna thank you for your presence. Thank you for participation, and go do it.
Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to Turn Your Side Hustle into Your Main Hustle. So I hope that you are ready. You got your pen, your paper, you got your mind ready so that you can take in all that I'm going to teach you and all that I'm going to share with you so that you can eventually say bye-bye to your 9-to-5, right? So if you are ready, I want you to just kind of get excited, get ready, say yes, just get your mind right. Because we are about to go into a lot of material that I want you to not only absorb, but I also want you to take action. I also want you to do a darn thing, because that's the only way we're going to make this happen. So let's get started. I hope that you're ready. Like, I am super excited. But before we do that, I do not want to be rude. So let me reintroduce myself, like Jay-Z, like allow me to reintroduce myself, right? Again, my name is LaShawna N. Williams, the Success Navigator. I am a VP of Finance. I am the CEO of Impact Business Institute. I am also the founder of Busy Black Girls. And I am an author and international speaker. So I am doing the most. So I understand some of the struggles, trials, and tribulations some of you are having. I got it, understand it totally, right? But I am also an entrepreneur, right? For 5 years in the making. And I transitioned from corporate in 2 years. So I am taking my journey, I am doing it at my own pace. We'll talk about that later on in the workshop, but it's about doing things at your own pace. And so I am transitioning out of corporate America in 2 years. So yes. But that's all about a part of my plan, and we'll talk about that. But again, I want you to know that this has been a journey, and I understand the journey that you're on, and we're going to talk about how you can make that transition happen for you, right? But I was born and raised in New York, hence the Jay-Z reference. Born and raised in New York. I migrated to Atlanta. Yes, I'm in the ATL right now. And about 18, 19 years ago. And I just packed up everything in search of just kind of a better life. I wanted my dollar to go a little bit further, and I never looked back. During that time, though, when I came to Atlanta, I was like, yes, I got all these degrees and it's going to happen. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to get this job and I'm going to live this glamorous life. And lo and behold, my degrees got me nowhere, because in Georgia, it's all about who you know. So I was able to land a temporary position, right? As soon as like my bank account was running low, the chick did not even have enough money to pay her car note, right, at the time. But I was able to land a full-time position. And so hence my start going from temp to now VP. So I have climbed that corporate ladder and I know what it's all about. And during that time of me climbing the corporate ladder, I've also built a profitable, growing, thriving business. So I'm going to teach you how to do the same thing, and then also how you can transition from employee to employer. So I enjoy traveling. Yes, I usually travel at least 4 times a year. Unfortunately, with COVID, not so much. I'm missing the beach. But we'll eventually get there. It's all about being safe right now. So I totally get it. But I'm still missing my beach, right? But I love watching movies, which I have done a lot of, but I'm doing it at the comfort of my home and on my couch. And then I love going to new places to eat and have drinks and be with my family and friends. Haven't done that so much during COVID, but I will get back to that. So again, it's all about being safe. But you know who I am, so now we're going to get into the meat of it, right? I wanted to make sure we got all the niceties out the way so that you know, first of all, who I am, why I am here teaching you this, and you know, why do I call myself the expert in this? Why should you be listening to me? It's because I am where you are. I've done what you are doing, and I've also created a process and a plan to make sure that I can turn my side hustle into my main hustle. And I want you to do the same thing. So let's get into the nuts and bolts. Let's get started. So get your pen and paper ready, right? Get your pen and paper ready. So let's get down to like the run of the show. So what we're going to go through in the next couple of minutes, we only got a few minutes together. This is a lot of information. So I want to make sure you take it in and take action. But the first thing we're going to kind of delve into is to get your mind right, right? You got to get into an entrepreneurial mindset. We're going to talk all about that in a minute. And then there's 6 things that your side hustle needs, like every business needs, but especially your side hustle for you to eventually turn it into your main hustle. So there are 6 things that you need, and we need to really go into those 6 things so that you can start taking action on them. And then the strategies to balance your life, your work, and your business. I know that is a struggle. I know that is a challenge. And I want to address that and help you find some strategies so that you can kind of work through those things, because that can be a hindrance as you are building your business while working full time, right? And then firing your boss. Like, this is the part that everybody kind of gets excited about. I'm ready to fire my boss. I'm ready to fire my boss. I get it. Let's slow our roll. There is a strategy, there is a process, there is an exit plan that we need to kind of create in order for us to fire our boss. But eventually we could say bye-bye, bye-bye, especially if you take heed to everything that I'm saying. So let's get started. Let's get our minds right. Let's start with getting our minds right. And some of you may already be like, I got my mind right. I get it. But let's start here. So while we're on this journey, right, we're building our business while working full time. I know there are a lot of things that kind of hinder us from moving forward or progressing the way we want to. We get all in our heads. We are sometimes our worst enemies because we kind of stifle our progress, right? And so I want you to get out of your way. Get out of your way. And what I mean by that is, like, sometimes as we are climbing the corporate ladder, right, or we're progressing in our careers, yeah, we now can pat ourselves on the back and we feel really good about that. But as we move into this entrepreneurial space that is foreign to us, did not go to school for it, we did not learn it at the job, it kind of puts us in a space to where we feel like we're less than. And all of that, the accolades and the momentum that we had on our jobs, we don't take that on our entrepreneurial journey. And sometimes that tends to get us depleted. So what I want to tell you right now is just get out of your own way. So take those superpowers, take the talents, the gifts, the skills that you have that have afforded you that career trajectory. I want you to take that and transition that into your entrepreneurial space. And what I mean by that, like for me, I mentioned that I am a VP of finance. Great, I count and I could do numbers, spreadsheets, all of that stuff. That's just a function of my job. But my superpower is the fact that I do project management. I am very good at thinking outside the box, strategic thinking, creative thinking, right? I am very good at that. I'm very good at process improvements. All of these things are needed and necessary in my business. I'm also good at content creation. And so when I am building my business and when I'm, growing my business, I take those skills into my entrepreneurial journey. And then all the rest, I delegate. And we're going to talk about that in a minute as well. And so I take the pieces of my superpower that have, like I said, have landed me the opportunity to move up in my career, and I take those and transition it into my business. And I want you to do that as well. I also want you to remember that it's a marathon, not a sprint. So stop thinking that you need to run out and make it happen right now, especially as we go on social media and we see everybody like, oh, how you make $1 million in 6 days and you can make billions in 2 months. Let's stop it, right? Let's stop it right there. You have to remember that it is a marathon and you gotta run your race at your own pace. And I mentioned that here as well. Run your race at your own pace. As you are working full time, your energy, the way you maneuver is different from those that are full-time entrepreneurs, right? Your lifestyle is different. And so you have to adjust your entrepreneurial space and journey that fits your lifestyle. So let's get out of our own way, right? When it comes to that. And you have to chart your own course. And that, again, that comes with you understanding what your life looks like, what your goals are, and where you want to be in the next 2, 3, 5 years, right? So I want to make sure that you understand that. And then, as I mentioned, it's your own race at your own pace, right? And stop trying to compare yourself to the next person, compare yourself to this entrepreneur. The only person that you need to compare yourself to is you. The you of yesterday, the you of the day before. That's the only person you need to compare yourself to. So I want you to remember that as well, right? And then remind yourself that you have everything that you need to succeed. Your product and service is what people need. They need it, they need it, they need it, right? And so you have everything that you need. You have resources, you have tools, you have things at your fingertips. You have means. While you are working, you have the means to outsource, to delegate certain tasks so that you can make your life a little less stressful. So I want you to get out of your own way and remember these things as you are moving in that entrepreneurial space. Because sometimes it could be a bit lonely, it could be a bit challenging, and it lends itself to you saying, you know what, I'm going to quit. But you don't quit. What I want you to remember is that you need to run your race at your own pace. And I want you to remember that all of the superpowers that you have are not in vain, and you need to transition those into your business, right? And I want you to utilize the resources that are afforded to you. So let's get our minds right. And so the other things I want you to think about, like there are strategies and mind shifts that need to happen as you are working full time. I hear it so much when people are building their businesses. They're like, oh, I hate my job. But remember, your job, your employer, I should say, and your paycheck are part of the silent investment into your business. Remember that. Your employer is your silent investor, one of the biggest silent investors that you have in your business. So no more. I hate my job. I hate my job. It's okay. My job is fueling my business so that I can live the life that I desire. So I want you to make that mental shift, right? Some of the strategies that I have kind of incorporated for myself, because I was there with you. I was like, oh, I hate my job. I'm ready to quit. I'm ready to quit. But then I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is a free MBA, right? A free MBA. What am I doing, right? People spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to get what I have right here at my disposal at my job. And so what the first thing, M, is for money. So my paycheck is something that I can use not only to fund my business as far as certain expenses are concerned, but also to get programs, coaching, right? Different seminars that I can use a piece of my paycheck to get me to certain conferences and things of that nature. Books, resources, tools, all of that stuff that I need to help me grow my business. So the first piece, M, is for money, right? B is for business strategies, right? And so all of that stuff that you learn at your job, if you look at the corporation or the business that you work for right now, think about it. It has human resources, it has a finance department, it has a marketing department. You can start learning some of the things that are in the business, what has made it so successful, and incorporate that into your own business, right? Look at the blueprint, take what you need and incorporate it in your business, right? And then the A in MBA is access to diverse network. There are people on your job that are probably doing the same thing that you are, that you can now tap into as you are building your business. So you may find somebody on your job, on your day job, your 9 to 5, that creates and builds websites. Oh my gosh, I need that. And so you now have this network of not only people that you on your 9 to 5, so as you climbing the corporate ladder, but there's also people that can help you in your business. And so I want you to start thinking about your employer as a free MBA. Money, business strategies, and access to a diverse network. Let's get this out of our heads that, oh, I hate my job. It is your silent investor. Let's move on, right? Mind shift, right? And so I mentioned before these 6 things that every business needs in order for it to profit. And your side hustle is no different. And so you need these 6 things. And if you do not have these 6 things, let's get them going right now, because you're going to need them to be successful. And so the 6 things are a silent and consistent way to collect leads, a way to nurture those leads, a solid presence on social media, an email, I would say, introductory campaign, a promotional calendar, and a consistent email calendar. I'm going to break these all down, but I want you to know, just write down those 6 things because you need those in your business. But let's just kind of pick them apart a little bit, right? Let's just pick them apart. You know what? Let me just go back because I want to make sure that we stay on there. So a solid and consistent way to collect leads. So this requires you to have a lead generator. Opt-in, they call it a freemium or something like that. So it's like you are, offering something that your client base or your ideal customer needs, right? That can help them to solve whatever problem that they have. So you are the solution to their problem, right? So they have a problem, you are the solution to their problem. And so what you're doing is you're now offering them a free, whether it's a checklist, whether it's an ebook, it could be something as simple as like a template, anything that they can do, like kind of a low hanging fruit kind of thing that will help them solve a problem, solve a small problem, right? And it will also generate leads for you. So you offer this lead magnet, or called the opt-in or freemium, and from that, you get their email addresses. But what happens is they now become part of your ecosystem. They become part of your your community, right? And so now you have their email list. You know some of their pain points as you're working with them, and then you get to understand your ideal customer a little bit better. And so this all happens as you now have a consistent way to collect leads. So I usually tell people to have one or two opt-ins or freebiums or whatever you want to call them. They're like freebies, freemium, but usually we'll call them like lead magnets for the sake of confusion, right? So we have one or two lead magnets that you now offer to your ideal customer, right? Or your target market, so that they can get a little something to solve their problem, and then you get that lead. Now they are in your ecosystem, and now you have a way to communicate with them, right? And now once they're in your ecosystem, now you need to nurture them. I say that business is like dating. And so some of us, not me, but some of us, right? They go out there and they're like, buy my product. And you're like, I don't even know you. I have never met you before. Who are you? What do you want from me, right? And so with that, it's like you have to date a person before you say, I want to marry you, right? And so you don't want to just kind of go out there and marry somebody, right? The first time you meet them. It's the same thing in business. We got to date a little bit. I got to nurture you, right? I got to kind of get this relationship going. And so what the first thing that I do in my dating process, I provide you with an opt-in. I provide you with the lead magnet, right? And then that kind of gets you to, all right, well, who's this person? I want to know more about them. But now I need to nurture them. So now we're going on a couple of dates, right? I'm not just asking you to marry me, right? And then you need a consistent and solid presence on at least one social media platform. And so pick a platform, whatever platform you feel like your ideal customer spends their time, and just dominate the hell out of it. Dominate, dominate, dominate. And so that now you're nurturing your email list, or nurturing the people that are in your ecosystem. They're seeing you a little bit more. So now what's happening is that I'm knowing, I'm liking, and I'm getting to trust you a little bit more, right? So I need to have these things so that now I'm dating so that I can get up to the marriage phase, which for a business is for you to purchase. And then I also need to not only do some things on social media, but I also need to kind of give you some things in email. So what we tend not to do sometimes is introduce ourselves via email, introduce our business, the brand, take you through our journey, tell the story. And that's what people want to hear, right? We want to know, like, and trust you. And so part of that is them getting to know you. So who are you? Why are you doing this? What is your brand? What is your business? How can it solve my problems? Like, all of this stuff needs to be part of your email strategy. And so we need to make sure that we do that, so that we are continuously dating, so that they know, like, and trust us. And so that we can get to that purchase, right? So that we can get to that marriage part of this whole relationship. And you also need a promotional calendar. So what are you promoting now? Now that they know, like, and trust you, what are you promoting, right? How are you promoting it? How often are you promoting it? So you also need to know how you're getting this stuff out. It's like, it doesn't help when you have these products or services and you don't promote it to anybody, or you don't have a cadence for promotion. So you need to know when, and it needs to flow, and it needs to make sense. And so a promotional calendar helps you do that, right? So let's say you're selling, you're selling like bath bombs and stuff for women, right? A great time of the year may be Valentine's Day, maybe Mother's Day, maybe certain times of the year where you want to really kind of heavy promotion, right? And so you need to make sure that the calendar fits well, like you're doing this 3 weeks out and you're saying, hey, here's my stuff. Hey, here's my stuff. You have a promotional calendar. You're getting on social media talking about, hey, did you know that we have this sale? Did you know that we have these products for you? Did you know that my product does X, Y, and Z for you? Like, help them understand how it solves their problems, but also share like what's the benefit of your product, but have it centered around certain times of the year. Make it make sense for people, right? And then also you're doing your ads or your promotions and you're selling it in enough time so that you can generate that sale, right? Because how many times, how many people or how many of you know that when you are selling something or you're sending messages to people, it takes them about 7 or 8 times before they even look at the thing, right? So you want to make sure that you're giving people enough time to look at your promotion and click and then take action. And so you may have to even test. So you want to make sure that you have a promotional calendar that helps you to kind of, I guess, plan this out a little bit better so that you're not kind of scrounging around and rushing. Like you don't want to start your promotion on February 12th for Valentine's Day. Like that's too late. Like I'm not going to see 7 emails from you in 2 days. It's not going to happen, right? And then you want a consistent email calendar because again, now I got to continue to nurture you. I still need to tell you what's coming up, what's going on. I need to, know what your challenges are. I need to, be a part of now that you have these ideal customers in your ecosystem. Now you want them to kind of share some of their feedback. What are their challenges? Get to know them. Let them get to know you a little bit more, and then help them in understanding how you can solve their problems at each step of the process, right? And so for me, right, I have something for each phase of your journey. So we start out really small. We start out with, hey, I have a Facebook community. You want to come? I have a checklist for you. I have also kind of like I want to say like a guide and a digital guide for all of my CEOpreneurs or what as I call them, but for all of us who are building businesses while working full time, something to help you there. And then I also have an exit strategy if you just want to have some downloadable, real low cost thing, right? And then I also have a workbook if you really want something to help you kind of get clear on some of your thoughts and your purpose and your why and get your brand clarity together. I have a workbook. But then if you're like, okay, I need more than that, then I have the boss kit, the side hustle boss kit. Now that has videos, it has templates, it has resources. So you have all of that at your arsenal, right? But if you need more than that, then we have the academy, the silver package, to where now you have not only everything that I just mentioned, but you also have Q&A sessions, you have intensives, you have a whole Facebook community that's exclusive to you. And then you have other resources and expert training. And then you have a book that, an anthology that you're a part of. So you have another product. So again, you see this. And then after that, then we have the done for you service. So it's like you're always on this, you're always part of my ecosystem. But I need to tell you that, right? So that's what that whole email calendar is for, so that you can help plan these out so that people know what's going on with you and they continue to know, like, and trust you. And so I just mentioned about the journey that I take customers on, right? See how that flows into there? But I told you about the journey that people take when they're coming to my ecosystem, right? And each customer needs to have this journey, and you need to make sure that you know how you are taking customers on this journey. So again, you want to generate leads. You want to build awareness and interest about your brand, about your business, about your products and services. So you need to get them like hype. Like now they need to be aware that you even have a business. So many times when we are working full time, we don't really tell people about what we're doing, but we expect them to know, like through osmosis or something, and then buy our products and services. That's not going to happen. So you need to start telling people so they need to know, okay, oh my God, yeah, you got this product or service. I may want to know more about that. And then You have prospects. So again, these are these little things. Like I told you, I have the workbook, right? I have a downloadable exit strategy that you can kind of purchase for a real small price. And then I have the boss kit or what have you. So those are little things where people can like, oh, let me just kind of see what she's all about or see what products and services she has, just kind of tipping their toe in the water, right? And then you have the customers, like the purchasers, right? So these are the people that are going to buy your big ticket item, your big ticket product or service. Now you have the customers. So you don't turn a prospect into a purchasing, paying customer. And that's what you want to do. But you want to make sure that you have something, you have an offering at each phase of this journey. So let's make sure you have that as well, right? So you want to make sure that you do that so that you're not having somebody like, well, I really need this, but you don't have it. Or you get the what's next and you don't have anything that's next, right? The whole purpose of this is that you want to keep people in your ecosystem. You need something that keeps them to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, right? And so you need to make sure that you map out your customer journey. And then I mentioned to you, right, we are always, again, we are doing the most. We're working full time. We got the family, we got this, we got the business. We're doing all of these things, right? We got to work smarter, not harder. We don't have time for that. 8 to 9 hours of our day is spent at the day job, right, with our silent investor. We need to now figure out how we can make our business run smoothly throughout the day and then kind of give it some love at night or early in the morning before we start our 9 to 5 or when we end our 9 to 5, right? So, you need to think about these things about automation and systems and processes, right? So the first process that I want to make sure that you get or that you understand that you need to map out is that customer journey that I just mentioned to you. The intake process. Now that you have this person that turned from a prospect into a customer, now how do they get a part of your ecosystem? I'm not ecosystem, but how do they get a part of the payment process, or how do they buy or tap into whatever product and services you have? So like you have this product, right? Or this program, and it says click here if you want to purchase. Now I gave you my credit card information. I'm all set. But now what? Is there a form? Is there a call? Is there an email? Like what happens there? Is that automated? Is that not automated? How does that work? So do you have a plan for when somebody says, I want your product or service? What is the next step for them? And how do they now kind of flow into your process? Right? You got to make sure that it's not clunky, because you don't want to be on your day job and somebody's like, well, I pressed the button and nothing, or now what? What do I need to do? What needs to happen? Like, you don't want to be that person that has to now, you're on your day job and now you have to send out this email and now you have to do that. You want to make sure that you have a process. And then you also want to document this so that you can eventually hire somebody else to do it, so that it's documented so somebody else can repeat it, right? And then again, like the purchase process, I know some people that are like, oh, well, I need the person to, because they don't have everything kind of built in the background. They're like, oh, I have an IG account. You send me an email, you DM me, and then I can send you a link, and then you could do all of this. How many people know that if the purchasing process is too clunky or there's too many steps, you're going to lose a customer? Because they're going to be like, I'm not clicking here and going over there or whatever. All people want to do, click, and that's it, right? If it's too many clicks and too many things here, and I got to DM you this, and then I got to look at this here, I'm done. I'm moving on to the next. So let's make sure that your intake process and your purchasing process is very seamless for the consumer, right? Automation is going to save your life as you work full time and build a business, right? So some of the things that you can automate: social media. You can go out there, schedule all your social media posts. Communication. You can take some time every month, write out your emails. You can schedule those, right? And then scheduling, like if you offer a free consultation, you can do that through what do you call that, an online calendar, so that people can click the link, see when you're available, and choose a time. There's no more of this back and forth like, oh, I'm available here, and oh, I'm at 6 p.m. work for you. No. Look at my calendar, schedule some time when I'm free, and there we go. We're done. There you go. Outsourcing. Come on, people. We are working full time while building a business. Our silent investor affords us a little bit of change to put into our business. So whatever you can, outsource those tasks that are taking too long, that are repetitive, that are not your superpower, that somebody else could do very easily and quickly. Let's do that. Outsource, right? So let's talk about outsourcing, because so many of us that we just don't do that. And I'm like, this is why we're working full time and building a business. We have the luxury of taking just a few dollars here and there to outsource. So let's kind of explore that. So outsourcing on a budget. I'm not saying taking your whole paycheck and outsource. Your family wouldn't like it, and I'm not suggesting it. What I'm saying is that there are ways in which you can take some task and give it to somebody else, and then you can focus on the thing that you are strong, that you are talented at, that people are paying you for, right? And so some of the ways that you can outsource on a budget. Take advantage of discounts during Black Friday and then certain times of the year. Some of these software companies, vendors, they offer discounts, like ridiculously like discounted. And so like your CRM, so like your content management system, so like MailChimp and GetResponse and those vendors there, they may offer you 50% off. Take advantage of that when you see it. Not like, oh, I'm going to wait, because when you say that, it's another year before they come out with that discount again. There's other, programs and apps and things like that that come out with these ridiculous discounts. Take advantage of them. When you see them, take advantage of it. Even if you know you're not going to use it until next month, take advantage of it, because that discount won't come again until maybe the following year. And so that'll help you in taking advantage of that stuff and probably outsourcing certain things, right? Because when you automate, sometimes that's kind of like outsourcing to me, right? So you want to take advantage of those things. Bartering, right? So if you know somebody, I told you about that MBA, right? If you know somebody, you may have in your network that does web development or graphics or whatever, and you do marketing, maybe y'all can barter. Like you do a couple of hours for that person, they do a couple of hours for you. You're outsourcing, you're using your superpower, they're using theirs. Win-win, right? And then determine what services you need now to make money, and then save and fund accordingly, right? And so there are certain things that you're like, okay, I have a to-do list that is as long as my arm, but there are things on that to-do list that probably do not generate revenue. And so you got to figure what things I need to do right now to make some money. And then once you start making money in your business, then kind of carve a little piece out here and there for these type of things, for outsourcing. You can go to Fiverr, you can go to, there was another one that I used to use. I think Pineapple is another one right now, where you can like get freelancers to do certain things in your business. And again, they may be $6 an hour, $10 an hour, whatever, but you now have carved out this little nest egg for outsourcing. And so when you need somebody to do certain things like graphics or landing pages or even copywriting, you have that little nest egg for them to do that. And then partner with others on high price subscriptions. So there are subscriptions for graphic designers where you pay a certain fee and you get unlimited graphics, unlimited, right? But it comes with a higher price. But that is when you start building in your business besties, you start leaning in your network and say, hey, if three of us go in on this subscription together, it is minimal, it's not such a ding in our pockets. And now we can outsource this part of our process to this vendor here, right? So there's vendors that do graphic designs. Technology is another one. Like if you need somebody to kind of do all that back end stuff, build your funnels, like your sales funnel, your audit, your awareness funnels, all of those funnels, they can do that too for a subscription. So if you go in with somebody and then you can actually kind of save some money that way, because now y'all are divvying up the price. And then partnerships, right? I have my business bestie and we partner on certain things. And so she's good at one thing, I'm good at another thing. We come together and we partner. And we kind of build certain projects and programs together. And so we are using the best of our talent, and not one of us is kind of, put out. Even when I do retreats, I partner with I call her my purpose partner. We do those together. She's great at her thing and I'm great at my thing. And when we come together, we make it work. And so building those partnerships, those are super important because, I want to say, not even important, but they are a lifesaver because it allows you to not spend so much of your time, your resources, your money into one thing. You come together and you're now partnering with somebody or sharing that responsibility, sharing that load with somebody else. All right. I think we got to move a little bit quicker. So these are just some kind of outsourcing tasks that you could do, because some people are like, well, what can I outsource? Social media postings, emails that you send to your community. You could do some creating templates, monitoring your Facebook groups, things like that. Like there's certain things that are like repetitive or things that other people are good at that you can outsource. So there's a whole list of things. I tell anybody who works with me that make a list of all the tasks that are in your business. Now put a star next to those that are revenue generating, and then all of the rest of those are potential outsourced tasks or eliminated tasks. So you got to kind of decipher which one they are, right? And so this is just kind of certain examples of them, but there's a laundry list of outsourced tasks, but you need to figure out which ones you are needed to do, right? Because it's your gift, your talent, that's what you're good at. And then all of the rest of the tasks can be outsourced, delegated, or eliminated. I'm just saying. So now, right, we got all through that. We got our minds right? So are you ready to run your race at your own pace, right? And you're getting out of your own way. You're kind of adapting and building that entrepreneurial mindset, right? Now you're in that space. Now you're moving as an entrepreneur. No longer are you kind of in that employee space, right? Where I need to know what my job description is. I need somebody to tell me what I got to do. No, in the entrepreneurial space, it's like, let me get in where I fit in. Let me figure this out. Let me see what I need. Let me test. Let me adjust. Let me, those kind of things. Like we're moving into that space. The 6 things that you need to build a profitable business. And you need to make sure that you're doing that consistently, right? It's not just one and done. Oh, I got some people on my email list. Now you need to make sure that you are doing that consistently, whether it's once a month, whether it's once every month. So you need to make sure that you are getting more people into your pool or into your ecosystem. Because I tell people all the time, like, we get so frustrated because we're not generating sales, right? But what tends to happen, or the reason for this, is that we don't have a big enough pond to sell to, or we don't have a big enough pool of people to sell to. So we start out and we sell to our friends and family, great. But after a while, they're gonna be like, okay, I was just buying from you just to support you, but that's not gonna pay your bills, and that is not gonna help you transition from your day job into your full-time business, right? And so what we need to do is get more people who know, like, and trust us. And that's what that whole lead campaign does. And then as your pond grows into the sea, the river, then a sea, then you have more people that you can get in front of. You got more people that you can market to. And then you have a better chance of getting more people to buy your product, right? So that's what you want to do, right? Then we talked about working smarter, not harder, because again, while we're working full time, I can't be stressed out about, oh my gosh, I need to do this over here with my business, but then my boss needs me to be over here. And so you're stressed out. And then you run the risk of getting frustrated, getting overwhelmed, and then quitting. And that's not what we want to do. So we need to start working smarter, not harder. And then we come to the part where everybody's like, yes, let's fire our boss, let's fire our boss. And I get it. And I tell you, I was there, but then I had to slow my roll. Let me do a time check. Okay, so we need to kind of go through this pretty quickly, right? So the elements of your transition plan. You need a vision, goals, an action plan, and then a financial plan. So I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because we're kind of running out of time. I just want to be respectful of time. So the purpose of your vision statement is to create a written visualization, right? You need to live it, read it, see it, smell it, and taste it, right? Your vision needs to be plain, it needs to be clear, and it needs to be written down. And this will help you to determine what your goals are and what your action plan needs to be, what your timeline is, and then it'll help you with your financial plan, and then also the completion of your transition plan. And so your action plan needs to align with your goals. Again, your goals are aligned to your vision, and then your action plan is aligned to your goal. So then you now know what steps you need to take, what's your timeline, some of your milestones, what are the resources that are needed, what are some of the roadblocks that you may face, right? As you are now taking strides to accomplish those goals that are aligned to your vision, right? And so I'll just give you a quick example of this. So my vision, long time ago, a couple of years ago, was to live by the beach, to be able to work, play, live by the beach, build a beach home, and now work on my business. So again, I had to create a plan to do that. And that's why I mentioned in the beginning when I introduced myself, right, that I have a 2-year plan, because now that started out about 10 years ago. I started and I did everything on my transition plan. And I'm telling you here, I had my vision. It was plain as day. I had goals that I needed to accomplish. I had an action plan, and that action plan got me to where I am today, right? And that included the financials and all of that stuff. So where now I'm like, okay, 2 years from now, I'm ready. We're building the house right now. We're building our retirement funds right now. So we're doing all of the steps that I'm telling you that you need to do for your transition plan. So again, your vision, your goals, and your action plan. Everything needs to be aligned. And we're just going to go into the financial plan just for sake of time, right? So your financial plan, you need to make a list of all the expenses that you have, like your monthly expenses, and then include everything. And then determine what expenses that you can cut. Because now this is part of you saving, building a nest egg, building a reserve so that you can make this transition happen, right? Because eventually you will not have that silent investor. You will no longer have that paycheck, and you will have to fund your personal and your professional life, like your business. And that means healthcare, that means life insurance, that means the gamut. And so you want to make sure that you have a reserve. And to do that, you need to kind of cut out some things, eliminate some things, but then you also need to build a reserve. Your business P&L. And again, we don't have time to go through this. I do go and walk through this, all of this in much detail in the boss kit. But right now, just for the sake of time, just going to say for your P&L, as you look at that for your business, that's your profit and loss statement. Then that'll help you in determining some expense changes and things that you need to make as far as your expense and your revenue is concerned. So you need to always make sure that you're looking at that, and that will help you to better plan and be a better steward over the money that is flowing in and out of your business, right? And then also, as you are working full time, pay down that debt. Pay down your debt. You do not want to leave your job and then go into full-time entrepreneurship with a ton of debt. You don't want to do that. So let's pay down on our debt, right? And then build your retirement fund while you at your job. You have your 401k, you have retirement fund, you have all of these like funds and retirement plans that you can take opportunity on. And I want you to do that, because that is the time when you need to do that. So that, again, as you are moving in and transitioning to the entrepreneurial space, you can then use that retirement fund that you grew while you were working full time, and you can use that for later years, right? But I want you to make sure that you are taking full advantage of it right now. And then create your reserve for both your personal and your business. So you need they say 6 months, but if you could do 3 months, that'd be great. So build a reserve for both so that, again, when rough times come, and they will, you have that reserve. Whew, that was a lot. So I want you to consider certain things, right? Your family, I want you to make sure that, they are aligned with all of this, because you can't just be like, oh, I'm quitting my job, and they don't know about it. And then, you got to speak to your financial advisor. I want you to think about all of these things, right? All of these things you need to consider. And ask yourself these questions before you transition. So this should be included in your transition plan as well. And I'm sorry for going so fast, but we ran out of time. Sorry. So again, thank you. It was my pleasure to kind of walk you through this. I hope now you have those tools, those strategies, those steps that you need to turn your side hustle into your main hustle. It was my honor. It was my pleasure. And I don't want to just leave you empty-handed. I know we rushed through a lot of this stuff. So if you text side hustle to 678-498-7218. Again, that's 678-498-7218. Text side hustle. You will receive a copy of the slides here so that you can kind of look at it at your leisure, and then you can make notes and then take action on it, right? But then also I want you to visit busyblackgirls.com, and then you'll see our suite of services, what we have to offer, and all of that good stuff. But again, it was my pleasure. It was my honor. I am LaShonda Williams, the Success Navigator, your coach and your guide on the journey to success, helping my career professionals go from clocking in to calling the shots in their own entrepreneurial venture. So I wish you all the best, good luck, and let's go ahead and turn our side hustles into our main hustles. All right now.
Hi, my name is Malcolm Smith, and I am the CEO of The True You. It's a training and development company. I'm glad that you chose to be part of this workshop. I think that you're going to be pleased with the tools that you get. It's an incredible tool that can make a difference in your business, which is what I'm going to be talking to you from. But if you've come here, you're not in business, I will say that whenever you hear me talk about sales, think about influence. Influence of people, influence to join your group, influence to go on a date with you, influence your kids to do their homework, clean their room, whatever it is. There's influence everywhere. I created The True You so that people had the space to be themselves. I'm assuming, since you're part of the BlackCEO conference and convention, you know what's important to you. You have products that you believe in that make a difference in the world. And this is a tool that will help you have the ability to speak to people in a way that they can hear what you have to offer. You don't change who you are, but you may need to alter your approach with them, and you'll see that in what I'm about to show you. So I'm going to share my screen here. And we are going to jump in. Just a second. Okay. So let's talk about why they buy. Just in case, like I said, there are some of you that came in before, or you didn't hear my keynote before, maybe it went by really fast for you. Let me just give you a quick background before we jump in. So if you're in sales, you've been told that sales is a numbers game and that in order to get more yeses, you need to get more nos. But that doesn't make any sense. In order to get more yeses, you need to get more yeses. So there's a proven way to get more yeses, and that's what the bank code that I've talked to you about and that I'm going to elaborate on in this workshop. So sales is not a numbers game, it's a people's game. If you're in sales, then you're in the people businesses. I had said earlier, this is a methodology that it's related to, and it's the cousin to a lot of different assessments that you've taken. It's the cousin of those assessments in that it comes from this Greek physician Hippocrates. He's the father of medicine. He's the one that found out that you can treat people differently based on what their temperaments are. So if you look at this screen, the people, say, in the blue area, you would treat them differently to get a result than you would the people yellow, because if you treated the people in the yellow the way you treat the people in the blue, it's just not going to work out. So that's where a lot of the assessments are born, and why you see so many that have different colors. Bank is different from the perspective of we're personality based. We're the same in that we're personality based because we're rooted in those 4 personalities that Hippocrates, the father of medicine, had talked about. We're people focused because we know that sales is not a numbers game, it's a people's game. You need to be great with people and understand people to be successful. And then it's profit driven because you can make a lot of money in whatever field you're in, or get a lot of yeses, however you want to look at it, if you're looking at the influence, by knowing how to interact with people. And if you are that person who's making a lot of money, you can make a bigger difference and donate to different causes when you make money and you're successful in your business. And you can teach other people how to do it. That's the other great thing. So bank has 4 colors. We are the blueprint, the action, the nurturing, the knowledge, which a lot of the other assessments have. The only difference is they're based in psychology. We are based out of biology, which is the science of buying behavior. So knowing and understanding that, because we don't really care if you're an introvert or an extrovert or what happened in your past. What we care about are what your values are, because those are the things that are going to trigger a yes for you. So bank has been proven to be the only methodology in the world, not just America, but the entire world, to scientifically validate and predict buying behavior in less than 90 seconds. It's used all over the world. So bank, there are 4 personality types, which if you were following along earlier, basically what that means is if you've got 4 personality types that are main personality types, you basically need 4 ways, different ways to interact with people and talk to them about whatever you're trying to talk to them about. But most of us only talk about one way, which is our way, and you may not even know that that's you. So as I'm going through these, look for not only yourself and your personalities codes, but look for what other people are as well. Because you come from one personality code, that means you have a 1 in 4 chance of getting it right because you're not talking in the other codes. And that also means that you have a 3 in 4 chance of getting it wrong. So you're basically spoon feeding your competition, because if you're giving them the information, but it's not in a way that you're going to get a yes, they're going to be convinced they need to have this product that you offer, but they're going to go to somebody else who probably matches their code or knows how to talk in their code to them to get a yes from them. So I want to give you the tools so that you can get that yes. The last thing I'm going to just review is that there was a study by the Shalley group that found that people who were not matched personality-wise were only 18% likely to say yes to whoever was selling to them, versus the people that were matched in their personality were 82 likely to say yes. And if they weren't matched, but this person who was different spoke in their language, that was 82% as well. Okay, so let's get in. The first thing that we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about the blueprints. Now, the blueprints, B stands for blueprint. This color is cool. There's a box on the left because blueprints live inside the box. They make their decisions based on what's going to be safe in that box. What are they familiar with? Let's look at what their values are. Blueprints' values are, they value stability, structure, systems, planning, processes, predictability, responsibility, duty, rules, credentials, titles, and tradition. Those are all the things that they value. So that's the first thing. The next thing I'm going to tell you about, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to tell you the values. I'm going to talk about occupations next because different personality codes tend to go with different occupations. So for the blueprints tend to be people who are accountants, teachers, lawyers, managers, officers. If you think about it, there are people who are following rules and structure. Lawyers enforce the law. Officers enforce the law. Your managers enforce the law. Your teachers are teaching you those different laws. Your accountants are following your numbers. Your accountants, there's no fluctuation. You either have $10 in the bank or you don't have $10 in the bank. They're not going to pretend you have $70 because that's outside the box. So that's why they tend to go towards those occupations. Now, the other thing that I'm going to tell you about are greetings. If you don't have one of the ways that we use to figure out a person's code, you may need to figure it out on your own. So I'm going to tell you some ways you can tell based off of greetings. If you meet somebody and they just put their hand out right away and they want to shake your hand, which may be a little different with COVID, but for the most part, people still do it because it's in their nature. That firm handshake, that traditional way of greeting someone is probably going to be a blueprint. And you'll see the difference as I go through with the other people. Next thing we're going to talk about are sales tips for, in this case, for the blueprint. If you have a blueprint customer, you want to be professional with them. You want to be very organized and you want to be on time. I want to give you a quick story. There was a person who was not a blueprint. She was actually in action. And she had been working with this person who was a blueprint, wasn't ready to do financial business with her. And finally, he called her and said, I'm ready to do business with you. She said, great, let's meet for lunch. We can sign the contracts and we'll jump right in. He said, great. Now, fast forward to the day of lunch. She's heading out there. She's got all her stuff. She's getting it ready. She runs into traffic. She gets there. She's about 10 minutes late. She had not called him. She puts her suitcase down. She reaches in to pull out the contracts. And the man says, before you go any further, I want you to know that I no longer want to do business with you. And she was like, well, what happened? And he said, you were late. And she said, she's like, I apologized. But the thing you got to know is she was late and she didn't call and communicate that she was going to be late. That was the first thing. But what the man said to her was, if this is how you treat me before you have my money, I can only imagine what it's going to be like after you have my money. And so I don't want to work with you. Now, if she had known this gentleman was a blueprint, she would have known not to dare be late. And if she was going to be late, to call and let him know that she was going to be late the minute she knew she was going to be late. She shouldn't have been late in the first place, but not with him. The other thing is that she didn't only lose his business and the relationship that they had for all those years, she lost all the people that he would have referred to her. So she figured that one moment of being 10 minutes late cost her millions of dollars because she was dealing in the high digits. So be professional, be organized, and be on time. You want to have a step-by-step plan that you can give them. Think about franchises. Franchises like McDonald's or I don't know, any franchise you can think of, In and Out. I'm thinking of food right now. It's getting close to dinner time for me. But franchises are boxes that says, here, if you do this, you can succeed. We've proven it this way, so all you need to do is follow that. It's a step-by-step process on how to do business, and a blueprint gravitates towards that because to them, there's less risk. They know how they can succeed. With a blueprint, you don't want to be too pushy and you don't want to exaggerate because exaggeration is hard to believe and they're going to think that you're not telling the truth and it's risky and they're not going to risk you, especially when it comes to money. You want to stay within a budget. If a blueprint tells you we have a $50,000 budget, don't go $51,000. If you went $45,000, that would be better because you're saving them $5,000 and it makes sense. So be aware that that's what you should do with them. Other sales sales tips are to have your facts straight or resources in place so that you can show them proof to back up your claim. You want to just show them a system for success. As I said, franchises are great for that as an example, just to keep it in your mind. And you want to minimize the risk of them getting involved with you. So let's talk about likes of a blueprint. They like accountability, budgets, talked about that already. They like commitment, consistency, directions. They like discipline. They like discounts because they're saving money. They like people who do their due diligence. They like goals. They like guarantees. They like insurance. They like integrity, lists, loyalty. List is a big giveaway. If you see someone who they have a list for everything, they're probably a blueprint. One of my really good friends, until I knew the system, she was a list queen. It all made sense once I realized that she was a blueprint. Loyalty. Loyalty is important to them. They're loyal to you. They want you to be loyal to them because it's once there's that loyalty, you're safe. There's no risk because they know what to expect from you for the most part. Organizing they like perfection. They like proven plans. They like punctuality. Again, early is on time for them. They like references because they want to know what your track record is. They like routines, savings. They like things in sequential steps, and they like track records. Now, on the flip side, there are things that they dislike. They dislike blame, not being responsible for things. They dislike carelessness and change. They don't like chaos. It stresses them out. They don't like clutter or danger. They can't stand debt. Credit cards to a blueprint or working out of the allotted amount of money is bad news with them. They don't like delays. Over-deliver and under-promise and over-deliver with them. If you say you're going to have it there in 2 weeks, get it in a week. They'll love that. If you're late, just like being late to a meeting, late and delivering with them is bad news. They don't like disorder. They don't like exaggeration. They don't like instability at all. Makes them totally nervous. They don't like interruptions or irresponsibility. They're not into jokes, very serious. Doesn't mean they can't joke because they do have other codes in them, but for the most part, not into jokes. Don't like missing deadlines, late. They don't like overspending. They don't like paying interest. It's a waste of money because you're paying more money than you should have been paying in the first place. They don't like risks. They don't like rule breakers. Their whole world is designed to keep rules. You could say rules are made to be, if you're blueprint, you said kept. If you're not a blueprint, you probably said broken or stretched or some version of that. Blueprints would not say that. They don't like surprises. They don't like tardiness. They don't like things that are unclear. They need instructions so they'll know exactly what to do and won't veer off and get lost. They don't like your unreliability, and they don't like waste. Clues that you're working with a blueprint are you can look at their dress. They're professionally dressed and it's very conservative. They're going to have your grays and your blues, your basic blues or whatever's acceptable and has been acceptable for a long period of time, not the latest trends. Conservative, organized, punctual. As I said, early is on time for them. Formal, clean, articulate, not saying that the others aren't, but these are just clues. They're polite and respectful. They will show you their credentials, or they'll be looking for those credentials. They're thrifty. They want to get a bargain. 2 for 1 is all for them. Money back guarantee, all over that because there's no risk in it. It eliminates it for them. If they're really focused on their budget, could be a clue. Do they drive economical cars with high safety ratings? And I'm going to show you visual clues before we jump into the actions that you can take with them. You can see here there are folders. Being organized gives them a sense of calm. If they come to your office or your place of business, or you come to them and you're all disorganized, that's stressing them out. But you can look at how they have their office laid out or how their car is, and it's probably in order if they're a blueprint. You got Toyota and Mazda there, reliable, safe brands. There's no guess. They're not going to buy that just fresh off the idea car. They're going to wait and see and go with what's going to be safe and economical. Volvo, safe and economical. They like a sale. They like to save money. That's the piggy bank. And there's a picture in the bottom right of a wallet. They're going to be impeccable with their money, how they keep it, just how they live their life. actions that you can take with a blueprint. Now, this isn't action as the red actions. These are just actions if you're working with a blueprint. Stick with the color there. Actions that you can take. You want to appear more professional and organized, or just be professional and organized. If you're not, because that's just not your wheelhouse, but this is something that is really important, then you need to do whatever you need to do to get your act together. It may even help you. You never know. You want to show up on time, 15 to 30 minutes early. Now, some people, especially if you're in action, you're probably rolling your eyes. That's going to kill me. I'm going to waste time, because you don't want to waste time. We'll get to the actions in a minute. But with them, you want to be 15 to 30 minutes early. An example, some person said that they organized all their client files and put them in a file box in their car. And then they carried that file box in with them. And that when their clients saw how organized they were, they chimed in on that. Color coding, Post-it notes, all kinds of stuff. They love it. They'll eat it up. Okay, so that's the blueprint. Now let's get into the actions. The actions, if you recall, the color is red. These people are the movers and shakers, the millionaire makers. They've got a lot of energy. It's like they drank a Red Bull. They like the red carpet pulled out for them. As you can see, there's a speaker on there because they like to be the center of attention, the spotlight. The values for the actions are they like freedom, flexibility, spontaneity, action, opportunity, excitement. Hate to be bored. They like attention. They like stimulation. They like competition. They like winning. They like having fun. They like image. And occupations that go with the actions are actors, athletes, salespeople, public speakers, entrepreneurs. Their greeting, the blueprints was a handshake. The actions is a high five or a fist bump. Or even now when we're not supposed to be touching, that's an elbow bump or kicking your foot. It's something that's fun. It's not that same old boring thing. It's high action. So let's look at the sales tips with the action people. You want to be cool and dressed to impress. Now, don't go out and break your bank trying to get some high-end clothing and high-end cars. That might be over the top for you, and that may not work for you. In working with people who are actions, they said, you know, I don't expect people to have the nicest things. I'm the one that has the nicest things because I care about it, but I want them to look good because I'm with them. It's you're making them look good. So you want to be cool and dressed to impress with them. You want to be excited and enthusiastic because that's how they're living. They want to be excited about products. Their whole life is about being excited and their cutting edge things and how they look and who all is involved. Skip the small talk with them. They don't want to talk about the weather. The weather is a big yawn for them. And they also don't want to chit chat. Just get to the bottom line because time is money, money is time. So movers and shakers, just going, and have a sense of urgency with them. Also, sell the sizzle, the lifestyle, and the dream. You know, this is the latest housing craze or whatever it is. I don't know what your market is, but you can pick any market you have. And I'll tell you in a minute an example in the real estate industry. You don't want to overload them with details. You just want to give them the quick ins and outs. If you have a whole long contract that they have to go through before they can work with you, you're probably going to lose them. Or you can say, look, these are the 3 bullet points on this. It says that I'm going to protect your privacy, that you're not going to steal my ideas, that if this happens, we'll do this, but we're going to have you win. Maybe saying steal their ideas is not the thing you want to highlight with them because that'll probably turn them off. But basically, just hit the high points. They're going to sign it and say, let's just get to it. I already picked you. They've chosen to work with you already. So just get through that paperwork. They don't need all the graphs and the information about whatever you're going to sell them and the history of it. They don't care about it. You want to introduce them to other successful A personalities, other actions, people who have done well. Actions like to hang out with actions. They don't like to hang out with other people. Now, what actions like? They like beauty. They like the bottom line. They like celebrity endorsements. If there's a celebrity that you can connect them with or who has used your product or has benefited from whatever you're using, let them know that. If Tiger Woods is wearing your shirt, let them know Tiger Woods wears this thing. Okay, well, definitely want to do that, whatever it may be. Confidence. They love confidence. They love credit. I don't have the money, but I want that right now. Charge it. That's all about them. They like designer brands. They like entertainment. They like expensive cars. Now, I talked about be who you are, but there are people who, knowing that they were, I'm going to give you two real estate examples. There was a person who was trying to sell a high-end $1 million home, more than multiple $1 million home to somebody as a real estate agent. And they went to a rental company and rented a Mercedes so they could drive their client around in a Mercedes and show them different homes. Now, that wasn't them being fake. It just went with what they were working with this patient. Again, I'm from the hospital setting, so I say patient a lot. They were working with this client and it was high end. So Mercedes worked. They weren't going to drive around in a Toyota. Nothing wrong with the Toyota, but driving that client around in the Toyota versus driving them around in that Mercedes had a different effect. So just be aware. They like expensive cars. They like driving them. They like fame, fashion, fortune. Now, to some of you, these things may seem shallow. They're not shallow. It's just how they live. They like that lifestyle. If that's not your lifestyle, that's fine, but recognize it, especially if you're trying to sell to an action. Because if you can't get into this, then you're probably not going to be selling to an action. And that may be okay with you. But if you want to sell to an action, these are the things you need to be aware of. They like fortune, as I said. They like games. If you're a manager and you have a team of actions and they're not producing, come up with a game. Say, okay, the first person to close 3 sales, you're going to get, I don't know, $300, whatever it is. You can make it up. When you make it a game, it's fun for them. It's not the same old, same old. Think outside the box, because that's what the actions are doing. They like glamour, incentives, luxuries, parties, power, prizes, recognition, results. They like speed. Everything's fast for them. They like travel, variety, and they like the VIP treatment. What they dislike is they dislike being bored. That's why I say make it fun, make games out of it. They don't like bosses. You're probably not a boss for an action for most people, because if they're really connected with who they are, they're an entrepreneur. They are their own boss. They're not having to answer to somebody. Sometimes that's not the case, and then they're like locked in this body and they have bosses and they hate it. But if you know and recognize that they're in action, then you can work with them so that that's not such a hook in their craw. They don't like boundaries. They don't like budgets. Blow budgets out of the world. They don't like curfews. My son is in action. He hates curfews, and the way that I can work things is with his curfew. His curfew gets older if he doesn't follow the rules that we set in the house. He hates that, but he understands it. And because he hates that, he'll do what he needs to do to be able to stay out later. Details, instructions, jobs. They don't like jobs. They want to be their own boss. Limits, losing. They can't stand losing. They're competitive. They like to win. Losing means that second place is first place loser for them. They don't like paperwork. They don't like planning. They don't like punctuality. They're the last to the party because they're like, the party starts when I get here. You're like, you're at work. You're not at a party. It's everywhere. It's just how they're built. They don't like repetition, routines, rules, savings, schedules, silence. Can't stand silence. It's like deafening to them. They don't like speeding tickets, but they get them because they drive and move fast. They don't like tattletales. They don't like time clocks. They don't like unnecessary meetings. They'd rather just poke their eyes out, and they hate waiting, which is why they're the last one there, because then they don't have to wait for anybody. Clues that you're dealing with in action, they're dressed to impress. They look impeccable. Even if it's not the designer labels, they're dressed to the nines. They do like designer labels. Look for bling, flashy money, the cash. As I said, my son is an action. He wants to have the best costume at Halloween. He'll spend whatever money he has earned in his job to pay for the shoes that are going to match it so that he's the perfect. Last year, it was Miles Morales for Spider-Man. So he got the best costume, which is what he wanted. He won that competition. They're animated, they're loud, they're fast, they're attention-seeking. You'll know when an action walks in the door. Everybody knows an action. It's like, oh yeah, everyone knows Cedric. Cedric comes in, the room lights up, everyone's smiling around him. They love being around him. Let's see, they're unorganized sometimes, unless it's to impress somebody. They're energetic. They have great hygiene. probably have that fancy perfume or cologne that they love. You may hate it, but they love it. They smell amazing. They drive expensive cars. They love exclusivity. Okay, this is the example I was going to talk to you about real estate. Their real estate agent who recognized this action couple that came in was showing them the different homes, and she said, you know, there's a listing that is supposed to come on next week. I can call and see if we can get in and get you to see it before it goes on. She made a couple calls and was able to get the keys so they could go in and see the house, and they bought in that moment. Is that exclusivity, being able to do things that other people aren't able to do. They love that. If you can make it happen, you're likely to get yeses from them. Let's see. Celebrity name drop I've already talked about with my Tiger Woods example. So visual cues, certain glasses, high-end glasses, Louis Vuitton, the American Express Black Card, Tiffany box, all this high-end stuff, a Mont Blanc pen, that's a Rolex, but maybe it's an Hublot watch. My favorite, I love that car up there, the convertible Bentley, hot car. Anyways, you all have a little interaction in you. It may be hiding in there, but you have it. Don't lie. Okay. All right. So actions that you can take with actions. As I said earlier, you want to stay cool and dress to impress. What designer brands can you wear to an appointment? Now, there are things like Ross, TJ Maxx, different places like that, Marshalls. They have high-end clothes where you can get them at, don't break your bank costs, or invest in one nice suit, and that's the suit that you're wearing when you're going to these meetings. What can you do to be more cool with your clients? Just ask yourself that. Okay, so now let's get into the nurturing. The nurturing. The nurturing, they're the recyclers of the box, if you were in my keynote speech there. If you weren't, let me just tell you about them. So the blueprints are inside the box, the actions are outside the box, the nurturings recycle the box and look at how can this take care of other people besides how I'm using it. Sunflower, the yellow, to say that these are the people that are the heart of gold. They love other people love them. Their values are, they value relationships, authenticity, personal growth, significance, teamwork, involvement, community, charity, ethics, harmony, morality, and contribution. And occupations for nurturings tend to be nonprofit organizations, nurses, social workers, life coaches, volunteers. These are the type of occupations that nurturing people gravitate to, because if you look at all those things, they make a difference for people. I'm a nurturing, it's my top thing. I like to make a difference for people. It shows up differently than other people, but that's what's important to me. I teach people with bank tools to give them what they need to make a difference so they can be successful in their lives, so they can be successful in their relationships. That's what draws me the most. What this does for relationships is mind-blowing, and it's why I give so much of my time to it. Our greeting, I'll speak our because I'm a nurturing, is we like to hug. Now, 2020 has wiped out the hug practically. That's okay. If you'll notice, because I've noticed this of late, people have their masks on, but they still get that hug in. Or if you're in business and it's not appropriate to hug, which pre-COVID or not, that was the case. If you reached out to shake their hand, they would shake your hand, but they would hug your hand with theirs. Or they'd reach up and touch your forearm or touch your shoulder. It's that connection. They value touch in that kind of greeting. Sometimes you may not be someone who likes a hug, but they're going to say, I'm a hugger, and they're going to come in and take that hug or try to take that hug. That's your clue you're working with a nurturing person. Now, sales tips with the nurturing people. They like a good cause. I'm going to use the example of Apple. Apple, they sell all kinds of stuff, phones, iPads, iPhones, you name it. They have a specific product in the iPhone realm called Product Red. If you're not familiar with it, it's Product Red. I don't know how it's in there, but red is in parentheses. And basically, for every one of those products that Apple sells, they send money to AIDS research, HIV and AIDS research. Now, for nurturing, that's a double win. If I buy this product and it sends money to somebody, I love that. People who know the bank system will say, For every for every house that we sell, we're going to donate this amount of money to this charity. To a nurturing person, that's huge, because whatever they're doing is making a difference for somebody else. So they like that. When I was younger and working in the hospitals as an intern, I used to wear ties at the Children's Hospital, but I wore ties that were Save the Children ties, because I knew that every tie that I bought, money was going to support kids, children's research, and keeping them healthy and feeding them and things like that. So a good cause, nurturings love that. We love approval, authenticity. We can tell when you're being fake. Nurturing people buy with their gut and feel with their gut. They can tell where people are coming from. And if you're being fake, not interested, don't want to play. They like charity, children, counseling, diplomacy. It's got to be fair. In our world, fair is important. It may not be important in your world, but it is for a nurturing person. Empathy, encouragement, good eye contact. If you go in there with shifty eyes and it looks like you're trying to figure something out, they're going to wonder what you're up to. Faith is important to nurturing. Familiarity and family. Fresh flowers. Flowers, that's kind of an interesting one. I think everybody likes flowers on some level. Friends, helping. Inspiration, love inspiration. Intimacy, being close. Sharing things like personal secrets, or trusting someone and telling them things that you wouldn't tell people normally. They love love. We love love. Nature, peace, referrals, support, and as I said, touching. What nurturings don't like, they don't like arguments. They don't like being left out. They don't like bullies. They don't like getting the cold shoulder. That hurts to get the cold shoulder. Talk to me. Let me know what's going on. Dead flowers. There's a flower thing. Who likes dead flowers unless they're hung up? What your nurturing will probably do is hang them up so they die, but then it's a memento. That's a purposeful dead flower. Deceit. Dictators can't stand it. Disagreements. Nurturing doesn't like nurturing. Now, if you're in business and you have nurturings there, be aware that they're nurturing. And then if there's something that's a conflict, you need to look at how can I make this a safe space for them to bring a potentially conflictual idea forward, because you need to know how to work with them with that. They don't like doing the wrong thing. They can't stand egos or failure. Fraud is horrible with them. They don't like greed or immorality. They don't like insincerity or lies. They don't like to be lonely, don't like manipulation or materialism. Politics, they can't stand it. They'll steer as far away from that. So sometimes you may not have nurturings in your leadership positions, but they may want to be that leader, but they're going to have to learn how to play that political game. So just be aware of it. That doesn't mean they're not politicians, because a lot of nurturings are politicians, but they don't like the politics in the bad sense. Rude behavior, selling tactics, tension, and unfair treatment are the things they dislike. Clues are, they talk in loving tones. They're softer. They're not as aggressive in how they talk. Always touching your shoulder, as I said. They give hugs. They're positive and happy. They wear soft colors. They dress comfortably. They're happy. They're cheerful. They don't necessarily let you know they're having a bad day. They wear flowers or costume jewelry. Actually would not be wearing costume jewelry. I don't know that I could recognize costume jewelry unless it's big and gaudy, but if you're a jewelry person, costume jewelry is something that's going to be a clue. They're very friendly, very talkative, very helpful, thoughtful. My daughter is nurturing. She can hear that somebody needs something and she'll run and get it before they even know that they have it. Kind of like the Steve Jobs talked about, Apple wanted to give people something that they didn't even know that they need. Nurturing would be like, oh, that's so thoughtful of you to think that I'm going to need this and to think ahead for me. They drive family cars, and again, they maintain eye contact. They talk to you and really listen to you, and you feel heard with them. Now here, there's a piece of pie. It's not apple pie. That looks like it's a raspberry pie, but it's pie. It's something to share with each other. There are flowers. Those are the fresh ones. A little teddy bear, families. You got your Volkswagen, your Subaru safe family cars, or even a family wagon. You got tea. But the focus there is not the tea as much as the 4 cups. It's something for everyone to share. And then there's the Hug Me t-shirt. So sales tips with nurturings. You want to be authentic and genuine. Here's the thing. If a nurturing can't afford what you have to offer, that's fine. Their currency is people. They may have all kinds of relations with people who can afford what you have to offer, and they can connect you with them. But if you're inauthentic and you're not genuine, they don't want anything to do with you, and they're definitely not going to refer people to you. Show them that you care more about them than you do about money. I'm going to give you another brief example. There was a man who someone was trying to sell him life insurance. And so a friend of his said, hey, I've gotten into this life insurance company. I want to sell you a policy. And he's like, I'm willing to listen. And so she connected him with her partner, and he listened and was not interested. It was actually turned off. What it was he was a nurturing, and the lady talking to him was an action. She was interested in closing the sale, wasn't really listening to him. And he was like, They scheduled a couple of meetings so he could get more information, But ultimately he was a no. And he said, not right now. This isn't the time, which is kind of like, when you hear that, it's just like, I just spent all this time just to get a no from you. Now, his friend touched base with him about 2 months later and said, hey, I just wanted to touch base with you. Have you thought any more about the life insurance policy? He's like, yeah, tell me more. I wasn't really thrilled with what I heard. I don't know if I need it because I have some policy already through work. What do you have? So she sat down and she talked to him. He, as I said, had other policies, and he was going back and forth, and he took the policy that his friend had and he took it to his other agent, and then his agent came back, and then he was kind of torn. Nurturing, doesn't want to create tension. He wasn't sure what to do. So his friend said, you know what? Forget me, forget him. What's going to work for you and your family? That's what's important, which is what he needed to hear, because she, as his friend in that moment, stopped, and it wasn't about her. It was about him. She cared about him. She cared more about him and getting what was going to work for him and his family than she did about closing the sale. So she won him in that moment, and he purchased it. So that is huge. And introduce them to your team and get them connected with others in the group. So she introduced this man to her partner, but it was the wrong partner. That partner wasn't the one to sell to him. But include them. It's part of the family. Be interested in what's going on with them. Remember what it is. I notice when I go to the dentist, I haven't been to the dentist for a while, but they remember that last time I was in there, I did X, whatever it was. Take notes. If there's a long period of time where you're not talking to your clients, or you talk to them frequently, keep notes if you can't do it up here, so you know what's going on in the world. Be interested, especially if they're nurturing. Talk about the cause that you're passionate about and how that can make a difference for them. And then if you're into it, give them a big hug. They're going to love that. Maintain good eye contact. We talked about that. And then actions to take with the nurturing are, you want to show authenticity and be genuine. Be interested in what's going on. Don't just fake it with them. Be true with them. Ask yourself, how can you be more real and authentic with them? That may be a stretch for you, but it's going to work for them. And then focus on being present with them. Put your phone away, put your emails away, just be there with them. Give them your time during your appointment and really listen to them and what's going on. All right, in our last few minutes, we're going to talk about the knowledge. Green, because of the matrix. Green, because of the Excel spreadsheets. Their values are, they like learning, intelligence, logic, self-mastery, technology, research and development, science, universal truths, expertise, competence, accuracy, and the big picture. Their occupations are their engineers, scientists, programmers, analysts, and researchers. The greeting that we jokingly say works for them is Spock. You just say, live long and prosper. Actually, what it is you could give them a business card. A business card is safe because you don't have to necessarily touch to interact with them. They don't like to touch. They don't like you to touch them, and they don't like to touch you. I had a friend who went to a Microsoft convention for 5 days. He said that he noticed that not one person shook hands. They all just handed cards. No one touched them the entire time. Room full of knowledges. So with knowledges, it's important that you are aware, you're smart, and you know your information. Don't make stuff up with them. Tell them the facts. Stick to the facts. Have resources and documentation. Give them more information than you think anybody would want. because that's what they want to know. You want to provide it to them so that they can study it and then they can make the decision for their own. Stay logical in your approach with them and don't get overly emotionally excited. Knowledges can't stand drama, touching, anything that's emotional. That's not them. They just want to just get the job done and learn some stuff. That's what's important to them. Be able to debate and defend your product, whatever you're offering, with your service, your business, whatever. And if you have someone who knows more than you, bring them along as an expert. They're going to appreciate that. Allow them to do their own research. Tell them where they can go and find out more information about you or your product, because they're going to go and do it. And if you tell them about it ahead of time, you beat them and they feel like you're giving them the information. The main thing is you want to give them as much information so that it's a no-brainer for them to act. And then give them time to think about it. They're going to sell themselves. You're not going to sell them. Stay within a budget. They care about a budget because it makes sense to spend money, not because, like the blueprint, they want to save money. They just want the logical approach to buying whatever it is that they're going to buy. Their likes are they like analysis, charts and graphs, consumer reports. They like data, documentation, experts, facts, formulas, gadgets, higher education, information, innovation, logic, maps, peer journals, proof, puzzles, research and development, science fiction, software strategy, studies, technology, and wit. They're crazy witty because they're constantly thinking. They got a lot of information up there. They dislike automatic recommendations. So if you buy something from Amazon and it says people who bought this also bought this, they can't stand that. Blanket statements. All of our customers are blank. They're going to poke holes in that because that's not true. It doesn't logically work for them. They don't like celebration. They don't like celebrity endorsements. They don't like chit chat. They don't like drama and emotion. They don't like excessive praise, excitement, ignorance, incompetence, lack of documentation, networking, poor listening, public speaking, recognition, role playing, shortcuts, social media buzz, social mixers, speculation, stupidity, touching, unsubstantiating evidence. They don't like any of that. And I'm rushing because we're running out of time here. Clues about them is that they're quiet, often lost in thought. They like gadgets and they have them. They do techie talk. They're wallflowers. They have complicated conversations. Technical reading. They share their expertise. They love to tell you what they know. Wardrobe malfunction. They may have polka dots or stripes because fashion is not their thing. They drive electric cars. They're always reading. They may play chess. And they'll have gadgety cars. They'll like things like that. Let me just jump in here. Actions to take with them. Come across as smart and knowledgeable. Look at what you can study to make sure you're the subject matter expert on your materials. And what are the most important talking points that you need to master them. Once you know what their code is, then you can work with them. Thank you for your time. I hope this was useful for you. Have a great convention.
Hello, great day. How is everyone? My name is Valerie M. Rodriguez. I'm financial strategist of VMR International Inc. I've actually been in business since 2004, self-employed entrepreneur, actually starting my journey out from the car business, learning how to read credit, going into real estate. Today, I'm actually a real estate broker who was in a residential firm and actually shifted into the commercial firm. And this was something that was super powerful in 2015. As you guys know, after 2008, this crash in the market, which shook us up, was something that was so pivotal. So now, fast forward to where I'm at with teaching financial literacy, simply because I learned that there was so much money that I came into and so much money that I actually realized that I wasn't holding on to. So I had to figure out why that was. And that's the story of a lot of us. I know we all have something in common, and that is the fact that we all know how to make money. But how to keep money is a different story. So when it comes to keeping money, what I realized was that I was going to have to go back to the books, my own books, meaning, because I am a college graduate. In 2012, I graduated from John Jay College of Criminal Justice, and my major was in forensic psychology, but I actually obviously didn't pursue that. Hence why, like I said, I just understood that I had to, one, work for myself. It was something that was just ingrained in me from me out of some nowhere. I don't even know where, because my mom and dad were on a whole different trajectory. My mom is a hard worker. Kudos to her. All self, developed women who are, single moms who are working hard, doing it like myself. I'm also a single mom. I definitely give it up to you guys, because together we are so powerful and strong. But back to where my dad was another lifestyle. He was actually a street guy who I didn't learn much of the street aspects of things from. However, it could have been beneficial. But guess what? Going from living lavish to going into a shelter in his later years. And that just hit me hard, because I realized that as I didn't know much about him, but having to be able to, still be there for him and do the things that I had to do, I also realized that he wasn't going to be someone who I could bank on leaving a legacy, but rather a mess. So that's the difference in where we are today in making the decision and having that shift to be resourceful, being resourceful for ourselves and being resourceful for one another. So that's why it hit me so hard that I knew I had to create this new division of my business entity to be able to teach people financial literacy. Hence where I'm at now. Since 2018, I've been licensed. I'm actually licensed in 50 states. And this is something that I love, because I'm able to not only make the change for myself, having learned about so many different things and understanding money and how to become my own bank, was simply so that I could be able to change the trajectory for my daughter. Now, I didn't want her living the same lifestyles that I had came from. You've heard of that family curse. Exactly what it is. It's simply habits being passed down from one generation to the other. So if you know better, then you know you can do better. So simply the difference is just, like I said, becoming resourceful and understanding that we ourselves are the bank. Because think about it. What exactly is a bank? They're able to give us money, right? It's a lending institution for you to be able to borrow money from them and also obtain credit. And also what? It's nothing really that special that you couldn't do. It's just a matter of becoming resourceful and becoming able to understand how to take yourself from out of that, which is just a system that's been created for us to follow, just like any herd of sheep, right? You too can do what they do. So you have to then understand that it's just a mindset. So for me, it was that mindset shift and understanding the rules of money, and also understanding that the biggest thing was this was a game of money. And the game of money that I didn't understand until I actually read Tony Robbins' Master Money Master Game. I'm sure you guys heard of that book before. So there were so many other books that I learned, and I started to just break open my brain and change my perception and change my mindset. So if you are someone like myself who didn't learn about money from school and wasn't learning about it from home, then you know that there were some things that you're going to have to do. And it's work, it is. But you're either going to sacrifice now and go to work, or you're going to sacrifice later and pass down the same old habits, which I know that's not what I wanted. So I know that's not what you want either. So it is absolutely a mindset shift. And why I'm big on self-development. Personal development is something that I do actually branding myself and calling myself Miss Self-Development, for the reason that I know it's hard work to work on yourself. But it is so easy to just sit there and go through the steps of what the system is created for us. And you sit there and watch television, and it gets into your head, and it's all subliminal messages to benefit who? Not you. It's to benefit them. So what are we going to do? We have to do something different to shake up the system and shake up our system, rather, right? It's in our DNA. And it's just that, like I said, mindset shift to creating different habits that are going to benefit us, being mindful and mindful habits that are going to work for us. And so the difference on why you rely on the bank so much is simply because you don't have the discipline to create and teach yourself how to operate like a business. Operate like a business and understanding, treating yourself of an asset. You are an asset and you yourself are a business, and they know that. But these systems have been created so that we can definitely just undermine ourselves, follow the system so that they can show us that they need us. We need them. We do not, because they need us. They actually need us. It's really, if you think about it, it's so funny because they need our money. The banks doesn't have any money, so they need our money. So one of the things that really rubbed me wrong was when I went over my accounts in the past and I saw even overdraft fees. You ever gotten one of those? It's the most demising feeling. You feel disrespected. I do. And when I realized, I did research, they did over $35 billion in overdraft fees. Where do you think that benefited? Where do you think they put that money? Benefited them. So you absolutely have to start thinking about the things and the decisions that you're making with your money and try to make that shift to understand that you yourself are a business and you are a bank. I'll tell you a funny story real quick. I was in kindergarten and I actually received $100. Remember, if any single parent or any parents, sorry, I'm all in my single parent mode, but any parents that knows their kids every year would get that candy sale form and you'd have to go out and help your kids sell candy. So my sister's father's friend actually gave me $100. I must have thought I was the bank because my little boyfriend in kindergarten called me out the window when the ice cream truck came, and I literally threw that $100 out of the window. So I must have thought I was a bank, right? I know, crazy. I got in trouble, but the one thing that was so pivotal that I now can take back is thinking back on what was my mindset then and what was the perception that I took from that. I actually thought about it and I'm like, all right, one of my affirmations is that money comes to me freely and easily. I want you to say that too. Money comes to me freely and easily. If you tell yourself that, it's just a tweak, it absolutely will. So with that incident that happened and I got in trouble for, what happened was my perception with money, it didn't shift from there because I got beat, but I didn't know why I got beat. I didn't know what I did wrong. I'm thinking like, hey, money came to me freely and easily, and I have freedom to do what I want with that money. So if I want to throw it out the window to my boyfriend, then I just do that, right? You think about it, it sounds foolish, I know. But if you fast forward it to today, how many people are just like that 5-year-old that I was, throwing money out of the window every single day? That is most of us. So it's all about what we saw when we were growing up and what we took from it, that perception that skews our thinking and following those same habits. But if we know we actually go back and think on things, we can make the shift. So it starts with the source. So I want you to ask yourself, what was your experience with money when you were growing up? What was your first experience like? And what were you taught? Were you told that money doesn't grow on trees? Were you taught those type of things, those colloquial things that, your parents would tell you and beat you for different things or whatever it was the case? There's so many of them. But I just want you to know that it started from there. So money is energy. That was one of the shifts that happened for me, that I understood that money was energy. And when I say that, if you want to create more income or whatever it is that you want to have more money for, you basically have to embody that in energy, energetically, raising your frequency. Understanding practical knowledge is one aspect of it. So as I teach practical knowledge on financial literacy, yes, it's important, but it's even more important for you to grow your mindset so that you can actually start to align. And when you align with that, there's nothing that can take you down, right? So let's start aligning, growing our mindsets, and actually becoming that which we are, which we know we are, really deep down, because there's so much, right? I definitely want to share with you this quote. And it was something that was so powerful that I had came across, right? The goal of the elites is to lure the people to surrender all of their rights in return for benefits, privileges, and feelings of security and safety. That's powerful. But John Adams and Benjamin Franklin said that he who surrenders essential liberty for the feeling of a little security and deserves neither liberty or safety. So you just think about that. And that's exactly how the system procures and how they think, because you're giving up so much for a little when you can have so much more, so much more. It costs you just to basically work on yourself, personal development, practical knowledge, being resourceful, and asking proper questions to see what is actually serving you and analyzing where that's going to get you. Because that's something that we don't do. We're just, like I said, following the herd. And that's just something that I will do no more of. And so this is why I am so adamant about doing what I do and growing and continuously growing, because it never stops, right? You'll be making $30,000 one year, just like Tony Robbins. He went from making $30,000 to $1 million in a single year. Can that be? Absolutely. I've seen it. You know, I don't talk about money much because it's really, I don't say, the people who say it's not important, it's close to air, but it's what is important to you. It's the value that comes with that dollar. Okay. For me, it's my time. And that's why I don't like to sell my time for dollars. But I do put out time because it's a value for me to be able to educate and expand, because there's this oneness. So that's just the difference, okay? So let's start thinking differently. Let's start creating better habits. And let's start putting our money where the banks put their money and not rely on them. And I am Valerie M. Rodriguez, and this is my message. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tanya Hardy. I am from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm here to let you know people with disabilities need love too. Do you know why I'm saying that? Because I have a disability. Do you know what else? I took control of my life and find success through loving myself. I was diagnosed with a learning disability as a young girl. I couldn't read very well, and my comprehension was very bad. I got teased in school and in the neighborhood. Can you imagine how a young girl would feel growing up in this situation? I know many people had experienced this too. Even though I had a learning disability, I kept going. One thing I needed most was love. At the age of 17, I was still searching for love, so I started to rebel by disrespecting myself and my body. I rebelled by staying out late, skipping school, and as a normal teenager, tried some drugs, also being sexual active. The reason why I was rebelling, because I was trying to hurt my mom and then realized I was only hurting myself because I thought she didn't love me. This is why I told you earlier, people with disability needs love too. These choices that damaged my thinking and made me go into deep depression. At the time, the doctors prescribed me some medication for my deep depression. Also, when I got the medication in me, it made me open up a little better, but the side effects also made me gain weight and make me sleepy. The doctors at the time prescribed me medication, even though it let me open up a little better, but the side effects made me gain weight and sleepy. Can you imagine how that can affect my education. While I was in school in Atlanta, in high school, my teachers doubted me, lost confidence in me. I relocated in New York City with my grandparents. Also, the schools in New York City, the teachers doubted me, but I graduated with a Regents diploma. Despite all this setback, I was determined to make it. I knew I had to love myself first. I'd like to share with you my 5 tips to my journey to get to self love. Tip number 1, set positive boundaries. Setting positive boundaries are have a plan, what you want to do in your life, what you want out of life, and what you want to become. What's your purpose in life? Tip number 2, change your environment. I can say I changed my environment. It was the happiest thing. Change my environment helped me guide me to love myself because my grandparents took me in. I was stable, I was loved, and they believed in me. Changing my environment helped me. It can help you because changing your environment, moving forward, can help you by letting go of your setback, what was holding you back, where you were doing negative things, wasn't feeling comfortable in your inner self. Tip number 3, surround yourself with positive energy. I talk to myself positive, give me life, self talk, self affirmation. My favorite was I am beautiful, I am smart, I don't care what people say. Tip number 4, improve your circumstances. With all that, I wanted more. I over I overcame my learning disability and I own my own business. I'm a mommy entrepreneur. Find something in life to make you happy and pursue that, your dream. Tip number 5, just get started. Getting started means I didn't wait till someone to tell me I love me. I start loving myself and realizing I am more than a conqueror and I am a woman that can face anything through self by loving myself. Self love means to me is very important. It's the best love because you can face obstacles in life when people talk down on you, even people that are important, like a teacher or a family member, thought you nobody. But look at me. I own my own business and I am on the BlackCEO Iconic Conference. Thank you for listening to me. And you can find me at on Facebook, Tanya Hardy. My Instagram is melody.sexexpert. Now my new business I have is desire underscore sex underscore doula. That means I can help through women during postpartum, after birth, or during birth for embracing their confidence through sexuality, feminist, or and finding their feminist divine. I find mine. I hope you find yours. Thank you. Bye. My name is Tanya Hardy. I'm a self love coach. I hope you're able to watch my talk on self love. I went into details about my journey dealing with learning disability and how it affects how I love myself. Today, in my workshop, I was going into a little deeper on self love. So let's get started on the introduction of Tanya Hardy, Iconic Workshop. My title is Self Love Secrets to Healing Your Inner Self Scars. My two business as Tanya Beauty Supplies and Bedroom Candy by Tanya. Tanya Beauty Supplies is for self care, boost your self care, your self esteem. Once your self care and your self esteem is together, now you can work on your confidence as sexuality. I do bedroom candy. That's help with empowering women in positive sex skills, empowering safe sex as well. Now, let's get to the learning steps of self love. First step is positive boundaries. It's teach positive boundaries teach us how to conquer the world. Once you set Positive boundaries. It sets of positive impact of life. Self positive talk with self affirmation. You set that up daily during the day to get through our day. Help us guide us a peace of mind. So self positive, self talk, do it as soon as you get up in the morning. It sets your tone of the day. It help you with guide your mind in peace, so you can think positive and make right choices. Forgive yourself. Once you forgive yourself, it's treating yourself. It's not good to treat yourself so hard. It can damage your mindset. When you're so hard on yourself, doubt yourself, and oh, I did bad. That's negative talk. We don't want that. It's damage your mindset. So always forgive yourself, because we fight to live another day. That's through self love, positive. You know, forgive yourself is moving forward, so you don't have setbacks of life. Once you move forward, you can't. You got to keep your eyes on the prize. Overcoming the darkness sides of you, it guides you to go forward with your life. Once you overcome the darkness side of you, you see a new aspect of life. Once you overcome the darkness sides of your soul or your spirit, it once because you have to know yourself to move forward and keep it positive. All right, another learning steps of self-love is self-love is the best love. Once you have your self-love, yourself is nothing can come between your inner thoughts. Once you have your self-love, your inner thoughts, nobody cannot come between you and your inner thoughts. Like when people say negative things about you, you quit, say something positive about yourself. Once you quit to say something positive about yourself, you let nothing come between your thoughts of your mind, or you hold your own how you think about yourself. You will not be easily broken. Some days you might have bad days, or in a relationship or a friendship, you can get back down, but you always can pick back up once you return back to your life. Because when you're so down, you easily broken. You easily get your feelings hurt. In life, you have to overlook that and move on, because once you learn learn the steps of hardship and the hardness, everything is not easy. So you can't be easily broken. Self-love can guide you and make life easier. Once you love yourself, life can be easier, a little easier. You make your life choices. You make your own, like they said, as an example, you make your bed as you lie in. So your mindset, what you think is coming out of your body tone, your physical emotions, your physical everything, your language, your like everything's come in your body language. People don't have to see what you're thinking. They can know by your body language. So once you set the tone, head up, speak good about yourself, it guides you in a life path of a little easier life. Life is not hard, but you can fight through it through self-love. Knowing your real pleasure feels through intimacy. A lot of ladies want love through sex or pleasure, but you have to know the right pleasure of yourself. Because once you have self-love and that man respect you, or anything, or yourself, because you have sex toys, single toys, or couple toys. So that's when my business comes as bedroom candy, as an example. Positive sex, learn about sex education, knowing your pleasure, self confidence in yourself. That's all comes in. Doing self care brings care for your mind to your body, also in the best of you. Self care brings out the best of you. You look good, smell good about yourself. You always sets the tone of productive day. That's when Tiny Beauty Supplies, the Boosted Self Care and CBD products, is help you relaxation or it can help you with aches and pains. Like a lot of ladies doing a lot of self-care in the herb. That's a positive way. Taking a herb bath, herb tea, CBD care. It boosts your care. You can also boost your self-esteem. Doing facials, take time out to just enjoy life, enjoy yourself. You gotta learn how to enjoy yourself to before you have company, because you will know your own self. Because sometimes you don't have to have everybody around you. Just go out, enjoy yourself, take care of yourself. Aware of your personal needs. When I say be aware of your personal needs, be aware of your sexuality, your feminine confidence. That's all through self-love. Knowing your self-worth. When you know all your self-love, and also knowing your loving yourself, bring out the self-worth out of you. Know your worth. Don't set yourself cheap or short, because life is valuable. Loving is valuable, and love is free. So it's worthy of yourself. Also, health self education. You have to learn health self education. For once, health self education gives you the positive impact of sexuality or having sex, safe sex, positive. That's one thing, loving yourself. Like having mental partners or anything, that's not loving yourself. Learn how to wait or know when to have sex when you're in a relationship. Knowing the healthy way of sex education, it helps you knowing the proper way of intercourse. The proper way of intercourse, smoothly, relaxation, know your fantasy, not just lust. Lust is not self-love. It's not. That's not worthy of your body or your mind. Fantasy is good to have because you're doing something, fantasizing what woman's, pleasure, good, safe sex of pleasure. Knowing your sexuality and your pleasure needs. You gotta know your wants, how you want to be touched, how you want to be loved. That's why it's good to know yourself, know your body, and know everything about yourself. Sex positive is an example of loving your body. Because once you have sex positive, loving your body, it sets the tone of someone else loving you and knowing that you are loved. Like there's a lot of like they say, love is blind. That's the way love is blind. Blind is that you don't love yourself, or you think the guy's good or anything, that he loves you. No, that's not it. You gotta know sex positive example. Explain of your body. Having a woman or a man orgasm by pleasing each other also helps release stress in your life. So sometimes women need a little boost, orgasm, or feeling that orgasm. And then sometimes, they used to say, as an example, men get it quicker than women. So sometimes the man has to learn how we want to be feel so we can release our stress through orgasm. That's very important. Orgasm is a part of life women needs in their life. Know how to, get that stress relief in life. Because all right, self-love activity. So now the activity is I'm gonna walk through the participates through creating a self-love vision board on Canvas. Self-love vision board brings out your vision about aspects of life. It gives you vision what love about yourself. All right. Step one, how to get a cabbie on. How to set a cabbie. How you gotta have to download the cabbies on the app, on a smartphone, or on the computer. So you can just type cabbie, and then it comes on the Google or whatever. And then once it's download, follow directions on the canvas, on the app, plot your email and password to sign up. And then enter your canvas, the cell, you see all types of tablets designs. So you're gonna go to that design of canvas, says print, portrait, and then click the blank tablets. You click the blank one so you can download photos on your cell phone or computer. It's very easy, so you can see step by step. You'll see it better once you do it by yourself. And I'm gonna show you an example of a cabbage should look, like different types of pictures. For example, self-love vision board on a cabbie. All right, so one photo I would do, I love my girl tribe. I'm gonna pick one photo and make an example. That's a picture of my Lego Desire Sets Doula coach. I passed it on my birthday, so I was very excited, my birthday weekend, and I learned more about my sexuality. I learned about feministy, more feministly, and sexual drama, and I learned about other women going through other things just like me and how they overcame and how they want to inspire other women just like me. I love my girl tribe. Yes. I love I just love being a girl, because we got so many, because women are so respected, even though we got to learn how to respect ourselves, because women out there hustling, being blessed, doing our things, what we need to do, be independent. We give birth as a mother as well, and some women cannot have babies, but they give birth of life as well, because it's different types of girl in this world: mother, or just being a woman. A mother, a girl. Love my girl tribe. It's the tribe of just being blessed as a girl, and to have a birth a daughter, birth another human as a girl in me, and that's the blessing of being a girl. Sometimes blessings being a girl is blessing to bring another girl in this world and teach them about self-love and teach them how to be a mother or how to be a woman in this world, to be respected. It goes a long way. And so the challenge I want to give you, a self-love challenge I challenge you to do a self-love photo shoot and write one word of self-affirmation about that photo. The deadline is April 30th, and you can email it to me, Tanya Hardy, TonyAHardy 88 gmail.com. So I'm a self-love coach. My name is Tanya Hardy, which I have a learning disability. I didn't let nothing stop me to love myself. I didn't let harsh judgment stop me either, to stop me. I empower women what I'm passionate about self-love. It's very important in life because it's like giving you a second chance in life. Self-love also give you air to breathe on in life. And also I'm an entrepreneur and I'm enjoying it. I love it. I'm having fun. And now I'm ready to meet new clients that need help in that path. That's a self-love. I am here to help you. So enjoy the rest of your day. And you can find me on Facebook on Tanya Hardy. Please give me your feedback and send me your self-love photo shoot at my email. And I challenge you to be bold, be fierce, be self-love. Be bold, be fierce, be self-love. Thanks to BlackCEO Iconic Conference for this opportunity. Have a blessed day.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Be Iconic Conference. I am super excited to be spending the time with you and especially to speak to you about a topic that is dear to my heart. So my presentation today will be I am a billionaire and so are you, accessing your universal bank account. I am glad that you have decided to join me in this workshop today. And you're probably asking, who am I? I am a soul purpose and why consultant and coach. And what that means, it means that I work with you to guide you to unrealized potential. As we proceed in this workshop today, you will become more clear about what it is that you were born for. So sit tight, grab your pens and paper, because I know that there will be a few golden nuggets that you will want to take note of today. Now, what do I come to the table with? My unique value is that I am gifted and talented with the freedom to deeply connect with one's inner blueprint for success. And as I mentioned in the beginning, that gives me the opportunity to guide you to unrealized potential. Now, you're probably saying to yourself, what gives her the right to be claiming this? You see, my journey started back on the sunny island of Jamaica on the 11th of December, 1947. I am the daughter of James Clark and Leonora Scarlett. There were two humble farming people in a district called Painstown. In that community, we did not have so much of material things. However, the legacy that was handed down to me by my parents, I hold dear today. You see, I'm no stranger to adversity. I lost my mother at the tender age of 13 and a half. My mother was an asthmatic, and I used to stay home to be her nurse whenever she would have an asthmatic attack. That means I missed school many times. When it was time for me to go off to high school, I was not successful in the Jamaica Common Entrance exams, and for that reason, I did not qualify to go to high school. And because I did not pass the exam, my parents did not have the money to invest for me to go to a private high school. So I remained at the Carmel Primary School where I got my education. I sat for the first, second, and third Jamaica exams. And during the times when I was the nurse for my mother during her asthmatic attack, I would climb up on that high bed, the four-poster bed. You know them now, they are the in-thing. But back then, they weren't an antique in-thing, but it was a tall bed. I climbed up on the bed and I knelt in the middle. And when my mother would catch a breath of comfort, I would brace her chest against mine just so she would breathe more easily. And she would say to me, sweetie, one day you are going to be a good nurse. The only difference is going to be You'll be wearing a uniform, a cap, and you'll be getting paid. I'm sure you can remember, if you're as young as I am, you'll remember the days when nurses wore caps, apron, and white shoes. We were immaculately dressed. So, although Mama died when I was 13 and a half, the dream did not die with her. While she was still alive, the family had set aside and they were raising animals, pigs, cows, and goats that was to be sold for me to go to England to study nursing. But because of her death, I did not go to England, but the dream of nursing did not die with Mama. I was blessed to be trained as a nurse at the St. James Public Hospital in Montego Bay, Jamaica, West Indies. And up until this day, I've gone through many adversities. So from then, I have been learning the importance of my universal bank account. Even as a nurse, I knew I was different. I knew I was born for something special. Why? I love to talk. I always talk with my patients. I always want to know what's going on. To me, they were not just their diagnosis. I saw them as a human being. I saw them as a soul person where we could connect. So fast forward to today, where I am one that is walking in my why and my soul purpose. And as I proceed, you're going to learn more. So I am happy that I am able to share that little bit of my story with you. And I hope that this will trigger you to also start with your story. Everyone was born for a purpose, a special purpose. You go back to the conception and you are going to realize that the reason that you and I are blessed to be on this earth is because God our Father, the universe, had a special task that you and I were created for to solve. So I know sometimes that it might look like somebody's doing what you are supposed to do, but trust me, no one can do what you were born to do, because the reason that egg met with that sperm in your mother's uterus is because there was something special for you to solve. So I am telling you, go ahead, take a deep breath of relief, knowing that you are as unique when it comes to your purpose as you are unique with your fingerprint. So, yes, you were born for a special reason. Listen, we live in a society where there are so many people out there who are looking to talk us out of our why and calling. And many people go around and they avoid it. They go to school, they get degrees, they're miserable in the job. They don't know what to do. They sit down, they are confused because what? Everybody wants to be like the Joneses. People are telling you, why do you want to do this? Why do you want to do that? No one else ever succeeded at that. You need to be bold. You need to be unapologetic. You need to look them in their eyeball and say, guess what? I'll be the first to accomplish this. So don't let people talk you out of your calling. You might get frustrated, you might get confused, but I want you to make a commitment to yourself to say, I am going to accept my call, come hell or high water. Fear, feeling of not enough, negative self-talk, and a big one is imposter syndrome. When you think, oh no, I'm not good enough for that. You are a child of God. You are a child of the universe. You got to know that you are enough. When you came into this world, you had enough. So you are out of your state of confusion and you say, you know what? I'm going to invest in me. I am going to answer to my calling. And you said, what habits do I have to develop during this time of accepting this process? One of the things that I do is to adopt daily and early morning silence. Some people use that for meditation. Others use it for prayer. Another thing I'm going to encourage you to do is to, every night when you go into sleep, I want you to take a glass of water. And I want you to drink it first thing in the morning when you get awake. Water is an electricity for your body. So I want you to start off by drinking that 8-ounce glass of water that you have at your bedside from the night before. I want you also to develop your own affirmations. There are some amazing affirmations out there. However, I am here to tell you that when you develop your own and you speak them with power, it speaks to you and you can connect with that. So go around and create your own affirmations. I am beautiful. I am successful. I am loving. I am lovable. Whatever it is that speaks to you, journal them and write them down so you can start using them. Visualization. See your end from the beginning. Visualize what it is that you want to accomplish. Don't just sit around and say, oh, someday I want and someday I want. What is it? Specify what you want and begin to visualize it. See it, taste it, smell it. Another beneficial thing when you begin to accept your calling is to begin to exercise. Whatever exercise is for you, might be walking, whatever. Some people do rigid exercise, treadmill and that. You know your body. Go with what works for you. And important, read. You would be surprised to know how many people has been sitting in my chair who does not own a library card. Hello? Reading will open up many doors for you. So start. I tell you, my car is a mobile library because for every hardcover book I buy, so long as there is an audiobook, I am buying that. And why? Before this pandemic, I always travel a lot. And what I do, I don't play the radio, I am reading books. And last but not least in that category, I want to encourage you to journal. Journal, 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 journal. For every book that I have written, and I have written 8 books so far, I always go back to my journal, and I was always able to pull a few chapters out of my journal. Here is one little secret I want to tell you. When you journal, I want you to date and time every entry in your journal. This way, when you go back, you will be able, excuse me, to see what has been repeating themselves. All right, moving right along. Here are some things that gets in the way of us answering our why and soul purpose. Doubt. Doubt is a big one. And you know why? Especially now that we are in the social media era, especially Instagram. People are on there, and you look on all the other folks on there, and you begin to compare yourselves with them. And you're thinking, oh, I'm not this, I'm not that. Stop it. Stop it. So instead of that, look in the mirror, look eyeball to eyeball back at that person that is talking to you, and let that person know how adorable they are, how much you appreciate that person. Negative mindset is a big one that gets in the way. Once you accept your why and soul purpose, you got to modify your mind. Your mind holds all of the negativity and all the naysaying that people been saying to you. They get hold up in your mind. So you got to do everything and make sure your soul, your heart is overriding all of that negative saying from the naysayers. And listen to me, guys. Many of those naysayers are family members. Yes, we love them dearly, but let's call a spade a spade. Many of our family members are the biggest naysayers. So know that the minute you stepped up and you hold your hand up and you say, I am accepting my call, many of those who you think will be on your side will not be there for you. So, hey, make the decision that you are going to go it alone, because I'm here to tell you, the minute you begin to get more successful, guess what? I've heard this all the time. Oh, I always know you were going to be great. And all you do is smile and you wonder, am I really hearing right? Inferiority complex is another thing that will get in your way. Remember, you're worthy. You are unique. You're authentic. There is nobody else like you. Nobody else like you. And guess what? You decide, you invest, you're getting a mentor, you getting into some groups. All of a sudden you understand what your why and soul purpose is. And what, guys, you're happy, you're excited, and you're telling yourself, listen, I am glad I did not allow anybody to talk me out of this. You're on your way to the promised land. Know that our why and soul purpose is not for everyone. It is also not for personal gain. We have to itemize how will our why and soul purpose benefit others. What's your focus and message? Are you excited when you think about your why and soul purpose? When you think of your why and soul purpose, would you do it 365 days a year, even if you didn't get a dime to do it? Know that our why and soul purpose is not for financial gain. You can't be saying, I'm doing this because it brings me a lot of money. Because as I get down further, you will know why. We have no reason to worry about the finances when we are operating in our why and soul purpose. Know the power in your why and your soul purpose. Why? Remember I mentioned about my gift and ability to connect with your inner blueprint for success? When you were born, you got that in your hand. You got the birth manual, so you did not come in this universe empty-handed. So you have your blueprint that is inside of you that nobody else has that. I have mine, you have yours. The universe handed you a birth manual that has a draft and line out of the blueprint for success. All you got to do is open it and turn those pages and continue to work on what's in that life manual. Always trust and believe your gut. Always trust and believe your gut feeling. I'm sure that you are probably leaving home one day. You are going to a certain place, and all of a sudden, you have a feeling that you shouldn't go the same route that you've been going for the past 25 years. All of a sudden, you went another direction. And when you got to your destination, somebody said to you, Dolores, did you see that big accident on 506? You said, no. Today is the first day that I did not drive that route. That's what obeying your gut feeling is all about. People will say, I don't know why, I just had a feeling. And too many people ignore that feeling. So, as of today, I want you to begin to pay more attention about that feeling. And guess what? Jot those things down in your journal. What are the principles that are governing you now? Do you know the universe has organized people for our support? We don't even have to know these people. Will you also accept that there is no need for you to contact these people? They will show up at the right time and the right moment. You'll hear people say to you, oh, you lucky. This always happen and that always happen. It's nothing. It's no luck. It's the universe allowing you to withdraw from your universal bank account. What is your commitment level? What's your commitment level? Are you living a life of gratitude? Not only for the big things, ladies and gentlemen, the little things. Start with the little things. Get up every day and be in gratitude for the breath that you breathe. Be in gratitude that your taste buds are working. Don't wait till you get your first $1 million or you have your house in Beverly Hills that you're going to begin to give thanks, or you're off on a remote island somewhere living your dreams. Start with the little things. And I am here to tell you that the minute you begin to live in gratitude for those small things, then you'll notice that those small things begin to multiply. Are you setting daily intentions? You got to set your intentions. Don't wait on anybody to say, oh, I know she wasn't going to make it. You know, set your intentions. You know what you want today. Speak it. Because that which we speak, we can see. If you can believe it, you can see it. Are you willing to unlearn old habits? Lord, no, we have some. Utilizing our universal bank account, we got to undo some things. We got to unlearn some old habits, boy. So that's a commitment that you have to make. You don't need anybody's permission to do that. You just have to go there and do it for yourself. Are you open to adopting new mindsets? We don't eat the same thing. You don't hang out with the same people. Your social life is not the same. You look in your life, you assess it, you analyze it, not based on what anyone else is doing, but what suits you. You are now on purpose. You are different. So you need to design that life that is going to work for you. Write things down, your goals and your plans. I grew up in an era where we were doing what we call goal posters. Now they got so sophisticated, they're called vision board. However, I now work with a vision book. And the reason I'm working with the book is because when I go to bed at night, I can take it with me. I can go through the pages. That's the last thing I see at night and the first thing I see in the morning. So write things down. If you're someone who is working with a vision board, do what suits you. I just want to know that you are writing things down, because guess what? By writing things down, they manifest. When we get things out of our head and our hearts and put them on paper, then we are opening up room for more things to happen. We need a support team. People who are willing to support us. There's always somebody out there that is willing to support us. So I have these circles. You have the inner circle, that the people who you are tight with. You have an outer circle, and then you have a bigger circle. The people in the bigger circle, I train them and groom them to move into the smaller circle. But we all need people. Take time to examine your belief system. Meet with people. Talk with people. Don't be judgmental. Change ideas. Let go of past experiences. Blame failures, disappointment. Listen to me. I want you to know that what other people think of you is really none of your business. That's their problem. Don't get hung up about what it is they say or not say about you? None of your business. Go on your jolly merry way of what you're doing. Embrace the new you. You see these people here, you network with people, change ideas. You have more confidence. You start to build in trust. You're not judgmental about other people. Invest in personal development. Read a book, buy a video, go to a webinar, do something. You start already because you're here at this conference. Spend quality time with yourself. That's important. A lot of people don't like their own company. I am certainly hoping you're not one of those. More pride in every aspect of who you are. Take pride in yourself. Develop self-acceptance and more self-awareness. Mindset, attitude. Get your mind in line with your health. Remember that your mind holds on to all the negativities. Your heart must override all of those negativity. Now, you heard me mention about the universal bank account. There are 5 different levels in the universal bank account. And it starts at conception, which I touch on briefly. Then you have birth. Then you have the thousandaire. Then you have the millionaire. And then you have the billionaire. What each level represents in lives. You have the fertilization. You receive the manual of life when you were born. Some success level as you move into the millionaire. Very successful life in the corporate arena. You hear people say that they are hitting the glass ceiling, yet they are miserable. They have no satisfaction. And that is why they are empty. That is why I work with them to connect with their calling and purpose. You can also message me because there is a personal assessment that I have that you can work with to find out what level you are on. Today, for this workshop, because you decided that you wanted to attend this workshop with me, I want to make you an offer. This offer normally goes for $1,500, but today, by signing up, you can get this offer for $597. I'm teaching you the 4 sessions, teaching you the level that you need to go through to master the universal bank account. This is a 5-hour training that will be done on Zoom in March of 2020. For those of you who said, well, I'm not ready to invest $597 because I'm not worth it, you can get level 1 for $97. That is normally $297. All right? I want to close with this quote. And I'm sure you all know about Jim Rohn. And the quote says, your level of success will rarely exceed your level of personal development, because success is something you attract by the person you become. I just have an urge to read it again. Your level of success will rarely exceed your level of personal development, because success is something you attract by the person you become. So you got to think about what you do. You got to have an idea. Don't just write it and sit down. Take a look up, get somebody to look on it with you. You got to do again and again, keep doing. And that is what success is all about. These are my links that you can connect with me on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Blog Talk Radio, Pinterest, and guess what, guys? I'm even on TikTok. So I am praying that something that I have said to you today will encourage you to grab a hold of your why and your soul purpose. It was not by accident that you're at this workshop, because the beauty about our universal bank account is the fact that a lot of what's deposited in our universal bank account were deposited there by our ancestors. So you remember when the conception, when you were conceived, they started depositing there. They started depositing. So it is really a shame that we would die and leave here without withdrawing from our universal bank account. So my prayer and intention is that you will reach out with me, to me, that you will connect with me, that I, this girl who did not go to high school, this girl who went to college in her 50s, and if I can do that, and every day I continue to withdraw from my universal bank account, if I can do it, so can you. So I look forward to receiving your email, receiving your DMs with your questions, because I am not a success unless I extend a hand and to reach out to you. I did not do it alone. Who I am today, I owe it greatly to my coach and mentor, Dr. Miles Monroe. He believed in me when I was totally confused. I did not have any understanding about why and purpose. Because the first time I met Dr. Monroe, I was telling him about the inner turmoil that I was experiencing. And those of you who know Dr. Miles, you know how sweet and gentle he is. He looked at me and he said, my sister, that's happening to you because you're not walking in your calling and your purpose. And I said to him, what is that, Dr. Miles? I don't know about that. He said, listen, when I go to sell my books, if it is only one book you can buy, I want you to buy In Pursuit of Purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, that little book, it's a thin little book, but that little book has changed my life. That year when I read the book, I made sure that I bought the book for everybody that I was going to give a Christmas gift to. For many, many years, I taught that book at the church that I used to attend, In Pursuit of Purpose. This is how important it is to me. This is the reason why I can unapologetically sit here in front of you today and tell you, when you step up to your calling, when you raise your right hand and said, I am ready to walk in my calling and my sole purpose, there will be no turning back for you. No turning back whatsoever. I am going to boldly say, I am hoping that this will not be my first or last conversation with you. I am waiting to receive all your messages about the withdrawals that you have been making from your universal bank account. It is never too late. Don't let age get in your way. Age is just a number. And you know what I tell my older clients? I said, you're seasoned. You're like good wine. So those of you who are saying, I never got to college, I never this and I never that, listen, now is your time. You have so much to give. The young people can use you because you have a lot of golden nuggets. Listen, I am so excited to be here and to be part of this amazing conference. I want to thank the organizers for providing me with this platform. And I can only say, I do hope that I did them proud. I am Dr. Daphne Clark Hudson, your Why and Soul Purpose coach and consultant. Check me out on all of the social medias because guess what? I'm always there saying a word or two that I hopefully will encourage you. Again, I look forward to receiving your emails. Again, text me, DM me, and you'll get the link so you can make the purchase for the package. Love you guys. Stay empowered and don't allow anyone to talk you out of your dreams. Love you and stay blessed. Bye.